In the 83rd chapter, Gao Chengxi observed the emperor, who was still engrossed in reviewing the memorial, and quietly intensified the flame of the candle. Xiao Zhuo lifted the teacup beside him to take a gentle sip, glancing out the window and inquired, "What time is it?" Gao Chengxi replied, "It is now the tail end of the hour." Noticing that Xiao Zhuo had ceased speaking but was no longer looking at the memorial, as the emperor's trusted confidant, he was well aware of the emperor's current curiosity. He cautiously ventured, "News has arrived from Changning Pavilion. The esteemed concubine has already retired for the night." Xiao Zhuo cast a glance at Gao Chengxi and coldly remarked, "Do you have an abundance of free time?" Gao Chengxi lowered his head, too intimidated to speak further. "You may leave," he added. The following day, "Lieutenant Liu will also participate in the hunt today, which means I have no chance of securing the first place," remarked a young gentleman from the Bo Ho family to Lu Mingyu. Nearby, Qin Lei immediately interjected, "With someone like him, how can he claim first place?" "Lin Qingyu, you must be blind." Lin Qingyu, incensed by this remark, retorted, "What do you mean, Lieutenant Liu cannot succeed? It is merely that young Master Qin possesses unwavering confidence in his own abilities to secure the top position." Hearing this, Qin Lei remained unperturbed and simply smiled. "Lin Qingyu, why are you in such a rush? I did not imply that you are incapable. While I may not be able to claim first place, triumphing over me should pose no challenge." Lin Qingyu, provoked by his words, challenged, "What, do you wish to compete?" Qin Lei replied, "Very well, let us compete. If you lose, you must publicly apologize before everyone present and acknowledge your inferiority." "Should I lose, I shall apologize to you," Lin Qingyu declared. "Let us compete then." The esteemed concubine pointed to a young eunuch standing nearby and instructed, "You, come here and find out what all this commotion is about." As Qin Lei and the others engaged in their wager, the crowd of onlookers swelled, intrigued by the spectacle. Although Qin Lei, a notorious scoundrel, may not appeal to the noble young ladies, Lin Qingyu, hailing from a respectable family and yet unmarried, along with the dashing and accomplished Lieutenant Liu, stirred the hearts of the unbetrothed maidens present. The esteemed concubine gazed curiously at the scene below. The young eunuch soon returned and recounted the events to the concubines. Upon hearing the account, the esteemed concubine covered her mouth and chuckled, "I have heard of the illustrious young Master Qin, but did not expect him to be as valiant as the rumors suggest." She even burst into laughter, adding, "One would not dare utter such words without a modicum of strength. I too wish to witness young Master Qin's prowess." The concubines present stifled their laughter, refraining from expressing their amusement out of respect for Qin Xian. Everyone knew the notorious reputation of Qin Lei, and the esteemed concubine's words seemed to mock Qin Xian's misplaced confidence. Qin Xian's face darkened for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure, stating, "Sister, you jest. Since my brother has spoken with such assurance, it indicates his confidence in victory. I too look forward to the outcome." Qiao Yu remarked, "I have heard that this Lieutenant Liu, Lord Liu, was raised in a family of civil officials. I did not expect him to be so brave and fearless." Su Yue, with an air of superiority, replied, "Chao Daoying may be new to the capital and unaware, but although Lord Liu was born into a family of civil servants, he is trained in martial arts alongside the North Governor, and his strength should not be underestimated. Otherwise, how could he have achieved such a remarkable status in just a few short years?" Her words were laced with disdain for Qiao Yu, revealing her contempt for someone from a humble background. Shen Sisi could not contain herself and burst into laughter. She had always disapproved of Qiao Yu. Hearing Su Yue's derisive comments, she felt no need to hold back her amusement. "His Majesty has arrived." Everyone promptly rose to pay their respects. Xiaoying curiously inquired, "I heard your laughter from afar. What were you discussing?" Su Yue responded, "Chao Daoying may not be aware of many matters upon her arrival in the capital. I was merely explaining things to her." Qiao Yu, feeling humiliated by the public ridicule, silently resented the situation. She bit her lip, noticing a concerned gaze fixed upon her. When she looked over, it was the female protagonist. True to her character in the story, she exuded kindness, offering silent support amidst the laughter directed at Qiao Yu. Meeting Qin Xian's concerned gaze, Qiao Yu contemplated her next steps and spoke, "I admit my ignorance. I only knew that this Lord Liu is the legitimate grandson of the former Prime Minister, and I was curious why he chose the path of a general. It was only when Sister Su informed me that he trained with the North Governor that my confusion was alleviated." Xiaoying smiled. "Oh, I had not heard that Lord Liu was acquainted with the North Governor before." Su Yue added, "It is understandable that the princess is not aware. I learned of it by chance while delivering food to my father at the military camp. The only one who could truly enlighten us might be Lady Ru," she said, having only seen her once, and had mentioned it in jest to provoke Qiao Yu. Shen Sisi found it odd that the conversation had shifted to her. With all eyes upon her, she stated, "The former Prime Minister was indeed kind to my uncle. As for other matters, I am not privy to them." The esteemed concubine said, If one truly wishes to know, they should inquire of the esteemed concubine. She would know best." Upon hearing this, Princess Leong suddenly recalled, I have not seen the esteemed concubine for quite some time. Has something delayed her? What is it, Leong? Do you have business with me? Shen Sisi, supported by Bai Qiu, arrived, accompanied by a throng of eunuchs and palace maids, upon hearing someone calling for her. Xiaoying turned around, surprised to see Shen Sisi arrive just as she was speaking. She smiled at Shen Sisi, saying, I have just arrived and heard mention of the esteemed concubine. I was merely curious if something had delayed her. Shen Sisi replied, I indeed arrived late, due to some matters. This morning, she had struggled to get out of bed, and lingered a bit longer. Wearing a dress made of shoe brocade adorned with gold embroidery and accompanied by a white jade bracelet, her bright eyes and radiant smile contrasted sharply with her usual domineering demeanor, making her appear both regal and delicate, effortlessly capturing everyone's attention upon her entrance. Qin Qian's expression darkened the moment she laid eyes on Shen Sisi's attire. Her cousin, who had practiced martial arts since childhood, was dressed in a neat and agile outfit, intending to use it as an excuse to approach her cousin during their outing. Today, her appearance was markedly different, strikingly eye-catching in comparison. However, when compared to Shen Sisi, she felt significantly overshadowed. Many around her shared similar sentiments, perhaps dressing up for enjoyment. It seemed as though they were all silently reminding her that she could never surpass Shen Sisi. Unfazed by the thoughts of others, she strode directly to the vacant seat beneath Xiao Zhuo, and once seated, Bai Qiu promptly poured her a cup of tea. Xia Lu was diligently massaging her shoulders. After Shen Sisi took her seat, they refrained from revisiting the previous topic of conversation, for the imperial consort was present. Provoking her would be sheer folly. Qin Qian rose and knelt in reverence before Xiao Zhuo, gradually articulating, Your Majesty, since everyone is so keen this year and my cousin wishes to compete with young Master Lin and young Master Lu, why not add an incentive for the first prize? Xiao Zhuo replied, Whoever claims the first prize shall receive the scale horn blade as a reward. Lin Qingyu's eyes instantly sparkled with enthusiasm, clearly invigorated by the prospect. He had long heard of the scale horn blade, a tribute from a foreign land, reputed to slice through iron as if it were mud, exceptionally sharp and useful, something he had always desired. He patted Lu Mingyu on the shoulder, saying, My victory relies entirely on you, brother. You must strive to excel. Chapter 84. Qin Qian suppressed her discontent, having heard that this young Lord Lu had a prior acquaintance with a favored concubine, and that His Majesty had already bestowed auspicious tokens. It remained uncertain whether the favored concubine could discern who would ultimately claim the first prize. The ministers paid their respects to His Majesty, and Xue Mingzhou entered, bowing towards Xiao Zhuo. As he was responsible for the security of the hunting lodge and had just returned from surveying the surroundings. Be seated. Once Xue Mingzhou settled down, he resumed the topic Qin Qian had broached, suggesting that the esteemed lady had understated the matter, as this time His Majesty intended for the sovereign and his subjects to revel together. Shen Sisi gazed at her newly dyed crimson hair and spoke slowly. I find Lord Lu quite commendable. At such a tender age, he has already attained the rank of captain. I have high hopes for him. Lu Mingyu raised his eyes to look at Shen Sisi, relieved that she bore him no grudge. The atmosphere fell silent at her words. As no one dared to utter a sound, the favored concubine displayed remarkable audacity. Xue Daren had already indicated that His Majesty would also participate. Yet she boldly made such remarks. Was this not tantamount to disregarding His Majesty? Before His Majesty ascended the throne, he had led 50,000 troops against the 15,000 of the southern Liang, vanquishing them and signing a 20-year treaty, which mandated yearly tributes to the Great Way. While this Lord Lu was indeed young and accomplished, he paled in comparison to His Majesty. Xiao Zhuo suddenly chuckled, seizing the opportunity to express his desire to witness the prowess of the youth of Great Way. We shall certainly exert ourselves, the ministers responded, clasping their fists in salute. Gao Changxi declared, Please, everyone, prepare for departure. Before their departure, Qin Qian approached Xiao Zhuo thoughtfully and said softly, This is a protective cover I have made for your Majesty. Please take it with you. The other concubines present exchanged glances, biting their silver teeth in frustration at their own lack of foresight for not having conceived such a clever idea. Shen Sisi noticed this, but she was currently disinclined to engage with Qin Qian's little ploy, turning her head away. Gao Changxi kept winking at Bai Qiu, hoping she would persuade the lady. But Bai Qiu ignored him. Xiao Zhuo observed Shen Sisi's reaction, and seeing her indifferent demeanor, he suppressed his displeasure and accepted the protective cover handed over by Qin Qian. He turned and mounted his horse, galloping into the woods. After the hunting party departed, the concubines from the various palaces gradually rose to bid farewell, seizing the rare opportunity to venture out. Bai Qiu suggested, Your Highness, shall we also take a stroll? I've heard the scenery of Shishan rivals that of the northern garden in the capital. Shen Sisi pondered the dullness of remaining there and decided to call for Jiang Xiaoning to accompany her. You needn't follow. I wish to walk alone, she instructed. Bai Qiu hesitated, a hint of concern in her eyes. There are guards nearby. What danger could there be? Return now, Shen Sisi said dismissively. Alone? She strolled along the riverbank, near the woods, amidst grass and flowers, listening to the chirping birds and reveling in the vibrant scenery, as if transported to another realm. Lu Mingyu chased a rabbit to the riverbank. The creature darted swiftly, making it difficult for him to catch it without harming it. The white rabbit scurried past Shen Sisi's feet, and upon noticing her, Lu Mingzhi stood frozen in place. Hearing the commotion, Shen Sisi looked up to see Lu Mingyu standing there, dazed. It had been nearly 3 years since they last met, and given their previous lives, it had been 5 or 6 years. She felt a surge of joy upon seeing him and lifted her skirts to approach him. But then remembered that she was still supposed to be angry with him and huffed lightly. Seeing her feigned anger, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Lu Mingyu's eyes as he stepped forward to bow. I pay my respects to the favored concubine. Shen Sisi was further incensed by his lack of an apology and his formality, maintaining her composure. Lord Lu, do rise. Chapter 85. Lu Mingyu rose slowly. I have disturbed the esteemed lady. I am truly at fault. Shen Sisi stamped her foot. Why are you still standing there? Hurry and retrieve the little rabbit for me. Yes, your highness, he replied. Once Lu Mingyu returned with the rabbit, Shen Sisi looked at it, a tiny creature that seemed scarcely born, pitifully cradled in Lu Mingzhi's hands. She gently stroked its head, releasing it. Lord Lu wouldn't he mind, would he? Lu Mingyu would not object. He had chosen that rabbit believing Shen Sisi would delight in it. And indeed, she did, but she could not bear to see such a small creature confined, losing its freedom. Shen Sisi walked ahead, while Lu Mingyu followed closely behind, 2 paces behind her. Lord Lu, you seem to have grown more composed than before, she remarked. A smile curved Lu Mingyu's lips. Her nature remained unchanged. He halted, gazing earnestly at her. It was wrong of me to leave without notice. He paused. Seeing him struggle for words, Shen Sisi, with a hint of pride, replied, Since you have apologized, I shall forgive you. I am not one to hold grudges unnecessarily. Before Lu Mingyu could breathe a sigh of relief, she added, I am not like some who dawdle over a simple apology. Lu Mingyu pressed his forehead. Knowing this matter would not conclude easily. However, the reason behind it was a secret he could not disclose. I shall walk a little further, Shen Sisi announced. Then, I shall accompany you, Lu Mingyu replied. The 2 continued along the riverbank, one in front, and the other following. Lu Mingyu, unable to resist, inquired, Are you content in the palace? How does His Majesty treat you? Shen Sisi replied lazily, Haven't you heard the rumors? They say I am spoiled by favor. Who in this vast harem would dare oppose me? Though Lu Mingyu had been away for years, he had kept a watchful eye on her news and was well aware of the palace gossip. He simply wished to hear her affirm that she was faring well. Are you happy? He pressed. Shen Sisi was momentarily taken aback. Before the turmoil in the Shen household, she had indeed been very happy, albeit within a facade woven from others' lies. Now, perhaps she could consider herself happy. Why do you ask such a question? Do I appear to be one who would suffer in silence? Lu Mingyu did not respond, but spoke softly, Zhang Ning, and I will always stand by your side. Li Fei gazed at the spoils in the hands of the guards and exclaimed, Are these the spoils of your majesty? It seems the first prize is undoubtedly His Majesty's. Qin Qian stood quietly to the side, though she did not speak. Her eyes were filled with admiration for Xiao Zhuo. He surveyed the area and noticed Shen Sisi was not present. Gao Changxi, catching his glance, signaled to a small eunuch standing behind. The little eunuch understood the cue and approached Gao Changxi, whispering in her ear. As the foremost sycophant, no, the foremost confidant of His Majesty, he was keenly attuned to the Emperor's thoughts. He leaned closer to Xiao Zhuo and said, Your Majesty, the esteemed lady is currently taking a stroll by the river. Xiao Zhuo shot Gao Changxi a sidelong glance. It seems you are growing increasingly idle. Gao Changxi immediately slapped himself in the face, exclaiming, Alas, it was this old servant who spoke out of turn. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Li Fei remarked, Oh, Gao Gonggong, did you offend His Majesty? This old fellow usually takes advantage of His Majesty's favor, never paying heed to us concubines. Gao Changxi replied with a smile. It was merely an old servant's error. Li Fei was about to inquire further, but a matron behind her pulled her back, and the question went unasked. The matron sighed in relief, knowing that trouble often arises from loose lips, especially when her own mistress had a poor memory. The other nobles who had participated in the hunt gradually returned, and Shen Sisi followed Lu Mingyu at the back of the group. The moment Shen Sisi appeared, Qin Qian noticed her. Isn't that the favored concubine? Why is she trailing behind the hunting party? Bai Qiu supported Shen Sisi as they strolled ahead, fortuitously colliding with Xiao Zhuo, who had just changed into his attire. Shen Sisi maintained an unwavering gaze, deliberately passing directly before him. Shen Sisi, what does the virtuous consort mean by such words? Is it not within my rights to return with the procession? Qin Qian offered a gentle smile. I too am curious, and I hope the esteemed consort does not take offense. Shen Sisi retorted. What if I do take offense? Qin's expression darkened for a moment as she observed Shen Sisi's blatant disregard for her dignity amidst the public scrutiny, choosing to remain silent. Unable to bear the tension, observed Shen Sisi's discomfort and, with her kind-hearted and gentle nature, immediately rose to defend her. The virtuous consort is merely curious. Why must the esteemed consort be so aggressive? What did she mean by aggression? Shen Sisi turned her gaze toward the speaker, recognizing her as someone familiar, though she momentarily forgot her name. Since when did it become your place to interject in my discourse? Rui cautiously tugged at Qiao Yu's sleeve, whispering my lady. The other consorts regarded Qiao Yu as if she were a fool, perplexed by her defense of Shen Sisi. Qiao Yu, bewildered by the apparent disapproval, glanced toward Qin Qian, who appeared willing to speak on her behalf but was firmly restrained by the palace made behind her. It was not yet the time to confront the supporting antagonists. She awaited the day when such adversaries would be cast into the cold palace. Gritting her teeth, she envisioned Shen Sisi kneeling in contrition, her eyes brimming with tears. Yet they did not fall, as she pitifully offered an apology. It was my indiscretion. Please forgive me, esteemed consort, while secretly glancing at Xiao Zhuo. Gao Changxi, at Xiao Zhuo's behest, intervened to halt this silent conflict. Everyone, please proceed to the guards to register your spoils. This evening we shall host a bonfire banquet utilizing these prizes. Upon hearing Gao's words, the crowd silently withdrew their curiosity. Indeed, the esteemed consort never failed to astonish, showing no deference to anyone. Meanwhile, Meng Yingran silently cheered for Shen Sisi in her heart. Her engagement to Qin Lei had recently been annulled, thanks in part to the esteemed consort's assistance. She had approached with a mere hope, never expecting such support, and she found herself greatly admiring the consort's bold character. Qin Lei had initially planned to secure victory at the hunt, having arranged everything in advance. Yet he was taken aback to discover that the emperor would also be present this year, forcing him to proceed with caution. The annulment with Meng Yingran was a source of shame for him. Although he did not consider himself particularly exceptional, he believed he possessed a certain charm. To his dismay, Meng Yingran showed a lack of understanding, even enlisting the help of the esteemed consort. His sister Qin Qian was equally unremarkable, despite her lengthy stay in the palace. She had failed to capture the emperor's heart, and now the esteemed consort had publicly humiliated their family. Zhong Qi had also arrived, though he remained quietly in the corner. Unnoticed by others, his attention fixated on Jiang Ning and her young attendant in an intimate exchange. They were formally divorced, utterly disconnected now. Yet witnessing Jiang Ning's closeness with another stirred a suffocating sensation in his chest. He considered himself a person of great nonchalance. It had been Jiang Ning who had insisted on the divorce, and although he had attempted to persuade her otherwise, she remained resolute. He had succeeded in letting go, rarely thinking of her over time. Yet, he consoled himself that perhaps he had not anticipated her finding someone so quickly, reminiscent of the way she once pursued him. He resolved to speak with Jiang Ning soon, hoping that despite their separation, she would still regard him with caution. As the banquet commenced, Xiao Zhuo sat at the head of the table, clad in a dark robe, his countenance like that of a jade crown, exuding an imposing aura. He raised his cup toward the assembly, declaring, "This hunting expedition has yielded commendable results, showcasing the prowess of our Wei sons. Let us indulge in merriment together, free from formality." "Thank you, your majesty," the attendees echoed, while Xiao Zhuo continued to drink, seemingly lost in his own world. Shen Sisi surveyed the dishes before her, lacking appetite, her thoughts drifting to the food Bai Qiu had prepared for her. After sampling a few bites, she decided to take her leave. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Zhuo also departed. Bai Qiu, noticing Shen Sisi's arrival, presented her with a lamb chop, exclaiming, "My lady, come quickly." This was specially sent by His Majesty, finely marinated lamb, grilled by Yu Ying over charcoal, accompanied by a delectable dipping sauce. Shen Sisi leaned in, accepting the lamb chop and savoring its excellent flavor. Observing the generous portion sent, she instructed, Leave some for yourselves, and please share some with Jiangning, Lu Mingyu, and Li Juiyu as well. With that, she continued to enjoy the lamb chop. Surprised by Yu Ying's culinary skills, Yu Ying smiled shyly, explaining, "This talent was honed during my previous tasks when I often faced hunger."
Shen Sisi replied.
"Then we must thoroughly sample Yu Ying's culinary arts in the days to come." As Bai Qiu turned to echo Shen Sisi's sentiment, she unexpectedly spotted the emperor and Gao Changxi approaching. Swiftly, she stepped forward to pay her respects, loudly announcing, "I greet your majesty," also serving as a reminder to the others. Bai Qiu's voice snapped everyone back to attention, prompting them to bow in unison. "We greet your majesty," Xiao Zhuo commanded. "You may all leave." Gao Changxi gestured for them to hasten away. "You too, depart," he added to Gao Changxi, who, pointing to himself, silently followed the group out. Shen Sisi coldly remarked, "Your majesty is not at the banquet. Do you have an urgent matter to discuss with me?" He explained if I remained there, they would not feel at ease. "Oh," Shen Sisi replied, enveloping them in silence. Unwilling to engage with him, she maintained her distance, while Xiao Zhuo found himself at a loss for words, resulting in a stalemate. Ultimately, it was Xiao Zhuo who could no longer endure the tension. He stepped forward, enveloping Shen Sisi in his embrace, burying his head in her neck. Feeling the warmth of his breath mingled with the scent of wine, Shen Sisi attempted to push him away, yet found herself unable to do so. "What has transpired these past few days? Are you angry with me?" Xiao Zhuo inquired. Shen Sisi replied, "What do you mean, your majesty? How could I dare to be angry with you?" Hearing her sarcastic tone, Xiao Zhuo sighed, recalling how they had been well prior to this moment. During their journey, she had chosen to share a carriage with Jiangning rather than remain with him, which had irked him at the time as he sought her comfort. Little did he expect her temper would rival his own, as she had been indifferent toward him these past few days, leaving him to take the initiative. He lowered his voice, admitting, "Please do not remain angry with me, all right?" In response to his plea, Shen Sisi's demeanor grew even colder. "I would not dare to be angry." Releasing her, Xiao Zhuo asked, "What troubles you today?" "I am weary."
Shen Sisi replied.
"Talking to me tires you?" he questioned, recalling rumors he had heard about the consort's childhood friendship with Lu Mingyu, which suggested that had he not been away, she might have already been Mrs. Lu. He had previously commanded the palace maids who spread such gossip to be dealt with. Yet the notion lingered in his mind. Today, during the hunt, she had secretly met with Lu Mingyu, even sending food to him when she encountered something delectable. Contemplating this, a wave of displeasure washed over him, exacerbated by the effects of alcohol. "If you are unhappy, why do you not express it? Is my treatment of you still insufficient? I have always acquiesced to your every desire, and within the harem, none dare to provoke your displeasure without first considering your countenance. I have complied with all your requests. You have expressed disdain for the other consorts, and since your arrival at the palace, I have not visited again. You profess to favor life beyond these walls, and I have taken you out each month. What more could you possibly find to be dissatisfied with?" Shen Sisi's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom how she could utter such shameless words. "Your legs are your own. How could I possibly restrain you from visiting any other consort? Was it I who begged you to take me out of the palace each month?" In recent days, she had pondered the nature of her relationship with Xiao Zhuo, questioning whether he harbored genuine feelings for her. Yet, the more she contemplated, the colder her heart became. "You have indeed treated me well, especially at the outset of my marriage into the royal family, compelled by your partnership with my father to show me kindness. After entering the palace, you continued to treat me well. However, you detest anything beyond your control. You desire to maintain a firm grip on the entire palace, including the harem, and require a consort of high status and arrogance to serve as your proxy. I concede that your kindness has been unfeigned, but might there be an ounce of sincerity within it? I am weary and shall not entertain your majesty any longer. Please leave." She gestured dismissively. Xiao Zhuo stood in silence, his demeanor unnaturally calm, yet his hands clenched into fists beneath his robes. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "So this is how you perceive me. I see I have always been this kind of person in your eyes." Staggering slightly, he turned and departed. Chapter 87. Your Highness, please partake of some sustenance, Bai Qiu implored, observing Shen Sisi lost in thought after the emperor's departure. She had been seated for half an hour without food or drink, utterly silent. Shen Sisi raised her gaze to the darkening sky, her mouth opening as she realized her throat was parched and dry. Bai Qiu, quick on her feet, offered her a cup of tea, which Shen Sisi took gratefully, sipping several times before feeling somewhat revitalized. "Bai Qiu, I am hungry." Upon hearing this, Bai Qiu hurriedly replied, I shall prepare something at once, and rushed to the small kitchen. After Bai Qiu left, Shen Sisi touched her sleeve, feeling a chill, although it was spring. The night air was still quite brisk. Gao Changxi observed as the emperor emerged, his expression dark and devoid of words. He silently cursed his misfortune, realizing that another quarrel had taken place with the empress. It seemed this disagreement was more severe than any prior ones, in all his years of service. He had never witnessed the emperor's countenance so grim, not even when he ascended the throne over a mountain of corpses and rivers of blood. Fetch me some wine. Xiao Zhuo commanded. Gao Changxi hesitated, but Xiao Zhuo urged, What are you dawdling for?
Go.
Xiao Zhuo poured himself another cup, drinking one after another. Gao Changxi noted the empty bottles accumulating nearby and attempted to dissuade the emperor, but to no avail. He had just sent someone to inquire after the empress, only to learn that she had retired for the night, clearly signaling her unwillingness to meet with him. This left him at a loss for how to proceed. As he grew increasingly anxious, a young eunuch approached to report, Master, the Xianfei requests an audience with the emperor. Gao Changxi, believing the emperor would prefer solitude, instructed the eunuch kindly refuse the Xianfei, stating that his majesty has already retired. Yes, sir, the eunuch replied. Gao Changxi continued to worry about the emperor's excessive drinking, recalling that the Xianfei, being the emperor's cousin and a companion from childhood, might possess the influence needed to persuade him. He called for the eunuch to wait a moment. With a mindset of cautious optimism, Gao Changxi re-entered to announce, Your Majesty, the Xianfei is requesting an audience. Without lifting his head, Xiao Zhuo replied, I do not wish to see her. Gao Changxi exited and gestured for the eunuch to proceed. Outside, Qin Xian received the anticipated refusal, without anger. It matters not if the emperor declines to see me. I understand he is not resting, and I am concerned for his health. I shall wait here until he has rested before departing. The young eunuch, relatively new to the palace, felt a twinge of sympathy for the Xianfei, especially given the chill in the air. He suggested, Your Highness, since you intend to wait, why not do so in the side hall?
With that,
he led her to the side hall. Gao Changxi remained close to the emperor, ready to attend to any needs. At that moment, a palace maid rushed toward him. A guard reports that a maid wishes to see you urgently. Gao Changxi replied, Do you not see that I am tasked with caring for his majesty? Deny her entrance. The guard, unaware of the protocol for speaking to the emperor, insisted, She seems to be in distress, as if there is a pressing matter. Concerned that there might indeed be something urgent, Gao Changxi called the eunuch over, instructing him to take care of the emperor, and then followed the maid outside to ascertain the situation. Upon seeing Gao Changxi, the maid rushed forward, clutching his sleeve. You must save Xiao Dingzi.
please. Xiao Dingzi?
What has happened? Gao Changxi inquired, for Xiao Dingzi was his godson. The maid sobbed. He has been beaten and is barely clinging to life.
What?
Gao Changxi gasped, alarmed. He cared deeply for the boy, who had always been obedient and well-behaved. Who would dare to harm him? With this thought, he hurried to assess the situation, feeling uneasy about leaving the emperor unattended. He requested to step away briefly, giving the eunuch specific instructions to ensure everything was in order before he departed. After Gao Changxi left, the emperor continued to drink heavily. Though Gao Changxi had suggested he moderate his intake, the emperor was unlikely to heed the advice of a mere eunuch. As anxiety gripped him, he thought of the Xianfei in the side hall. Though he was reluctant to intervene, he felt that her words might bear weight. Given her status as the Empress Dowager's niece and the emperor's cousin, he hurried to the side hall to summon her. Qin Xian observed the young eunuch before her, appreciating his perceptiveness. As he expressed his concerns, she felt a sense of delight yet maintained her composure, replying gently, I, too, am quite worried and cannot simply disregard the emperor's well-being. I shall accompany you to see him. The eunuch, filled with gratitude, exclaimed, Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you. He had heard tales of the Xianfei's beauty and now found them to be true. Arriving at the study's entrance, Qin Xian halted, turning to the attendants. His Majesty does not favor crowds. You may withdraw. The eunuch hesitated, recalling Gao Changxi's instructions. One of Qin Xian's handmaidens grasped the eunuch's arm, stating, This esteemed lady is a consort of the emperor. Surely, your intent is to ensure His Majesty's safety, not to jeopardize it. With that, Qin Xian stepped inside, while Jiang Ning stared at her in disbelief, and Zhong Qi felt a flush of embarrassment, realizing that his good intentions had been misinterpreted. Jiang Ning gazed unflinchingly at the familiar stranger before her, a person she once believed she understood better than anyone else. Yet now, it was clear how mistaken she had been. With deliberate clarity, she stated. There is no need for Lord Zhong to concern himself. This is a personal matter. Zhong Qi stepped forward, asserting a Ning, I am only considering your best interests. I simply wish to make amends. The notion of making amends revolted Jiang Ning. She felt a wave of disgust wash over her and, disregarding any semblance of politeness, replied, Zhong Qi, I require no recompense from you. If you genuinely wish to atone, disappearing from my sight would be the greatest form of compensation, she added. And as for Feng Zhirui, he is unlike you. With that, she turned and walked away, unwilling to utter another word to him. Zhong Qi's hands drooped helplessly at his sides. Charming women had always been his forte. Yet he could not fathom how he had arrived at this juncture. The following day, Ying hesitated over whether to inform the Empress about the matter. Just then, Bai Qiu, having attended to the Empress's morning routine, playfully remarked, What monumental event has transpired to alter our usually stoic Ying's countenance? Your brows are furrowed so tightly. Do share, perhaps we can assist in resolving it. Ying relayed the events to Bai Qiu, whose playful demeanor quickly faded. They speculated that the previous night's altercation had caused the Empress to quarrel with her beloved, leaving both of them now wearing long faces. Ultimately, they decided that as long as the Empress did not inquire about His Majesty, they would refrain from mentioning it. Shen Sisi, seemingly oblivious to the tension, eagerly requested Bai Qiu to fetch her riding attire, which she had arranged well in advance. Today, Xia Lu accompanied her, and upon hearing Shen Sisi's words, he curiously asked, Is the Empress preparing for a hunt today? Who says one can only don riding attire for hunting? Shen Sisi retorted, disliking the thought of engaging in the sweat-inducing activity. She simply wished to wear her riding clothes today. Ying pulled Xia Lu aside, aware that the Empress harbored disdain for her and wishing to spare her any influence that might affect the Empress's mood. Xia Lu struggled to break free, but soon realized that no matter the effort, she could not escape. The strength of this woman was formidable, and she could only watch helplessly as she was dragged away. Frustration gnawed at her. She felt increasingly alienated from Shen Sisi, constantly sidelined by the two sisters. Moreover, the favored concubine showered them with attention, leaving her hesitant to confront them directly, a stark contrast to her expectations before arriving. Iang Ningremarket, Shen Sisi. You ought to be mindful of your countenance, lest you invite trouble. Can't you see I am genuinely nurturing my relationship with Zhirui? Shen Sisi, in a haughty tone, replied, Trouble? I am the one who dispenses it to others. Jiangning continued, Since you have so earnestly invited me, I shall reluctantly accompany you. Let us fly kites. The weather is splendid for it. Before Shen Sisi could respond, Jiangning had already linked her arm with hers, adding, I heard early this morning that His Majesty was practicing martial arts at the training grounds. How is it that you and His Majesty have been at odds for so long without reconciling? Bai Qiu and the others trailed behind, unable to hear the conversation unfolding ahead. Shen Sisi's playful demeanor faltered, and she halted in her tracks, only to continue walking as if nothing had happened, casually remarking, What if I were to leave the palace? What? Iang Ninggetslaimet. I wish to depart from the palace. This thought has lingered in my mind for some time, and now it feels unequivocal. Jiangning grasped Shen Sisi's hand and led her toward the empty pavilion by the lake, instructing Bai Qiu and the others to keep watch outside. Jiangning frowned. Have you had a severe altercation with His Majesty to utter such foolishness? Shen Sisi, unperturbet, repliet. I never speak untruths. I am simply weary of the constant scheming and intrigue. I do not wish to waste any more time. Though Shen Sisi's tone bore no emotional fluctuation, Jiangning recognized that she had been genuinely hurt. Yet, the palace was heavily guarded. How could she leave? And when did she intend to do so? Her mind raced with ideas, suggesting, What if I help you escape right now? Upon hearing Jiangning's earnest offer, Shen Sisi's expression darkened. However, Jiangning quickly dismissed the notion, No, leaving aside the question of whether you can escape. It is far too perilous out there for a delicate lady like you. Let us not dwell on that. We came out to have fun. Let us explore ahead instead. As Shen Sisi interrupted her, Jiangning fell silent. Come on, let us run, Shen Sisi, Jiangning urged. Shen Sisi jogged along the grassy expanse, releasing the kite string. Watching her kite soar to great heights, she snipped the string, allowing it to drift further and higher into the sky. My lady, I have prepared hot water. Do you wish to bathe? Upon seeing Shen Sisi return, Xia Lu hurried to greet her, having resolved to impress Shen Sisi. Upon entering the courtyard, Ying promptly removed Shen Sisi's cloak, while naturally pushing Xia Lu aside as she brought over a cup of hot tea. Bai Qiu stood behind, massaging Shen Sisi's shoulders, to which she lazily responded with a hum. After attending to Shen Sisi's bathing, dinner, and rest, Bai Qiu felt as though something was amiss. She tapped her forehead, recalling, I must have forgotten something. It was His Majesty. Regardless of whether he and the Empress were in a cold war or engaged in a quarrel, he would always send word if he had business to attend to at the 2 rituals hall. Yet today, no messenger had arrived. Gao Changshi, observing His Majesty engrossed in reviewing memorials, could not help but remind, Your Majesty, it is already the hour of the dog. Shall we have dinner served? You did not partake in breakfast this morning, having gone to the training grounds and only had a few bites of lunch. If this continues, even an iron constitution cannot withstand it. Xiao Zhuo paused, pressing his temples, and murmured in acknowledgement. He often lost track of time when engrossed in official documents, but today, his thoughts were consumed by Shen Sisi, compelling him to keep himself occupied. As the dishes were brought to Xiao Zhuo, he remained unenthused. Like Bai Qiu and the others, he was perplexed by the strange behavior exhibited by both the Empress and the favored concubine. Has the favored concubine retired? He inquired, then waved his hand dismissively. His voice trailed off, nearly inaudible, yet Gao Changshi, with keen ears, caught the words. Gao Changshi promptly responded, The Empress has indeed retired. She went out to fly kites with Miss Jiang today and likely returned exhausted, hence her early rest. Xiao Zhuo lowered his hands, contemplating the implications. It has been nearly a month since I returned, and His Majesty has neither entered the harem nor visited Changning Palace. There is truly no need for the esteemed lady to be overly concerned. Qin Qian continuously reassured herself within. Indeed, it has been almost a month since His Majesty last graced Changning Palace, something unprecedented since Shen Sisi's arrival in the palace, which is a promising sign. Qiao Yu exited Fuan Palace and wandered into the Imperial Garden, where she encountered Shen Ruxue. Approaching her, she greeted, I have seen the beautiful Ruxue. In the narrative, Shen Ruxue has always clashed with the female antagonist, enduring her oppression throughout her upbringing. Now, however, she finds herself relying on the very person who once tormented her, making her a figure of sympathy. Upon hearing someone call her name, Shen Ruxue lifted her head to look at Qiao Yu, responding with a nonchalant There was an oddity in the other's gaze that struck her as peculiar. Noticing Shen Ruxue's lukewarm reaction, Qiao Yu, undeterred, approached with fervent enthusiasm and inquired, Did the beautiful Ruxu come from concubine Shen? At the mention of this, Shen Ruxue's demeanor turned cold. Rumors have been circulating that concubine Shen had fallen out of favor. Hadn't she noticed that His Majesty had not visited Changning Palace since returning from the mountain nearly a month ago? As Shen Sisi's cousin, the maidservants and eunuchs in the palace typically treated her with deference, mindful of Shen Sisi's favor, often delivering her gifts and promptly fulfilling her requests. Recently, however, whispers suggested Shen Sisi had lost her standing, emboldening some who considered themselves daring enough to neglect Shen Ruxue, making her own days quite difficult. She had just sought out Shen Sisi to inquire about the veracity of the circulating rumors, only to be denied entry at the palace gates. Her spirits already dampened. Shen Ruxue felt her countenance darken further at Qiao Yu's inquiry. Qiao Yu, curious, awkwardly chuckled, as if to champion Shen Ruxue, stating that she had also caught wind of the palace gossip regarding concubine Shen, and it seemed rather unjust that it should affect the beautiful one. Shen Ruxu frowned, questioning how this could pertain to her, then raised her voice. Is it permissible to speak ill of the concubines here? Does Qiao Yu require enlightenment on palace rules? With that, she turned haughtily, accompanied by He Xiang, and departed. Qiao Yu stood there, trembling with indignation. No wonder, she had never triumphed over her. This fool thought she was defending her. Was her display not overt enough? Under Shen Sisi's recent tutelage, Shen Ruxue had indeed grown wiser, despite their discord. It was not the place of an outsider to meddle, especially since Qiao Yu seemed to harbor ulterior motives. In Changning Palace, Bai Qiu reported to Shen Sisi. After Ruxu left, she encountered Qiao Yu and recounted the events that transpired in the Imperial Garden. Shen Sisi trimmed the excess stems from her roses, arranging them in a vase, and remarked casually, She has indeed made some progress. Well then, one ought to be bold enough to bully those under my protection. The following day marked Shen Sisi's first visit to Changning Palace to pay her respects to the Empress since returning from the spring hunt. The Empress gestured for everyone to be seated. Thank you, Your Majesty. Once everyone was settled, Li Fei remarked upon the vacant seat belonging to the concubine. The concubine has been unwell for nearly a month. Should we not pay her a visit? Su Yue interjected. Isn't Ruxue the concubine's cousin? Surely, she knows the concubine's situation best. Within the harem, secrets were scarce, and news of Shen Ruxue being turned away from Changning Palace had spread like wildfire. Su Yue's comments were intended to mock Shen Sisi. Liang Yu, however, gently tugged at Su Yue's sleeve, signaling her to refrain from continuing. Shen Sisi, unperturbed by the comment, recalled that it was likely the concubine who had intervened on her behalf. The head steward of the inner court had personally visited to apologize, punishing the eunuch who had troubled her by demoting him to the laundry department. Their contrition was ample, and she felt no need to care about Su Yue's taunts. She had learned to be astute, choosing not to endorse Su Yue's remarks. Su Yue found Shen Sisi's reaction odd. Her close maid whispered to her that after the concubine sent someone to the inner court yesterday, the head steward promptly emerged, even bringing someone to apologize to Shen Sisi. The head steward was highly regarded by His Majesty, commanding respect even from the Empress. Since Su Lianyuan is so curious about my health, why not inquire directly? Shen Sisi entered, supported by Yuing, followed by a retinue of maidservants and eunuchs, exuding an aura of authority that belied her supposed illness. Su Yue immediately rose to apologize. I was merely concerned for the concubine. As Shen Sisi settled down, Yuing served her tea, which she sipped delicately, ignoring Su Yue. The latter maintained a half-crouched posture, awaiting forgiveness. The Empress then intervened, stating, "It has been quite some time since we have seen the concubine in such a state." Su Lianyuan is also concerned, though perhaps she speaks without thought. "Concubine, do not hold her words against her." Shen Sisi languidly replied, "Since the Empress has spoken thus, let it be." "Thank you, Your Majesty, and thank you, concubine." The Empress inquired, "How is the concubine's health? Is it improving?" Shen Sisi responded with feigned languor. "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. The physician advises further rest, yet with the multitude of rumors circulating in the palace, if I do not make an appearance soon, they may claim the concubine is gravely ill and not long for this world." The Empress's insincere smile faltered momentarily before she quickly regained her composure. "Such words are unbecoming. I shall ensure that those who speak ill of the concubine are duly punished." Chapter 90. Shen Sisi remained silent, as Li Fei sought to smooth over the tension, smiling. "I see the concubine appears well today. Surely she is on the mend. It has been some time since the palace has been lively. Let us celebrate the concubine's recovery." Su Yue eagerly chimed in. "I believe Li Fei's proposal is splendid. The palace could indeed use some festivity. I have long enjoyed attending various banquets, relishing the attention of those of lesser standing. Why not hold a kuji competition?" suggested Qin Xian, conferring with the Empress. The Empress regarded Qin Xian thoughtfully, as if discerning her intentions, yet ultimately acquiesced to her suggestion. Once the Empress agreed, Qin Xian turned to Shen Sisi. "What does the concubine think?"
Shen Sisi,
without raising her gaze, replied, "I do not find it appealing." Qin Xian was momentarily taken aback, unprepared for such a lack of deference from Shen Sisi. She forced a strained smile and continued, "The Empress also considers this a chance for the concubine to engage, so even if you are reluctant, it would still be a gesture of goodwill towards the Empress." Shen Sisi focused on her freshly dyed nails, admiring the delicate, rosy hue that complemented her fair complexion beautifully. Qin Xian's expression darkened, and she fell silent. The hall fell silent, the Empress relishing the exchange between Qin Xian and Shen Sisi. Seeing Qin Xian at a loss brought her joy, and she had no intention of intervening. The others present harbored their own thoughts. In the past month, they had heard various rumors circulating within the palace, and while a few remained skeptical, the majority had come to believe the whispers. Otherwise, one might wonder how the proud and imperious Shen Sisi could remain cloistered within her palace, feigning illness for over a month, without emerging. Even His Majesty has refrained from visiting Changning Palace during this extended period. What else could this signify but a fall from favor? Even upon hearing of yesterday's events within the imperial household, their trepidation remained. What if it were merely the timid bureaucrats at the palace who were overly cautious? The favored consort is already a formidable force. Yet, upon observing the consort's unyielding demeanor, it is evident that she remains unchanged, steadfast as ever. Shen Sisi, of course, is acutely aware of the speculations swirling in their minds. She would never grant them the satisfaction of witnessing her folly. In the two instruments hall, Gao Changxi regarded His Majesty, who, after the court session, had not taken a moment's respite, his attention consumed by the handling of memorials. After several moments of hesitation, he stepped forward to announce, "Your Majesty, Her Majesty the Empress seeks an audience." Only after finishing the memorial at hand did Xiao Zhuo set down his brush.
Dianing.
"What brings you here?" As Du Yanning entered alone and bowed to Xiao Zhuo, she greeted, "I pay my respects to Your Majesty." Xiao Zhuo, engrossed in the next memorial, did not lift his gaze and inquired, "Does the Empress have urgent matters to discuss?" Upon seeing Xiao Zhuo, the spark in Du Yanning's eyes dimmed. Ever since her misdeed against Qin Qian was uncovered, the emperor's disdain for her had been palpable. He addressed her with the same coldness each time they met. Would he have been so indifferent had Shen Sisi or Qin Qian stood before him? Noticing her silence and distraction, Xiao Zhuo's expression turned icy. Gao Changxi, observing the shift in Xiao Zhuo's demeanor, interjected, "Does the empress have pressing matters to discuss with his majesty?" Gao Changxi's words swiftly pulled Du Yanning back from her reverie. She quickly composed herself and recounted the events that transpired that morning in Changning Palace. Finally, she articulated her purpose for visiting. It had been quite some time since the palace had seen any merriment, and she wished to inquire if His Majesty could spare a moment to attend. Xiao Zhuo's reaction to the empress's words remained inscrutable, while Gao Changxi appeared increasingly anxious, almost wishing to prompt Xiao Zhuo to acquiesce. Truly, it echoed the saying that while the emperor remains unhurried, the eunuchs are in a flurry. Inwardly, Gao Changxi lamented the recent inquiries from ministers regarding the emperor's well-being, speculating whether his mood had soured, as every audience resulted in memorials being returned with harsh critiques. Their visits had become fraught with anxiety. Gao Changxi, who served the emperor daily, felt the strain most acutely. Upon hearing the empress's request, he felt a surge of urgency. If only the emperor and the favored consort could resolve their discord, all would surely be rectified. Even after the empress departed the two instruments hall, Xiao Zhuo's meaning behind that simple acknowledgement remained ambiguous. Was it an affirmation or a dismissal? Once Du Yanning had exited, Xiao Zhuo set down his brush and pinched the bridge of his nose. Meanwhile, Gao Changxi wrestled with his thoughts, ultimately deciding to share the recent rumors regarding the favored consort with Xiao Zhuo. "You have grown increasingly audacious," he remarked, and after uttering this, he felt a sense of vindication, having previously been instructed not to relay any matters concerning the consort to him. Having served alongside the emperor for many years, he had witnessed the subtle torment the emperor endured in recent days. The bond between the emperor and the empress dowager was not as intimate as outsiders perceived. The emperor had always been a solitary figure. It was only upon the appearance of consort Shen that he discovered this hidden facet of the emperor's character, one that only revealed itself in the presence of the consort. "Your safety is paramount, my lady," Bai Qiu expressed her concern to Yuing. Despite the discord between Shen Sisi and Xiao Zhuo, the promise of monthly excursions from the palace still stood.
Today,
Shen Sisi had only brought Yuing with her as she first visited the Jiang residence before returning to the North Ding Marquise. "Have you lost weight during this time apart? Do indulge in some nourishing food. I shall prepare some supplements for you to have daily in the palace," the Marquis's wife, Xian Ro, said, caressing Shen Sisi's face with worry. "Indeed I have." She had heard the palace's gossip outside its walls. She had refrained from attending the spring hunt due to her ill health, prompting the Marquis to seek permission to remain home and care for her. The rumors of the favored consort's waning favor had circulated widely, and while Xian Ro did not believe her daughter would suffer indignities, maternal instinct still stirred her concern. Perhaps every mother, after a prolonged absence from her child, would fret over their well-being. Shen Sisi touched her cheek. The palace kitchen had been providing her with an array of dishes, and she had been eating heartily each day, feeling quite plump rather than diminished. However, her mother had served her only her favorite dishes, some even prepared by her own hands. The scene of her being served and indulging in food was harmonious. Yet the North Ding Marquis observed this tableau with a tinge of melancholy. "Mother, do try this. These soup dumplings are made by Chef Li, and I have longed for them," Shen Sisi said, placing a dumpling onto her mother's plate. The thin-skinned dumplings were tender yet chewy, and the rich filling was delightful to her palate. Xian Ro gently patted Shen Sisi's head. "If you like it, do have another. I've had my fill. The rest should be saved for father," Shen Sisi replied, shaking her head. The North Ding Marquis, who commanded respect outside, found himself dining on the remnants left by his wife and daughter. Who would believe such a tale? Once the family of three concluded their meal, Xian Ro attended to the accounts from the shop, while Shen Sisi accompanied the Marquis to the study. Silence enveloped the study. Neither spoke a word. Ultimately, Shen Sisi broke the stillness. "Father, do you still intend to persist?" Shen Hongba replied, "I had no intention of engaging in the spring hunt, and after receiving your message, I have only grown more resolute in that decision." The captured individual had revealed little. The correspondence only confirmed his capture, with no further details exchanged. Shen Hongba furrowed his brow, lowering his voice. 80% certainty. Shen Sisi gazed at him in astonishment, not expecting he would possess such knowledge. It seemed indeed a troublesome affair. After a moment's contemplation, she continued, "I stand by my previous statement," fixing her gaze upon the North Ding Marquis. He remained silent, and the study fell back into stillness. As night descended and the solitary moon hung overhead, Shen Sisi returned to the palace before the gates closed. Changning Palace was aglow with light, enveloped in silence. Upon her return, Bai Qiu hurried to greet her, taking the cloak from Shen Sisi's shoulders and whispering in her ear, "Your Majesty, the Emperor has arrived and is currently in the inner hall." Shen Sisi calmly acknowledged, with a simple She instructed Bai Qiu and the others to wait outside while she entered alone. Xiao Zhuo, seated on the couch, perused some of the miscellaneous books Shen Sisi had been reading. Upon entering, Shen Sisi performed her customary bow. "I pay my respects to your Majesty." Xiao Zhuo remained silent, and Shen Sisi held her bow. As she bowed, Xiao Zhuo's expression remained impassive, yet internally, he was exasperated with Shen Sisi, who appeared determined to maintain the formality. He thought if she wished to bow, so be it. However, it would be he who yielded first. This girl, so delicate that even a few steps would tire her, stood before him obediently while inwardly berating him. As this notion crossed his mind, his mood lightened considerably.
Rise.
After Shen Sisi completed her bow, she quietly stood to the side. Xiao Zhuo, who had just managed to suppress his anger, felt it surge back to life. He rose from his seat and walked step by step to stand before Shen Sisi, gazing intently at her as if trying to peer into her very soul. Under his penetrating stare, Shen Sisi remained composed and unperturbed. Xiao Zhuo reached out, gently grasping her chin to lift her head, but she deftly evaded his touch with a slight turn. Suddenly, he pulled her into his embrace, resting his chin on her shoulder, holding her tightly. "Please, let us not be angry anymore." Shen Sisi struggled to escape, but found herself utterly trapped. Eventually, she ceased her resistance, calming herself, and coolly remarked, "This humble servant does not dare to anger your Majesty. I am unaware of what your Majesty is currently occupied with. Is it my actions that have displeased you?" Xiao Zhuo released her, suggesting, "Let us have a proper conversation." Shen Sisi took a step back and retorted, "I am indeed conversing properly with your Majesty. Do not speak to me in such a tone." Xiao Zhuo's voice deepened.
What tone would that be?
"Was it not your Majesty who previously instructed me to adhere to propriety? I am merely following your Majesty's guidance. If I had been lacking in decorum before, I hope your Majesty can forgive me." Should anyone else hear you speak in such a manner, they would be utterly terrified, but Shen Sisi fears you not. Having recently overheard Bai Qiu mention Xiao Zhuo's arrival, she had assumed he came to reprimand her. He was well aware of all that had transpired. So why present himself in such a manner, as if to enjoy her misfortune? Xiao Zhuo found the situation amusing despite his irritation. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "When have I ever demanded anything of you? It has always been about granting your wishes, indulging your preferences." Seeing he had forgotten his earlier words, Shen Sisi widened her eyes and exclaimed, "Did you not tell me to present myself as a proper young lady? Have you forgotten your own admonishments regarding my lack of decorum?" Xiao Zhuo took time to recall her words, remembering a time shortly after she entered the residence. She was astute enough to sense that he would not mistreat her, frequently visiting his study. The guards could not deter her, and he felt compelled to instruct her on etiquette, suggesting she observe Qin Xian to embody the qualities of a refined lady. Upon hearing those instructions, she had become quite upset. Reflecting on her indignant demeanor, Xiao Zhuo reconsidered. Perhaps it was acceptable to indulge this spirited young girl. Raised in the pampered environment of the Beiding Marquis residence, he had been collaborating with the Beiding Marquis and saw no need to impose such expectations on her. As a prince, though not favored, he had been molded by the teachings of the royal court. In his limited interactions, he had come to believe that girls ought to be graceful, gentle, and virtuous, yet he never anticipated encountering someone like Shen Sisi, who defied all his principles. "Then, why did you not behave that way before? Is it not too late to remember now?" Shen Sisi huffed lightly. "Indeed, it is late, which is why I am now striving to amend my ways." Noticing his intent to continue the discussion, Shen Sisi grew impatient, reluctant to engage further. "I am quite fatigued from my return to the palace and cannot attend to your Majesty any longer. Please excuse me." With that, she rose and departed from his presence. "Is this your interpretation of propriety, leaving before me after all that talk?" Just as Shen Sisi was about to step out of the inner hall, she halted, turning back to face Xiao Zhuo with an expression of incredulity, as if curious about his audacity to speak such shameless words. She had already conveyed her intentions to leave, and had she acted according to her usual temperament, she would have departed without a backward glance, ignoring his futile words. Seeing her expression of disbelief, the frustration that had been pent up within Xiao Zhuo dissipated, revealing the spoiled young girl he cherished. even if he were to lose his temper. She would likely still wrinkle her nose in disdain at his behavior. As Shen Sisi noted his silence, she muttered a bemused remark before turning to leave. Chapter 92. The Palace of Fuan. Qin Qian gazed expectantly at the physician, Chen Taisher, who, fearing that his previous assessment had been inadequate, took a moment to recheck and confirmed the same results. Stroking his beard, he slowly turned to Qin Qian and stated, "Your Highness, this is a sign of a successful pregnancy." A surge of joy filled Qin Qian's heart. She had succeeded. Hong Ping, standing nearby, also shared in the delight, though a fleeting hint of worry crossed her features. Qin Qian beamed with happiness, addressing Hong Ping, "All those who serve today shall be rewarded." The attendants of the Palace of Fuan, beaming with joy, expressed their gratitude to Qin Qian. "Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you." Xiao Zhuo had just paid his respects to the Empress Dowager in Yongshou Palace when he encountered Chen Taisher, who had just exited the Palace of Fuan after checking on the pulse. Upon seeing Xiao Zhuo, Chen Taisher immediately knelt and saluted, "Your Majesty, congratulations." He assumed Xiao Zhuo was on his way to hear the news of the favored consort's pregnancy, hence his unrestrained congratulations. Hearing the physician's words, Gao Changshi, perplexed, inquired, "What is the source of this joy?" Realizing his oversight, Chen Taisher quickly clarified, "I apologize, Your Majesty. I assumed you had already received the news. I just examined the favored consort, and she shows signs of pregnancy." Gao Changshi was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhuo stood frozen in place. After a prolonged silence, he finally uttered, "Repeat that." Only the three of them remained in the vicinity, and Xiao Zhuo's question was not directed at Gao Changshi, but rather at Chen Taisher, who promptly replied, "The favored consort is pregnant. It has been nearly a month. Congratulations, Your Majesty." Upon receiving this definitive answer, Xiao Zhuo's initial reaction was one of panic. Typically, a man would rejoice at the prospect of fatherhood, yet he felt a chill spreading through his limbs. He could not recall how he made his way back to the Hall of Two Instruments. Gao Changshi was equally astonished by the news, but soon felt a glimmer of happiness. It had been ages since a new life had graced the palace since Xiao Zhuo ascended the throne, and he only had a daughter with no son to follow. Entering the hall, Gao Changshi found Xiao Zhuo still seated in a daze. "Your Majesty," he said, "the favored consort's attendants are outside requesting an audience." Xiao Zhuo glanced at Gao Changshi and replied coolly, "Take 10 lashes from the Shenqing division. There will be no next time." Gao Changshi realized he had acted foolishly, but he understood that Xiao Zhuo had shown him mercy. He quickly knelt to express his gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty. The Hall of Two Instruments does not permit women from the inner palace to enter, especially while Your Majesty is attending to important matters. I was foolishly dazed by the news of the favored consort's pregnancy. It is clear who holds more importance in Your Majesty's heart." Gao Changshi could assure that had it been someone from Changning Palace, the outcome would have been entirely different. Xiao Zhuo understood that the arrival from the Palace of Fuan was to discuss the matter, but he had no desire to meet. Upon hearing the news, his first instinct was to feel alarmed, followed by a desire to keep the information concealed. He did not want Shen Sisi to know. After receiving the news, Xiao Zhuo did not go to the Palace of Fuan. The Empress Dowager had also been informed and sent someone to summon him to visit the favored consort. Just as the attendant thought the emperor would remain silent, a voice floated from afar, "Let us go." From the moment her pregnancy was discovered until now, nearly 3 hours had elapsed, yet His Majesty had not deigned to cast a glance in her direction. Not even a messenger had been dispatched to convey his regard or bestow any gifts. Qin Qian, in a fit of pique within the palace, questioned the messenger. "Are you certain you delivered the message?" The palace maid, kneeling before Shen Sisi, earnestly assured her, "I solemnly swear I conveyed the message just moments ago." Qin Qian murmured, "Then why has His Majesty yet to arrive? Surely it is your failure as a servant that the message did not reach him." The maid, bowing her head to the ground, repeatedly asserted, "Your Highness, I truly delivered the message. How could His Majesty not come?" Just as the maid's anxiety mounted, Hong Ping entered with a beaming smile, announcing, "Your Highness, His Majesty has arrived." Upon hearing this, Qin Qian immediately rose and stepped outside to greet him. "I pay my respects to Your Majesty." Inside, Xiao Zhuo sat at the high seat, and Qin Qian served tea to him. Gently, she caressed her abdomen, her eyes brimming with affection as she gazed at Xiao Zhuo. "Cousin, I carry our child." Her gaze remained fixed on Xiao Zhuo, recalling the time she had been bullied in the Wang residence and pondering whether having a child would alter their fate, whether boy or girl. She hoped he would always protect them, sparing her from the relentless fear of when he might cease to care for her. She spoke deliberately, seeking to evoke Xiao Zhuo's sympathy, aware that since he learned of her pregnancy, he had not inquired even once about her well-being. She understood that he did not welcome this child, or that its arrival had become the greatest obstacle between him and Shen Sisi. She intended to remind him that it was she, Qin Qian, who had always been by his side, evoking memories of his promise to protect her. Xiao Zhuo remained silent for a considerable time before finally speaking. If you require anything, you may send someone to convey the message to Gao Changxi. He will make the arrangements. Focus on resting. I have matters of state to attend to. With that, he stood to leave. Qin Qian rushed forward and embraced his waist from behind, pleading, "Cousin, aside from Shen Sisi, you have me. I shall always be by your side." Xiao Zhuo gently removed her arms from his waist, replying coolly, "Xianfei, you are overstepping." After uttering this, he strode out of Reborn Palace. Chapter 93. After Xiao Zhuo's departure, Qin Qian, incensed, swept everything off the table, sending items crashing to the floor. Hearing the commotion, Hong Ping quickly rushed in. Realizing that His Majesty had only briefly visited before departing, she inwardly lamented the situation. As expected, the moment he left, her mistress erupted in fury. She entered and assisted Qin Qian in rising from the scattered debris. Then, she signaled to the maid standing awkwardly nearby, instructing her to promptly clean up the mess. Gently, she comforted Qin Qian. "Your Highness, you must not let anger take hold, especially for the sake of the little one in your belly. We cannot afford to act rashly." Qin Qian, stroking her abdomen, felt a flicker of malevolence. Shen Sisi's voice was soon heard as a palace maid entered, announcing, "Your Highness, Chao Da is outside requesting an audience." Qin Qian fixed her gaze upon the maid, remaining silent. As the maid grew increasingly anxious, Qin Qian had already adjusted her expression to one of serene grace. "Bring her to the main hall." Chao Yu sat within the hall, immediately rising with a smile as she saw Hong Ping supporting Qin Qian's approach. As she walked closer, she remarked, "I am here to congratulate your Highness on achieving your heart's desire." Qin Qian gently patted her hand, replying softly, "This is largely thanks to you. But I fear what may come of this." Noticing Qin Qian's concern, Chao Yu, having read novels, recognized the protagonist's excessive kindness, even while being mistreated. She reassured Qin Qian, "There is no need for worry. Only the three of us and Granny Tan are aware of this matter, and as she is now alone, it will not be discovered." Initially, Qin Qian had feared this news would spread, but hearing her words eased her anxiety somewhat. She maintained a facade of great concern. "Do I appear overly troubled?" Chao Yu grasped Qin Qian's hand, saying, "Your Highness, the imperial concubine has forced us into this predicament. When has she ever regarded us with any favor? Flaunting His Majesty's affection at various banquets?" Upon hearing this, a shadow crossed Qin Qian's eyes, yet Chao Yu remained oblivious and continued, "You and His Majesty are truly meant to be a pair. Had it not been for the imperial concubine's interference, you might have long since enjoyed a blissful life together." As she pondered the unfinished endings in the novels, Chao Yu grew increasingly animated, as if her purpose was to expedite the resolution of the obstacles between the male and female leads. Qin Qian strove to mask her apprehension with a soothing smile. Addressing Chao Yu gently, "Let us set aside such thoughts. The imperial kitchen just delivered freshly made pastries, crafted especially for us. Let us go and sample them." Witnessing Qin Qian's determination to suppress her worries moved Chao Yu deeply, and she silently vowed to assist the protagonist in swiftly removing the obstacle that was Shun Guifei. In Changning Palace, Shen Sisi had taken a brief midday rest and, upon waking, appeared somewhat dazed, obediently sitting on the bed as Yuing gently wiped her face. Yuing, observing her mistress's docility, contemplated the recent events at Reborn Palace. Although His Majesty had decreed that the happenings there should not reach Changning Palace, she thought it prudent to keep the truth hidden for as long as possible. As former shadow guards, she and Yu Ying were aware of these developments. They hesitated, unsure whether to inform the mistress of the situation, knowing how fond she was of His Majesty, despite having rarely seen her express such feelings recently. Bai Qiu waited for Yu Ying to finish attending to Shen Sisi before carefully supporting her and offering her a cup of tea. After this commotion, Shen Sisi began to feel more alert. The afternoon was splendid, with bright sunshine, and Bai Qiu and the others moved the recliners outside to the courtyard, setting out nuts and tea on a small table, allowing the afternoon to pass languidly. The following day, the imperial physician came to check Qin Qian's pulse, announcing, "Your Highness, rest assured, the fetus is in excellent health." Qin Qian, relieved, responded, Thank you, Physician Chen, as she gently caressed her belly and looked at the bowed physician. From now on, I shall rely on you to care for the child. Physician Chen bowed even lower, respectfully replying, It is my duty, Your Highness. I must report back to Her Majesty the Empress Dowager, so I shall take my leave. Hong Ping, please escort Physician Chen out. Physician Chen had been summoned by Empress Dowager Qin to check on Qin Qian's pregnancy. Upon hearing the news, Empress Dowager Qin was overjoyed and had sent for him early that morning to ensure the child's well-being. After Physician Chen departed, Qin Qian inquired, Is there any news from Changning Palace? Hong Ping replied, Our people cannot enter, so we are unaware of the situation within. It seems that the atmosphere in Changning Palace is calm, suggesting that Xin Guifei is still unaware of your pregnancy. However, I have already sent someone to inquire with Xiao Lu. Qin Qian smiled faintly. Shen Sisi likely remains oblivious to my condition. Otherwise, with her temperament, she would have already made a scene. Since she does not know, I shall send someone to share this joyful news with her. Yet, as she considered why Shen Sisi was still in the dark, Qin Qian's smile abruptly faded. The news of her pregnancy had already spread throughout the harem. How could Changning Palace remain uninformed? Only one person could orchestrate such secrecy. The more Xiao Zhuo acted in this manner, the deeper Qin Qian's resentment grew. She could not fathom how she could ever compare to that shameless Shen Sisi, and it pained her that her cousin would treat her this way. This morning, upon awakening, Shen Sisi clamored for the osmanthus cake made by Yuing, and after breakfast, she was even more eager to venture into the garden for some harvesting. She expressed that her body had grown quite languid from lying around the palace these past few days, and she yearned for some outdoor activity. In the imperial garden, as Shen Sisi and her companions turned a corner by a faux mountain, they overheard two palace maids engaged in conversation. I truly envy you. Now that the virtuous consort is with child, she must have received quite a bit of silver as rewards. Once you make it big, do not forget us. Your dear sisters, one maid remarked, her tone ingratiating. The other maid, though prideful, feigned humility as she replied, Our Lady has only just confirmed her pregnancy. The Empress Dowager and His Majesty have shown great concern, sending many fine gifts. Our Lady's chambers are nearly overflowing. She was caught up in the flattery of her peers, and her words spilled forth uncontrollably. She did not speak falsely. Previously, when she fetched food from the imperial kitchen, she had endured quite a bit of disdain, but now, with their lady carrying the emperor's heir, those who once looked down upon her now flocked to her side. Indeed, the Empress Dowager had sent numerous gifts, and even the esteemed eunuch beside His Majesty had dispatched offerings. However, after His Majesty's solitary visit to their lady, he had not returned. Naturally, Shen Sisi and her entourage overheard the conversation of the two maids. Who dares to speak here and disturb the noble consort? Upon hearing the title of the consort, the two maids immediately fell silent and hurriedly prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling with fear. The remark had been made by Bai Qiu, and her first instinct was to glance at their lady, yet Shen Sisi's expression revealed no discernible change. However, she was well aware of how deeply their lady cherished His Majesty. The thought of their lady hearing such news might cause her great heartache. Shen Sisi felt somewhat dazed upon hearing this information, as if transported back to a previous life. It was around this time that she had received news of Qin Qian's pregnancy. At that moment, she had rushed to confront Xiao Zhuo, only to receive a cold response instructing her not to trouble Qin Qian. In her despair, she had shouted at Xiao Zhuo, only to be dismissed with a warning against causing further disturbance. Now, upon hearing the news again, she expected to feel the familiar weight in her chest. But to her surprise, it stirred no ripples within her. Chapter 94. Upon seeing Shen Sisi, the two maids quickly knelt, repeatedly pleading for forgiveness. Your Highness, spare us. Who in the palace does not know that the consort is the most jealous? How could we speak of the virtuous consort's pregnancy and be overheard by her? Inwardly, they lamented their inability to keep their tongues in check. Shen Sisi merely responded with a calm, Let us go. As she walked away, the two maids remained bewildered, not expecting the consort to let them off so easily. After covering some distance, Shen Sisi looked up toward the horizon, realizing how much time had passed since her return. The events in the imperial garden swiftly reached the Liangyi Hall. After Gao Changxi finished recounting the tale, silence enveloped the room, prompting him to cautiously glance up at the emperor, who showed no visible reaction. He thought to himself, the emperor must be contemplating how to placate the consort, ensuring she does not make things difficult for the virtuous consort. He silently sweated for the emperor, knowing the consort's temperament could be quite formidable at times. After a substantial pause, he finally heard the emperor's indifferent voice. You say, Sisi heard the news of the virtuous consort's pregnancy and showed no reaction. Upon hearing this, Gao Changxi silently added, "So this is what the emperor is pondering." Once he regained his composure, he noticed the emperor was looking directly at him, and in fright.
He blurted out, "Yes."
Only then did Xiao Zhuo tighten his grip on the brush, ordering, "Take them to the Fuan Palace." Gao Changxi, having answered, bowed and quietly withdrew. The hall fell silent once more. Xiao Zhuo closed his eyes. "Your Highness, the esteemed eunuch has arrived. Please, let him in." "Your servant greets the virtuous consort," Gao Changxi said upon entering, respectfully bowing to her. Qin Qian smiled. "Eunuch Gao, please rise. What brings you to seek an audience with me?" "I have been commanded by His Majesty to bring 2 individuals for you, Your Highness," Gao Changxi replied with continued respect, before clapping his hands and instructing, "Bring them forth." Qin Qian regarded the 2 maidservants brought forth by the guards. "What does the esteemed eunuch mean by this?" Gao Changxi explained, "These maidservants belong to your palace and have spoken indiscreetly in the imperial garden. His Majesty has specifically instructed that they be turned over to you for your judgment." Qin Qian cast a glance at Hong Ping. Immediately, Hong Ping stepped forward and knelt before Qin Qian, saying, "This Jing Chun is indeed a 3rd-rank maid from our palace. It is my failure to adequately discipline those beneath me. I humbly ask for your forgiveness, Your Highness." Qin Qian turned her gaze back to Gao Changxi. "Please inform His Majesty that I shall handle this matter according to the rules, and such an incident shall not occur again." Gao Changxi replied, "Your Highness, I beseech your understanding. His Majesty has sent me here to observe how you deal with this situation. If it is not handled properly, it would be troublesome for His Majesty to intervene personally." Qin Qian's expression darkened at Gao Changxi's words, which seemed to undermine her authority. However, even in her displeasure, she could not afford to show it at this moment. Resolving to maintain her composure, she forced a smile. "It was my misunderstanding. In that case, I shall deal with them." Before she could finish her sentence, the maid named Jing Chun struggled against her restraints, pleading with Qin Qian, "Your Highness, I have only acted according to your words. You cannot." Her mouth was swiftly covered by Hong Ping, cutting her off. The other maid began to protest, "I know nothing. I know nothing at all. Your Highness, spare me." Witnessing Hong Ping silencing them, Qin Qian clutched her abdomen and remarked, "What nonsense are you spouting? I see you are not in your right mind. Hong Ping, take them to the laundry bureau. I cannot have my child agitated." "Yes." Hong Ping instructed the palace matron to take the 2 away. Gao Changxi feigned ignorance of the maid's words, observing as Qin Qian dealt with the situation. A smile returned to his face. "I must return to report, so I shall not trouble you further." After Gao Changxi's departure, only Qin Qian and Hong Ping remained in the hall. In a fit of anger, Qin Qian smashed her teacup to the ground.
Hong Ping startled,
yet quickly regained her composure, carefully picking up the shards before her. "Summon Gao Changxi back. This serves as a warning for my cousin. Are you so anxious to protect her?" In Changning Palace, upon returning, Bai Qiu had been closely monitoring Shen Sisi's emotions. She was well aware of how much the lady cared for His Majesty, and upon hearing the news, she felt a pang of sorrow for her lady. Let alone how Shen Sisi must feel. When Shen Sisi returned, Han Chun promptly served tea. Shen Sisi took a sip before setting it down, observing the concerned expressions of Bai Qiu and the others. She chuckled. "Why do you all look so grim, as if bearing a deep-seated grudge?" Yu Ying and Yu Ying exchanged glances and simultaneously knelt before Shen Sisi, pleading for punishment. Shen Sisi, suppressing her smile, recognized they had likely already received the news and had not reported it. She rose to assist them, saying, "In that case, I shall entrust you both with tonight's dinner for Changning Palace." Yu Ying and Yu Ying simultaneously exclaimed, "Your Highness?" Shen Sisi, "Do hurry and prepare, for I am referring to everything within Changning Palace. Should the evening meal fail to meet my expectations, it would reflect poorly on this humble abode." Upon hearing this, Yu Ying dared not delay any longer and promptly replied, "This servant shall attend to it at once." Han Chun remarked, "Your Highness's estimation is indeed accurate. Shortly after your departure, someone came to inquire about Xiao Lu, curious about the news. However, I did not approach too closely, fearing to alert the snake. I only gleaned the general notion that it pertains to the recent pregnancy of the virtuous consort and whether you have had any reaction to it."
Shen Sisi replied,
"You may leave now. I wish to be alone for a while." After Gao Changxi returned, he noted that the emperor had set aside his brush early today. Staring at the memorials in a daze, he cautiously approached, reporting to Xiao Zhuo about the events that transpired in Fuan Palace, recounting every detail without omission. After Gao Changxi finished speaking, Xiao Zhuo remained silent. He then inquired, should we prepare the meal now that it approaches the hour of you? Xiao Zhuo glanced at the time and replied, let's go to Changning Palace. Gao Changxi, hearing the emperor's directive, felt no surprise and immediately responded, this servant shall prepare it right away. Xiao Zhuo had already risen, saying, there is no need, and stepped out of the inner hall. Upon his arrival, Shen Sisi was already partaking in her evening meal. He did not call for an announcement but walked straight in, unnoticed by anyone. The first to see him was still Yuing, who, remembering the Empress's earlier remarks about the meal, felt a wave of tension as she and Yuing feared the Empress's dissatisfaction. Seeing Xiao Zhuo, she hastily bowed, long live the Emperor. The others followed suit. Yet Shen Sisi did not set down the soup in her hand. Xiao Zhuo gestured for them to withdraw, and just as they departed, Shen Sisi unexpectedly remarked, this soup is quite commendable. Yuing and Yuing both looked up in surprise at Shen Sisi, thinking perhaps the Empress was not angry with them. Before they could express their gratitude, Gao Changxi, who followed behind, pulled them away, saying, does the Emperor not have something to discuss with the Empress? With only the two of them remaining in the hall, Xiao Zhuo remained silent. Shen Sisi casually inquired after the Emperor's well-being before ignoring him, focusing instead on her meal. It was often Xiao Zhuo who capitulated first. He seated himself beside Shen Sisi, assisting her with the dishes. He had summoned Bai Qiu and the others to leave, believing it was his duty to attend to her. Once he ensured that the little sovereign was well-fed and content, Xiao Zhuo dared to speak, casually inquiring, did you visit the Imperial Garden this afternoon? Shen Sisi tossed the napkin onto the table, replying, yes, having heard of the virtuous consort's pregnancy. I wish to extend my congratulations to your majesty on the forthcoming noble offspring. Gazing at Shen Sisi, who expressed her congratulations with a calm demeanor, an inexplicable sense of dread began to swell within Xiao Zhuo. He grasped her hand and, with a deft motion, pulled her into his embrace. Your Majesty, what is the meaning of this?
Shen Sisi questionet.
Xiao Zhuo gazed intently into her eyes, contemplating before he could restrain himself from asking, are you not angry?
Shen Sisi,
taken aback, replied, the palace is to welcome a child. This is a joyous occasion. Why would I be angry? She realized that her chance had not been squandered, wondering if Lu Mingzhi had found news of that individual. Before Xiao Zhuo could respond, she continued, in the past, I was immature, prone to jealousy and misunderstanding. I am truly grateful for your Majesty's enduring patience. Noticing the darkening expression on Xiao Zhuo's face, she disregarded it and continued speaking. Xiao Zhuo felt a constricting pain in his chest, as though something had seized him tightly. Before their marriage, he envisioned a gentle and virtuous princess, one who embodied grace and poise. Having grown accustomed to the intrigues of his father's harem, he had no desire for a woman embroiled in rivalry and discord. He had wished to avoid expending too much thought on the women of the inner court. However, he had not anticipated meeting Shen Sisi, who was nothing like his expectations. In moments of her temper, when she vexed him, he had indeed mused that it would be preferable if she were gentler and more composed, though such thoughts were fleeting. Now, hearing those words escape her lips, he felt a surge of irritation. Xiao Zhuo's hand rested on Shen Sisi's shoulder as he stared at her intently. Are you truly not the least bit angry? He sensed that her affections had waned over time, recalling the incident at Xishan when he overheard her and Lu Mingzhi. At that moment, he had merely ordered the two gossiping palace maids to be removed, knowing well how much the little sovereign valued him. How could she possibly be interested in another? Now, a flicker of malice crossed his gaze. Shen Sisi shifted her shoulder, attempting to free herself from his grasp, only to find herself firmly ensnared. Let go, you are hurting me. Xiao Zhuo feigned ignorance. In annoyance, Shen Sisi turned her head, biting down fiercely on his wrist. Feeling the pain, Xiao Zhuo finally drew his attention to his wrist, where Shen Sisi remained stubbornly biting. He hesitated to pull away, fearing he might hurt her, and instead raised his other hand to stroke her hair. Seeing that he seemed unaffected by her actions, Shen Sisi lost interest and released him. She had bitten into Xiao Zhuo's wrist, leaving blood on her own lips. Upon noticing the blood at the corner of her mouth, Xiao Zhuo's expression darkened as he gently wiped it away, drawing her head against his chest and holding her tightly. As Shen Sisi's nose collided with his chest, she felt a wave of emotion rising. She thought to herself, this dog of a man must have come here with a purpose today. Xiao Zhuo softly caressed her hair, lowering his brow and quietly imploring, let us cease this discussion, shall we? Please refrain from saying anything that might provoke my anger. He then recalled the events of that night at Xishan, when he had been inebriated and awoke to find Qin Qian in his bed, though he felt nothing had transpired. The young eunuch who had been guarding him adamantly claimed that the virtuous consort had been by his side the entire night. He had dispatched someone to investigate, and the eunuch was found to be credible. He was not in anyone's service. Upon hearing the news of Qin Qian's pregnancy, doubts arose within him. He was certain that nothing had occurred that night, yet here was Qin Qian with child. He had instructed Ji Ling to investigate, but as of yet, there was no conclusion. He wished to keep Shen Sisi oblivious to this matter, fearing she would cause a ruckus upon discovering it. Yet, to his astonishment, her demeanor was calm and composed, which only added to his vexation. Xiao Zhuo desired not to continue discussing the matter, for he knew that prolonging it would only lead to his own frustration. He had come to realize that during their conflicts he was the one being tormented, while she seemed to enjoy her days without a care for him. With these thoughts in mind, the clouds of discontent began to disperse. He lifted Shen Sisi and placed her upon the soft couch, leaning down to plant a kiss upon her lips. Shen Sisi turned her face away in disdain. Out of sight, out of mind, she picked up the unfinished novel from the table and resumed reading, ignoring Xiao Zhuo and not urging him to leave. In her heart, she silently calculated that Qin Qian must be nearing the end of her patience. No matter how composed she might be, since the news of her pregnancy had spread, Xiao Zhuo had only visited once. Now that he had come to Changning Palace, she was curious about what excuse Qin Qian would concoct to reclaim him. Xiao Zhuo had not enjoyed such a tranquil moment with Shen Sisi in a long time, cherishing the opportunity to hold her closely and gaze at her with tenderness. As she had suspected, not long after, the voice of Gao Changxi echoed from beyond the curtain, "Your Majesty, Your Highness." Someone from Fuan Palace reports that the virtuous consort is now experiencing abdominal pain. Xiao Zhuo frowned and straightened his posture. Shen Sisi sensed his movement and pondered what excuse he would conjure to apologize to her and justify his departure to Changning Palace. She endeavored to recall the essence of her previous life, only to discover that as time elapsed since her return, the memories of that life had begun to fade into obscurity. She could not recall how Xiao Zhuo had managed matters. All she remembered was that after learning of Qin Qian's pregnancy, every encounter with Xiao Zhuo seemed to devolve into endless bickering, though perhaps it was merely her own hysteria. Observing the dazed Shen Sisi, Xiao Zhuo extended his hand to clasp hers gently, then remarked with a dispassionate tone, "If you are in pain, seek the imperial physician." "I am not a physician." He then turned his gaze to Gao Changxi, disapproving of his increasing lack of decorum, noting that he had never been disturbed for such trivial matters before. Gao Changxi, sensing the chill in Xiao Zhuo's demeanor, silently lamented his predicament. He too was reluctant to be there, but given the current delicate condition of the virtuous consort, he feared the emperor's concern for the child. It became clear to him that, at this moment, the importance of the esteemed consort far outweighed that of anyone else in the palace.
Shen Sisi,
listening to the exchange between Xiao Zhuo and Gao Changxi, stood frozen in disbelief. Chapter 95. Did Xiao Zhuo not intend to see Qin Qian? With Gao Changxi having withdrawn, only the two of them remained in the hall. Xiao Zhuo turned to Shen Sisi, noting her troubled expression, brows knitted in distress. His hand instinctively reached for her delicate face. Feeling the pressure upon her cheek, Shen Sisi raised her hand and slapped it down vehemently, glaring at him in indignation. Xiao Zhuo regarded her with eyes full of tenderness. In the Fuan Palace, Qin Qian lay upon her bed, donned in a white nightgown. Her visage adorned with a subtle touch of makeup, exuding an air of fragility and coolness. The Empress sat beside her, leisurely sipping tea, while inwardly scoffing at Qin Qian's appearance. Li had also arrived, adopting a demeanor of indifference, merrily conversing with the other consorts nearby. While Qiao Yu observed Qin Qian with palpable sympathy, often inquiring after her well-being. She was acutely aware that none within the chamber truly cared for the leading lady. Thankfully, she was there. With a creak, the palace doors swung open, drawing the attention of all present. They beheld only a palace maid returning, accompanied by a physician. The maid and the physician approached the Empress to pay their respects, but before they could speak, laughter erupted. Li smiled broadly, only to realize, after the laughter subsided and all eyes were upon her, that she had been overly exuberant. She recalled the recent gossip about the virtuous consort being the Emperor's cousin, the Empress Dowager's niece, and the implications of her bearing a son in the absence of an imperial heir. Some had even suggested that if the Emperor were to father a son, he would lose interest in the young lords. Enraged by these remarks, Li ordered the culprits to be punished and sent to the laundry department. Thus, when she saw Qin Qian dispatch someone to summon the Emperor, and he did not appear, she could not contain her mirth. Realizing that everyone was watching her, she composed her expression and stated earnestly, I see that the Emperor is quite concerned for my dear sister, even going so far as to send a physician. I am genuinely pleased for her, though I may have inadvertently grown a bit too cheerful. The moment Qin Qian noticed that only a maid returned without the Emperor, her countenance turned icy. Hearing Li's derisive comments, she could not muster even a feigned smile, her hands tightly clenched beneath the covers. After sufficient entertainment, the Empress finally intervened, directing her gaze toward the kneeling maid and inquiring, "Did I not instruct you to summon the Emperor? Has he been detained by some pressing matter?" In the palace, news, unless deliberately concealed, was hardly a secret. The Emperor had gone to the Changning Palace today. His absence was indeed due to pressing affairs. The maid lowered her head, relaying that the Emperor could not come, as Chief Eunuch Gao had specifically summoned Physician Chen to attend to the consort. Though the Emperor might not have been concerned, the fact remained that she was with child, and as the virtuous consort and the Empress Dowager's niece, the situation was significant. Physician Chen, being skilled in gynecology and having overseen her pregnancy, had been summoned to avert any potential mishaps. Suppressing her inner fury, Qin Qian forced a smile, stating, "This is not a matter of great concern. It is merely abdominal discomfort. After resting for a while, I feel much improved. I appreciate the Empress and my sisters for their concern." Shen Sisi, that wretched woman, would pay for this incident today. She was keenly aware of the intentions of those who had come to visit, adorned in their finery. She silently noted all their names in her mind. After lulling Shen Sisi to sleep, Xiao Zhuo gently caressed her silky hair, his gaze warm as he admired her peaceful visage. Yet suddenly, a shadow passed over his countenance as an unsettling thought crossed his mind, though it quickly dissipated. Chapter 96. The following day. Today was the day to pay respects to the Empress Dowager at the Yongshou Palace. The concubines had gathered early at the Changning Palace to await their turn to pay respects to the Empress, who would then lead them to the Empress Dowager. After the others had completed their greetings to the Empress, Shen Sisi arrived fashionably late. Upon her entrance, the other consorts instinctively glanced towards the virtuous consort. Shen Sisi's expression bore hints of displeasure as she reflected on the events that had unfolded in the palace. Following the incidents of the previous day, she had specifically instructed Yu Ying to ensure she awoke on time. Yet, the scoundrel had chosen today to skip court, holding her in his embrace, insisting she enjoy a bit more sleep, even sending Yu Ying and the others away. Despite her struggles, she found herself firmly ensnared in his hold, her chin resting against his chest, gazing up at his flawless visage, his eyes tightly shut, seemingly oblivious to her attempts to free herself. In a fit of anger, she bit him fiercely on the chest. Xiao Zhuo, instinctively shielding her head, rolled over to pin her beneath him, unable to resist planting kisses upon her lips. His voice a tender whisper, "Be good, won't you?" Shen Sisi felt a surge of frustration. She had risen early with the intention of witnessing others in ridicule. Yet this scoundrel was deliberately wasting her time. Unable to contain her irritation, she directly questioned Xiao Zhuo about his intentions. Xiao Zhuo chuckled softly. During their recent quarrels, though he maintained a calm exterior, his thoughts had been consistently occupied with her. In truth, he merely wished to remain by her side, clearly understanding that, in her eyes, their playful banter was far more significant than the mockery of others. He sighed inwardly, noticing that Shen Sisi was on the verge of genuine anger. He rose from the bed and retrieved the garments prepared by Yu Ying, embracing her gently as he dressed her. In all the land, who else would dare to treat the Emperor in such a manner with unrepentant boldness but Shen Sisi, who, paradoxically, was quite dissatisfied with it. As time continued to slip away, Xiao Zhuo instructed the servants to lay out a meal, insisting she eat before they could leave. He proceeded to arrange the dishes leisurely, saying, "Sisi, just a bit of food before we go." Shen Sisi retorted, "Today is the day to pay respects to the Empress Dowager. You are deliberately making me late, so I will receive her reprimand." Xiao Zhuo, with a hint of helplessness, affectionately rubbed her fair cheek. "Oh, ungrateful one. Who is it that often calls for the physician due to food? By the time we return from the audience, it will be nearly time for lunch. Why are you so eager to see the Empress Dowager today?" Her gaze flickered momentarily, and with a playful smile, she addressed Xiao Zhuo in a mocking tone. "Yesterday, Qin Qian deliberately sent someone to find you under the pretext of her pregnancy, yet our emperor did not attend. Today, it is only fitting that I come to witness the spectacle of our virtuous consort's misfortune." She no longer wishes to maintain her facade before Xiao Zhuo. Nor does she care for his opinions. She will express her joy as she pleases, and if he disapproves, he can leave. Upon hearing Shen Sisi's intent to observe another's misfortune, Xiao Zhuo felt no sense of disapproval. Rather, he noted how unconcerned she appeared regarding Qin Qian's condition. even able to jest, which momentarily stilled his emotions. After Shen Sisi finished her remarks, she keenly observed Xiao Zhuo's shifting expression. Noticing the subtle change in his demeanor, the little ancestor immediately grew displeased and casually hurled a cushion towards him. What is that expression? Are you upset upon hearing me speak of your little childhood sweetheart? Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhuo's previously gloomy mood lightened considerably, and he even took it upon himself to tidy Shen Sisi's disheveled attire. As her thoughts drifted back, Shen Sisi allowed Yu Ying to assist her in sitting across from Qin Qian, addressing the Empress with a nonchalant tone. I apologize for my tardiness, Your Majesty. Zhu Yanning smiled warmly, displaying no hint of displeasure. Your Grace arrived just in time. I have only been here a short while. However, her tightly clasped hands betrayed her true feelings, revealing a lack of composure beneath her calm exterior. Internally, she harbored resentment, questioning why the Emperor seemed oblivious to her plight while favoring both Qin Qian and Shen Sisi. Unbothered by the Empress's sentiments, Shen Sisi remembered her purpose of witnessing Qin Qian's humiliation today. She turned her attention to Qin Qian. I heard that the consort was unwell yesterday. Why are you out and about today instead of resting? Aware that Shen Sisi was reveling in her misfortune, Qin Qian pressed her lips together, suppressing her indignation, and forced a smile. I am quite well. It was merely the servants who were overly concerned about my health, fearing for the royal air within me. They hastily sought a physician, thinking it prudent to act. She attributed the previous day's events to the actions of her attendants. As she tenderly stroked her abdomen, she continued, there is truly nothing serious. The physician advised that remaining cooped up in the palace is detrimental, recommending I take some air. I must apologize to Your Majesty and all the esteemed ladies for troubling you last night, though they all understood the underlying reasons in the palace. Everyone was astute enough to feign ignorance and prioritize health above all. Shen Sisi, delighted by Qin Qian's suppressed fury, remarked, yesterday, when I heard the palace attendants report your discomfort, I was in the midst of dining with the Emperor. Upon learning of your condition, I was quite concerned and wished to visit, but His Majesty forbade it, suggesting that the physician should be consulted instead, insisting I continue my meal. I truly intended to come, but she paused, observing the strained smile fading from Qin Qian's face, and added, as you know, my stomach has never been particularly strong. The Emperor, worried for my health, insisted that there was no need for me to visit, as there were physicians available at Fuan Palace. I hope you can forgive me, dear sister. This final remark was deliberately crafted to irk Qin Qian, and while Shen Sisi found it distasteful to utter, the sight of Qin Qian's stricken expression made it a small price to pay. Qin Qian was on the brink of losing her composure, with Hong Ping beside her tugging at her sleeve, silently urging her to remain calm. Among the gathered concubines, none could suppress their envy toward Shen Sisi, though they restrained themselves, fearful of offending the favored consort. Some cast furtive glances at the Empress and the consort, wary of the latter's increasingly sour expression. The Empress maintained her serene smile, yet those attentive would discern the barely concealed strain beneath her facade. Zhu Yanning repeatedly reminded herself to remain unperturbed. Shen Sisi was merely a pawn in this game. Yet, knowing this fact in her mind did little to alleviate the irritation of hearing it spoken aloud. A vengeful thought crossed her mind. Once she dealt with Qin Qian, she would gradually address Shen Sisi. Shen Sisi was thoroughly pleased with the reactions of those present, feeling justified in her early arrival to witness the unfolding drama. Chapter 97. In the Yongshou Palace, as everyone entered, they beheld the Empress Dowager seated above, her expression still tinged with ire. To their surprise, the Emperor was also present. Last night, it had been unclear how much he valued Qin Qian, but now, with a few observant minds turning towards her, it was evident that having a supportive aunt made a significant difference. Your servant pays respects to His Majesty and the Empress Dowager. Upon hearing the greetings, the Empress Dowager glanced down, her expression momentarily flashing with disdain upon spotting Shen Sisi, only to be quickly replaced by uncontainable joy upon seeing Qin Qian beside her.
Come.
Do not delay, take your seats. From the moment they entered, Xiao Zhuo's gaze was fixed upon Shen Sisi, and he could tell her mood was quite favorable. Once everyone was seated, the Empress spoke first. We apologize for our tardiness, Your Majesty and Empress Dowager. Since receiving the news of Qin Qian's pregnancy, the Empress Dowager's mood had remained relatively buoyant, and hearing the Empress, whom she typically found displeasing, make such remarks did not provoke her ire. His Majesty has only just arrived, and I, being of advanced age, am accustomed to rising early. That morning, she had learned of the consort's discomfort and the Emperor's absence, thus prompting her to summon Xiao Zhuo. After making her statement, she turned her attention to Qin Qian. Why are you not resting properly today after yesterday's ailment? What is the purpose of your visit? Though her words carried a hint of reproach, her expression betrayed no semblance of scorn. Qin Xian, gently caressing her abdomen, replied, I assure you, I am quite well. It was merely the servants who overreacted, disturbing my aunt. I take full responsibility for that. The Empress Dowager countered. You are now with child. It is only natural for the servants to be cautious. Your priority must be your own well-being. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. As she spoke, she cast a glance at Xiao Zhuo, then turned back to Qin Xian, adding, You may also seek His Majesty's assistance. Yes. The concubines present fell silent, acutely aware of the implications of the Empress Dowager's words. She awaited Xiao Zhuo's response, while Qin Xian anxiously squeezed her hands in anticipation. Xiao Zhuo had thought he had been clear enough, yet under the Empress Dowager's persistent scrutiny, he felt the tension mount. Ultimately, he refrained from publicly disrespecting her and replied coolly, If you need anything, you may find Gao Changxi at the Liuyi Hall. As Xiao Zhuo's words hung in the air, the Empress Dowager visibly relaxed, and Qin Xian silently exhaled in relief. The Empress Dowager remarked, Among the officials, how many have children? Most have 3 or 4. And some are already sending their offspring to private tutors. Yet you have but one princess. With Qin Xian expecting, it is only right that you show more concern. She then directed her gaze towards the assembled concubines. You all must strive to contribute to the royal lineage. The concubines inwardly lamented, wishing they could comply. Yet with the emperor seldom visiting their quarters, they found themselves powerless. Although the Empress Dowager did not name anyone specifically, Shen Sisi recognized the implication was directed at her. She smiled sweetly, her voice laced with feigned innocence. I too wish to assist His Majesty in expanding the family, but she trailed off, lowering her head bashfully. His Majesty is considerate of my youth, and has assured me there is no rush regarding children. Xiao Zhuo's fingers fidgeted around the knuckles of his left hand, and upon hearing Shen Sisi's words, he mentally scolded her for her deception. Gao Changxi, upon hearing Shen Sisi's words, realized that he had indeed anticipated this moment. As soon as the words left her lips, the thoughts of those present in the hall diverged in myriad directions. She appeared genuinely concerned for Qin Xian, and continued, stating that upon returning from the Western Mountain Palace, she had learned that His Majesty had executed a number of maidens from the Fuan Palace. Now that the virtuous concubine was with child, she wondered if there would be sufficient attendance in the palace. Qin Xian's expression darkened, unable to conceal her distress. She understood that this remark was a deliberate mockery aimed at her. First, it was suggested that His Majesty, out of compassion for her youth, wished to spare her from pregnancy, and now, with the mention of the virtuous concubine's own pregnancy, it seemed to provoke His Majesty's displeasure. After becoming pregnant, not only had she received no special consideration, but she had also lost attendance from her palace due to his earlier anger. The newly arrived concubines, witnessing the tension between the Empress Dowager and the concubine Shen, dared not breathe a word, fearful that they might become the next target of His Majesty's ire. However, Qiao Yu could no longer remain silent. In her heart, she believed that the main characters, the male and female leads, should be together, and that Shen Sisi, as merely a supporting character, had no right to be so brazen before the female lead. With this in mind, she stood up and proclaimed, I have heard that a maid from the virtuous concubine's palace offended her due to ignorance of the rules, and out of kindness. The virtuous concubine could not bring herself to punish her, which is why His Majesty took matters into his own hands. Having read numerous novels, she naturally believed that when the virtuous heroine was too kind to punish the wicked servants, it was invariably the heartbroken hero who would intervene. Thus, she assumed that His Majesty would act similarly on behalf of Qin Xian. As she spoke more assertively, she even directly addressed Shen Sisi, proclaiming, The concubine Shen treats her maids with such severity, it is no wonder she fails to comprehend this. But her words slipped out without careful thought, and only after they had been uttered did she realize the gravity of her statements. Although Shen Sisi eventually fell from grace into the cold palace, she was not someone Qiao Yu could afford to offend at present, and a cold sweat broke out along her spine. Before anyone could fully react, Qiao Yu had finished her speech. Gao Changxi, upon hearing her words, silently mourned for her in his heart. After all, the concubine Shen was someone held dear by His Majesty. How could she dare to speak so? A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Xiao Zhuo's eyes as he raised his hand, ready to have her dragged away, when Shen Sisi spoke up. Strike her. Before anyone could comprehend Shen Sisi's command, Yuing, standing behind her, had already approached Qiao Yu and struck her face with great force. Being trained in martial arts, Yu Ying's 2 slaps left Qiao Yu's face swollen. The other concubines in the hall were taken aback, not expecting the Empress Dowager and His Majesty to be present. Yet concubine Shen remained as audacious as ever. The Empress Dowager furrowed her brow and spoke in a low, stern voice. Concubine, do you not regard me at all? Shen Sisi, admiring her freshly dyed crimson nails, which accentuated the delicate pallor of her hands, indifferently replied to the Empress Dowager. Those who are ignorant of the rules obviously have not been taught, so I, out of goodwill, have taken it upon myself to educate the lady. The Empress Dowager, furious but unable to contend with Shen Sisi under the protection of His Majesty, redirected her frustration toward the Empress, saying, Empress, the harem is under your jurisdiction. If you find it burdensome, I can always send someone to assist you. Du Yanning stepped forward, slightly bowing to the Empress Dowager in apology. It is my failure to manage the affairs properly. I beg your forgiveness, mother. She then ordered that Qiao Yu be taken away. Qiao Yu, struggling and attempting to argue, found her mouth covered by a strong matron and was dragged out. Chapter 98. Only the Empress Dowager and Qin Xian remained in the hall. Once Xiao Zhuo departed, both of their faces darkened. The Empress Dowager was incensed that Xiao Zhuo had publicly humiliated her in front of the concubines. Though he was her son, she was also a daughter of the Qin family, her natal family. In the past, before his ascension, she had devoted herself entirely to his well-being, yet now, as emperor, he was favoring Shen Sisi, while she was with child. Should he not have considered her feelings, especially given their shared upbringing? Frustrated, she struck her chest in despair, prompting Qin Xian to quickly grasp her arm, urging, Aunt, please take care of yourself. The Empress Dowager lamented, he is driving me to my wit's end. While I cannot contest the Empress, what is his infatuation with that Shen? You are carrying his child, even for the sake of our shared history. He should not allow her to insult you so. Listening to these words, Qin Xian lowered her head in sorrow, murmuring, Aunt. The Empress Dowager, turning to comfort Qin Xian, grasped her hand and spoke earnestly, for the sake of the child, you must strive to assert yourself. You cannot simply watch His Majesty's affections drift toward Shen Sisi. Now that you are with child, use this opportunity to visit the 2 instruments hall more often and remind His Majesty of your presence. Emotions are nurtured through interactions. You must seize this chance. Qin Xian felt a bitter pang in her heart. She understood her aunt's advice all too well, but the child within her was not truly hers. Meanwhile, as Xiao Zhuo exited the grand hall, he hastily pursued Shen Sisi. She was engaged in conversation with Xia Jiu. Upon noticing Xiao Zhuo's approach, Xia Jiu immediately bowed. I pay my respects to your majesty. Seeing Shen Sisi maintain her impassive demeanor, Xiao Zhuo coughed lightly into his hand and gestured for them to leave. Xia Jiu hesitated, glancing at Shen Sisi before softly saying, I take my leave. Gao Changxi pulled Yu Ying back, and within moments, only Xiao Zhuo and Shen Sisi remained. Having just witnessed Qin Xian's embarrassment, Shen Sisi was in good spirits, and seeing Xiao Zhuo's cheerful demeanor did not dampen her mood. She stepped forward, linking her arm with his, and playfully said, Brother Zhuo, why did you chase after me? Are you not busy with affairs of state? Missing me, perhaps? Hearing her teasing tone, Xiao Zhuo secretly breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that she was not upset. However, seeing her nonchalant demeanor rekindled the discomfort in his chest. As he gazed earnestly at her, yet failed to respond, Shen Sisi playfully punched him, saying, What are you thinking? Are you still preoccupied with others while with me? If I'm a bother, I shall take my leave. With that, she released his arm and turned to walk away. Xiao Zhuo reacted swiftly, gently tugging her back into his embrace, resting his head on her shoulder. Little rascal, you've already placed the blame on me without my saying a word. His final hum was drawn out. Shen Sisi turned her head slightly and let out a soft hum. In a good mood today, she chose not to quibble with him. Xiao Zhuo gazed at the proud girl nestled in his arms, his expression softening. Looking at her delicate, fair face, he couldn't resist leaning in for a kiss before speaking. Sisi, it has been a while since you visited the 2 instruments hall. Would you care to join me there? There are matters awaiting my attention. Shen Sisi had previously enjoyed sticking close to him, often sitting beside him with a book while he handled state affairs. He cherished the sight of her obediently by his side, and no matter how irate he might be over political matters, seeing her would always soothe his spirit. Every time Shen Sisi was in the 2 instruments hall, the officials who came to report would wonder why the emperor was not scolding them today. Assuming he must be in a good mood. If Shen Sisi were to learn of his thoughts, she would likely scold him for being foolish. As she used to cling to him, and he had refused her then, it was only her persistence that had kept her in his study. Raising an eyebrow, Shen Sisi smiled slyly at Xiao Zhuo, Didn't you previously find my presence in the two instruments hall bothersome? Xiao Zhuo's lips curled into a charming arc. Would I dare to express disdain for our beloved empress? Even from the very moment we first acquainted, I would not have the audacity to utter a harsh word to her. Humph. Indeed, he would not, had he adopted a cold demeanor while addressing her. She would have wept at once. Observing the time, it was apparent that Ning Ning's arrival was imminent, and Shen Sisi, unwilling to squander any more moments with Xiao Zhuo, gently pushed him aside and took a couple of steps back. Ning Ning is on her way. I must return and shall not delay your majesty any further. Xiao Zhuo grasped her hand, saying, Allow me to escort you back. Shen Sisi withdrew her hand from his grasp, insisting that it was unnecessary, and turned to walk away, summoning Yuang to return to the palace. After covering a fair distance, she turned to wave at Xiao Zhuo. Once Yuang departed, Gao Changxi naturally returned to Xiao Zhuo's side, observing the emperor's gentle gaze lingering on the departing figure of the imperial concubine. Only after her silhouette vanished did he coldly declare, Let us go. Chapter 99. Outside the two instruments hall, Zhongqi awaited, prepared to present his report to the emperor. Though he stood there, his thoughts lingered on the encounter he had just had with Jiang Ning at the palace gate. It had been quite some time since he last saw her, not for lack of desire, but rather due to her unwillingness to meet him. He had only recently learned that she had come to the palace to see Xin Guifei, discovering that they were once intimate friends, a fact she had never previously divulged. He could not help but smile wryly. Gao Changxi interjected, Lord Zhong, His Majesty requests your presence. Zhongqi adjusted his attire, nodding slightly to Gao Changxi before stepping forward into the hall, observing Zhongqi kneeling before him. Xiao Zhuo recalled the recent rumors circulating about him due to Sisi's influence, and felt a twinge of sympathy. However, soon after, he scoffed internally, thinking how useless such a grown man was, unable even to pacify his own wife. With her now absent from his life, he was left to occupy Sisi's time, all for the sake of that Zhang family miss. Whenever she arrived, Sisi seemed to vanish from sight, and now with their separation, he mused that Sisi was far easier to appease. Seeing the emperor's unwavering gaze fixed upon him, his expression cold and inscrutable, Zhongqi felt a twinge of anxiety. He had been summoned back early and contemplated whether it was due to the emperor's recognition of his abilities. Yet since returning, it felt as if the emperor had completely forgotten him, placing him in an inconsequential position until he had recently been assigned a case to handle, for which he now presented his report. Logically, such a report should not have fallen to him, but his superior insisted he undertake the task. Now, having been appointed to the Ministry of Justice, he knelt and expressed his gratitude. I shall not fail your Majesty's trust. Upon reaching the palace gate, Shen Sisi spotted Jiang Ning waiting outside. Signaling the palace maid to silence, she stealthily approached Jiang Ning from behind, intending to surprise her. However, just as she reached her, she was discovered. Shen Sisi stepped forward, grasping Jiang Ning's wrist. How did you know I was here? She tilted her head, somewhat vexed that Jiang Ning had noticed her. Despite her silence, Jiang Ning rolled her eyes. Do you think I am as foolish as you? Shen Sisi pouted, realizing her own folly. Jiang Ning had been worried about Shen Sisi ever since hearing of Qin Qian's pregnancy. Although Shen Sisi had assured her she was fine, Jiang Ning felt compelled to see for herself to ease her mind. Observing Shen Sisi's carefree demeanor, her concerns dissipated. After dismissing the palace attendants, Jiang Ning's smile faded, and she pulled Shen Sisi to sit on a soft couch, resting a hand on her shoulder, gazing intently at her, and said with utmost seriousness, What on earth is going on with you? Confused, Shen Sisi replied, What do you mean? Jiang Ning hesitated before clarifying, I mean, what is your relationship with His Majesty? Although she has been away from the capital for a few years, she has kept a close eye on your movements. Even during her recent return, given her connection with you, no one dared to speak ill of you in her presence. She was aware of Shen Sisi's notable achievements and the depth of her affections for the current emperor. However, now that the virtuous consort was pregnant, Shen Sisi's nonchalance raised numerous questions in Jiang Ning's mind. After she finished speaking, Shen Sisi remained silent, her gaze drifting elsewhere. After a long pause, she finally sighed and said, Not long ago, I had a dream in which I found myself trapped deep within this palace. Chapter 100. After confiding in Jiang Ning about the burdens she had long carried, Shen Sisi felt a sense of relief wash over her. Soon, her spirits lifted further as she proposed a trip to the royal racetrack. Jiang Ning sighed, feeling exasperated as she was led there by Shen Sisi, who, though inexperienced, was eager to ride. Oh well, Jiang Ning thought, let her have her fun. Upon receiving word of the imperial concubine's impending arrival, the racetrack staff prepared diligently, the steward standing ready to greet her. As Shen Sisi's palanquin arrived, he approached from a distance, bowing low. "Your Highness, I greet you, and I also recognize Miss Jiang." He acknowledged Shen Sisi with a respectful gesture, noting the noble young lady by her side, having heard tales about the Jiang family's recent turmoil. Shen Sisi replied with a brief acknowledgement. "Let us go." The steward led the way. Shen Sisi marveled at the majestic steeds within the enclosure, their proud necks adorned with flowing manes that danced in the wind, igniting her desire to ride. Sensing her eagerness, Jiang Ning tugged at her sleeve, raising an eyebrow as she turned to Shen Sisi. "You can't possibly be thinking of riding one of those, can you?" With a hint of confusion in her eyes. Shen Sisi seemed to ask, "Why not?" Jiang Ning, interpreting her expression, quickly added, "Do not pretend you have forgotten your previous riding skills." Leaning in, she whispered, "Remember your past experiences." Hearing Jiang Ning's whispered caution, Shen Sisi's earlier excitement faded. Understanding her reluctance, Jiang Ning gently shook her hand, saying, "All right, don't be upset. You can ride a small pony instead." She led Shen Sisi toward an adorable young horse. "Look how charming this little pony is." The steward, though puzzled by their exchange, replied attentively, "Your Highness, this red-maned pony is the gentlest of all." Shen Sisi observed the considerable difference between the young pony and the mature horses nearby. Yet, recalling Jiang Ning's earlier words, she thought it wiser to avoid risking her beauty by attempting to ride a larger horse with her lack of skill. After all, an injury to her flawless visage would be a significant loss. Jiang Ning, well aware of Shen Sisi's capricious nature, knew that if she didn't allow her to ride, she would not relent. However, given her skills, it was undeniably dangerous. Thus, from the outset, she had planned for Shen Sisi to ride a small pony, merely to enjoy a leisurely outing. Shen Sisi, pouting, expressed her dissatisfaction. "Can this little pony even be considered a racing horse?" The steward, observing the royal consort's discontented visage, felt a surge of apprehension at the thought of inciting her wrath, recalling the rumors he had heard. He opened his mouth, intending to offer some words of comfort, but was silenced by a glance from Miss Jiang, who stood nearby. Ultimately, he refrained from voicing the notion that some well-trained steeds could indeed be quite docile, provided one exercised a modicum of caution. Jiang Ning was unwilling to indulge Shen Sisi's incessant murmurs. Once Shen Sisi had exhausted her commentary, Jiang Ning would dutifully accompany her. Just as Shen Sisi hesitated, contemplating capitulation, a throng of individuals approached from a distance. Upon seeing the newcomers, Shen Sisi's expression shifted to one of contemplation. The group quickly drew near, their faces alight with surprise upon encountering Shen Sisi. They bowed respectfully, declaring, "We pay our respects to the esteemed consort. May the consort enjoy boundless blessings and peace." Shen Sisi, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "Rise." Su Yue, having spent a considerable time within the palace, had matured from her earlier impulsive demeanor. "We have been residing in the palace for a while now, each in our respective chambers. Today we gathered to take a stroll, not expecting to encounter the esteemed consort here. We have scarcely glimpsed His Majesty since our arrival, but word has spread that the consort is at the horse grounds, and it is certain that His Majesty would soon follow. With nothing pressing to occupy them, they hoped to seize the chance to catch His Majesty's eye. Moreover, these ladies from noble families, while not experts, had certainly received instruction in equestrian pursuits." Ultimately, Shen Sisi observed them reveling in their equestrian exploits from her seat. As for why she did not join in, with so many eyes upon her, was she to mount a mere pony? Surely, she had not lost her sense of dignity. Jiang Ning had not anticipated that matters would unfold in such a manner. She intended to draw Shen Sisi away, for she had come to alleviate the young lady's spirits, not to exacerbate her frustrations. Just as they were about to depart, two unexpected figures arrived. Chapter 101. Upon their arrival, the gathering hastily bowed in reverence. "We have the honor of meeting His Majesty." Su Yue and her companions exchanged glances filled with unspoken excitement, their expressions unmistakably conveying that their venture had indeed been fortuitous. Xiao Zhuo stepped forward, grasping Shen Sisi's hand, which she attempted to withdraw from his grasp in vain. Eventually, she relinquished the struggle, glaring at him with indignation. Xiao Zhuo chuckled softly. Seeing him smile, Shen Sisi found his presence irksome, and now he had brought along a companion. Was this not an intentional provocation? Concealed from the prying eyes of the crowd, Shen Sisi slipped her hand into Xiao Zhuo's ample sleeve, pinching his arm with force. Alas! She discovered that his flesh was remarkably firm. Xiao Zhuo gently extricated her hand, cradling it in his palm and tenderly massaging it. The companion who accompanied him, Zhongqi, fixed his gaze upon Jiang Ning. Since their separation, he had not seen her for quite some time. observing young, ninkus olof kontenanse. He opened his mouth as if to inquire about her well-being, yet the words faltered on his lips. Xiao Zhuo, brushing a stray lock of hair from Shen Sisi's face, surveyed the bustling horse grounds and casually inquired, "What brings you all here?" Hastily, Su Yue replied, her cheeks flushed with excitement. "We were preparing for a horse race. Might His Majesty serve as our judge?" Her anticipation radiated from her as she looked at Xiao Zhuo with eager expectation. Xiao Zhuo subtly furrowed his brow, choosing not to respond to Su Yue, instead casting a glance at Gao Changxi. He took Shen Sisi's hand, turning to lead her away in a different direction. And Gao Changxi understood his intent immediately. After acknowledging Su Yue and the others with a slight bow, he addressed them, "Esteemed ladies, His Majesty is exceedingly busy and has come specifically to seek the consort. You may select a judge for your race amongst yourselves." His meaning was clear. The emperor had only come because of the consort and now wished to proceed without disturbance. Xiao Zhuo led Shen Sisi to another stable. Halting as he noted her impassive expression, which he found endearing, he playfully pinched her soft cheek, jesting, "Who is vexed, our dear Sisi? Your little mouth appears ready to spill oil." Frustrated, Shen Sisi retorted, "Surely you know who it is, do you not?" Grasping Xiao Zhuo's hand, she bit down on his palm. Xiao Zhuo, unfazed, merely produced a handkerchief, gently wiping the blood from her lips, showing no concern for his own injury. As he cleaned her wound, he remarked, "The foal born from the steed Hurricane is now grown. Shall we take my dear consort for a ride?" Hurricane had once fought valiantly alongside Xiao Zhuo, and its offspring was a rare and splendid mount. Though she was inexperienced, it mattered not. She delighted in the prospect of play. Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she grasped Xiao Zhuo's hand once more, her animated gaze imploring him. Xiao Zhuo, witnessing her eagerness, couldn't help but chuckle. His Sisi retained the innocent demeanor of a child, her moods shifting rapidly, yet she was easily appeased. He lifted her effortlessly, placing her atop the horse before mounting himself and wrapping his arms around her. With a firm squeeze of his legs, they galloped forth. After 2 exhilarating laps, Shen Sisi still longed for more, urging Xiao Zhuo for an additional round. He chuckled, "If you wish to ride again, we can return at your leisure. We've already completed 2 laps today. Any further exertion might leave you sore come morning." He was well aware of her delicate skin. A mere touch from him could leave marks. His reminder seemed to awaken her to the discomfort she now felt along her thighs. Noticing her expression, Xiao Zhuo immediately grew concerned, asking, "Are you unwell?" He swiftly scooped her up, striding toward the exit, commanding Gao Changxi, "Send for a physician to the Changning Palace." Chapter 102. Zhongqi silently followed Jiangning to the palace gates. Throughout their journey, Jiangning made no attempt to dismiss him. Yet she offered no words of conversation either. He yearned to speak with her but found himself at a loss for how to begin. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhuo returned to Changning Palace, cradling the continuously murmuring Shen Sisi. He gently set her down on a soft couch, only for her to kick at him in protest. "Jiang Xiaoning is still here." Xiao Zhuo seized her foot, responding patiently, "Gao Changxi is present. He will take care of matters." As he spoke, he reached for her skirt, intending to inspect her injury, knowing full well how delicate her skin was. At the mention of her injury, Shen Sisi felt a pang of discomfort in her inner thigh. Having already lost her outer boot to Xiao Zhuo, indignant, she kicked him in the chest. "This is all your fault. If you hadn't shown up, I wouldn't have been hurt." Xiao Zhuo feigned a serious demeanor, yet his attempts to appear stern were in vain. Shen Sisi was no ordinary subject. Though her leg was firmly held in his grasp, she kicked with greater fervor. "You dare scold me? I was about to leave. Had you not suddenly appeared and taken me for a ride, I would not be injured." Her complaints grew increasingly unreasonable, as if she had not been the one eager to ride just moments before. Xiao Zhuo rubbed his forehead, resorting to gentle coaxing. "It is my fault for allowing our dear Sisi to come to harm. Let me see how serious the injury is." As Gao Changxi arrived with the physician, he overheard the emperor's soft apologies to the consort, leaving the physician momentarily stunned. However, years in the palace had taught her the importance of discretion, and she quickly masked her surprise. Observing the habitual demeanor of the esteemed high eunuch, it was evident that such scenarios were not uncommon. She had heard whispers of the favored concubine's prominence, but had no inkling of the extent of her favor. Lowering her head even further, she noticed that the silence within the chamber had deepened, allowing Gao Changxi to seize the opportunity to swiftly enter and announce their presence. Upon entering, Lin Yinu knelt in reverence, while Shen Sisi brusquely pushed Xiao Zhuo aside, instructing, "Step aside and let the physician attend to me." Gao Changxi discreetly withdrew. Xiao Zhuo retreated to a corner, yet remained, addressing the physician, examined the severity of the concubine's leg injury. Assuming he was merely an invisible presence, Shen Sisi disregarded him. Lin Yinu cautiously acknowledged the task, delicately lifting Shen Sisi's skirts to assess the injury. After a thorough examination, she spoke earnestly, "Your Grace, your wound necessitates a few days of medicinal application. Given your delicate skin, the pain may be more pronounced, appearing rather serious. This is a specially formulated balm from the Imperial Medical Bureau. It requires application morning and night for 5 days, ensuring no scars remain." As she retrieved the balm from her medicine chest, intending to apply it to Shen Sisi, Xiao Zhuo, who had been standing by like a specter, intervened, stating, "Allow me to administer the ointment." He then instructed her to leave, promising a follow-up after 5 days. The physician promptly handed the balm to His Majesty before quietly exiting. Before Shen Sisi could react, Xiao Zhuo had already begun to carefully apply the ointment to her injury. Watching the man before her diligently tending to her wound, she lowered her gaze. Once he finished applying the balm, noticing her sudden silence, Xiao Zhuo softly inquired, "Did I cause you pain?" Despite having been exceedingly cautious, Shen Sisi's expression darkened as she stood and pushed him away, declaring, "I am fine. You may leave," before turning to exit. Confused by her abrupt shift in mood, Xiao Zhuo sighed inwardly. Just then, Gao Changxi entered with urgent matters to discuss with Xiao Zhuo. Upon entering, Gao Changxi quickly approached Xiao Zhuo and whispered into his ear. After conveying his message, he stepped back. Xiao Zhuo acknowledged, "I understand. You may leave." He entered the inner chamber, enveloping Shen Sisi in his arms, and gently brushed his lips against hers, murmuring, "There are still matters to attend to in the Two Instruments Hall. I shall return this evening to tend to your injury, if it pleases you." Upon receiving no response from Shen Sisi, he remained unperturbed, playfully pinching her delicate cheek before departing. Chapter 103. The Two Instruments Hall. After Shuemingzhi solemnly concluded his discourse, he fell silent, awaiting Xiao Zhuo's decision. Xiao Zhuo, examining the letter in his hand, lost the usual tranquility etched on his face, his expression shifting into one of subtle complexity. After a protracted silence, he finally uttered, "Proceed as previously planned." With that, he closed his eyes and gestured for Shuemingzhi to leave. Shuemingzhi was not surprised by this decision, although their sovereign appeared affable and easy to converse with. Those who truly understood him recognized that he was not a man prone to indecision. 2 months had elapsed since Shen Sisi received the news from her family. Bai Qiu observed her mistress, lost in thought while perusing the contents of the letter. Although she was unaware of the letter's specifics, she surmised that significant events had transpired within the marquisate, and that this letter had been delivered at great peril by a loyal servant, who had since vanished. Concerned, she called out, "Your Grace." Shen Sisi, seated in silence, did not respond. After a lengthy pause, just as Bai Qiu hesitated to call her again, Shen Sisi suddenly rose, smoothing the creases of her garments, declaring, "I shall visit the Two Instruments Hall." Outside the hall, a young eunuch spotted the carriage approaching Changning Palace and hurried inside to report to Gao Gonggong. "Who is arriving?" Gao Changxi inquired. Assuming he had not heard correctly, the young eunuch repeated, "It is the concubine." This time, Gao Changxi comprehended fully and rushed outside, where Shen Sisi's sedan had already arrived. He promptly stepped forward, bowing deeply. "I pay my respects to the esteemed concubine. May you live 1,000 years. Shen Sisi, uninterested in idle chatter, instructed Gao Gonggong to announce her visit to His Majesty. Observing her fierce demeanor, Gao Changxi speculated whether she was indeed aware of the significant events of the past 2 months, truths that could no longer be concealed. With a beaming smile, he said, "His Majesty is within the hall. You may proceed directly, for he has instructed that you enter without delay." Shen Sisi's lips curled into a slight smile, though her eyes betrayed no mirth. "You jest, but the proper protocols must not be disregarded. As the sovereign of the palace, it is my duty to lead by example." With that, Gao Changxi refrained from further protest, instructing a nearby young eunuch to attend to the concubine, while he hastened to inform His Majesty. Xiao Zhuo emerged alongside Gao Changxi and approached Shen Sisi, guiding her into the hall. As they walked, he inquired, "What brings you to see me today, Sisi?" He seated her in a chair and ordered Gao Changxi to bring forth her favorite delicacies, accompanied by a bowl of milk tea. Once Gao Changxi had withdrawn, the hall was left with only the two of them. Shen Sisi turned to Xiao Zhuo, stating, "I have come to inquire about a matter concerning the Shen family. Was it you who orchestrated these events?" Unfazed by her icy demeanor, Xiao Zhuo reached out to smooth her somewhat disheveled hair from her hurried arrival, only to have her turn away in evasion. He sighed and replied, Sisi, it is not as you perceive. Once this matter resolves, I promise to tell you everything, all right? Shen Sisi chuckled lightly. Now is not the time. Pray tell, when will this matter conclude? Xiao Zhuo fell silent as she continued, Where is my father? Have your men not located him yet? And what of my mother? Upon hearing her mention the Duke of Dingbei, Xiao Zhuo's expression darkened momentarily, quickly overshadowed by Shen Sisi's rising distress. As her emotions escalated, she began to cry, and at the sound of her sobs, Xiao Zhuo's composure faltered. Since their acquaintance, he had only witnessed her weep during their more intimate moments. Never had he seen her in such despair. Feeling somewhat helpless, he pleaded, Please do not cry. Your mother was safely arranged to leave before the incident occurred. The absence of news regarding your father indicates he is secure. They are both unharmed. Shen Sisi attempted to push him away, but found herself ensnared in his embrace, causing her to wail even louder. Gao Changxi, who had just prepared the pastries, hesitated at the door, unsure whether to enter or remain outside. As her cries grew more fervent, Xiao Zhuo released her, placing his hands on her shoulders to steady her gaze. Shen Sisi, caught off guard by this gesture, paused, staring at him in bewilderment. Xiao Zhuo observed the tears glistening in her eyes, and despite the gravity of the situation, he found the absurdity of her previous cries amusing. However, he refrained from laughing aloud, gently wiping the tears from her eyes with his fingertip. Once this is over, I will provide you with a full account. Please, cease your tears. Chapter 104. Eventually, Shen Sisi, exhausted from her outburst, lay in Xiao Zhuo's embrace, unwilling to engage in further conversation. She recalled how, upon hearing of the Shen family's troubles in her past life, she had immediately sought out Xiao Zhuo to confront him, and he had offered her a similar reassurance, promising to explain everything once the matter was resolved. At that time, her anxiety over the Shen family's predicament, compounded by palace rumors suggesting that the emperor's past affections for the concubine were merely a ruse to undermine the Shen family, weighed heavily on her heart, leading her to believe that he had only lavished attention upon the concubine to lower the Duke of Dingbei's guard for a more significant strike. At that time, her spirits were already low, and upon hearing these rumors, despite the fact that the purveyor of such gossip had been dealt with by Xiao Zhuo, the words lingered in her mind, surfacing from time to time. As time wore on, compounded by the absence of any news from her parents, her emotional state deteriorated further. When Xiao Zhuo came to see her, in a moment of despair, she attempted to harm him with a dagger, realizing that she could not inflict any injury upon him. She ceased her struggles and began to turn her anger upon herself, ultimately leading to her being cast into the cold palace by Xiao Zhuo. Reflecting on the past, a fleeting chill crossed her eyes. She was aware that her mother had been placed there by her father, and she needed to resolve her current matters swiftly in order to seek her mother. As evening approached, Gao Changxi mustered the courage to inquire about the emperor's dinner plans. Xiao Zhuo, gazing down at the exhausted figure nestled in his arms, instructed Gao Changxi to prepare a light and easily digestible meal. After Gao Changxi departed, Xiao Zhuo gently kissed her forehead, softly calling out, Sisi, how about we have dinner and then rest? Observing her small, tear-streaked face, weary from crying and yet still bearing a sense of grievance, he felt his heart melt with tenderness. The next morning, Shen Sisi awoke early. Turning to look at Xiao Zhuo, who lay sleeping with closed eyes, she attempted to move but found herself immobilized, his hand firmly clasped around her waist. Frustrated by his morning annoyance, she delivered a sharp slap to his face, jolting him awake. In his groggy state, he pulled her closer, asking if she wanted to sleep a little longer, knowing well that she typically rose late. However, Shen Sisi was determined to defy him today. She insisted he wake up, tugging at him, declaring that if she couldn't sleep, he shouldn't either. In the inner palace, while Shen Sisi washed up, Gao Changxi attended to Xiao Zhuo outside. In this harem, only the favored concubine dared to forego her rest while denying the emperor his. Though accustomed to such occurrences, Gao Changxi couldn't help but silently marvel at the prominent figure beside the emperor. Once Xiao Zhuo finished grooming, he settled down with a book, awaiting Shen Sisi to join him for breakfast. Today, he would not attend the morning court but instead would head to the Liangyi Hall to handle memorials. Noticing Shen Sisi pausing after every couple of bites, Xiao Zhuo frowned. Shen Sisi, noticing his discontent, huffed in response, ignoring him. Xiao Zhuo turned to Gao Changxi, requesting a bowl of milk tea, mindful that Shen Sisi's delicate constitution required her to have a more substantial breakfast, even as she remained obstinate. I don't want it, she declared, her patience thin. If it weren't for the matters you have to attend to later, I wouldn't even bother watching you eat. Xiao Zhuo chuckled softly, placing the milk tea before her. Drink it obediently, and later I promise to grant you whatever you wish. Shen Sisi eyed him suspiciously. Sensing he could see through her intentions, yet she dismissed the thought as unimportant, focusing instead on achieving her goals. Gazing at the milk tea, she felt conflicted. After a moment's deliberation, she voiced her request, asking him to escort her to the gates of Changning Palace. Xiao Zhuo ruffled her hair playfully, urging her to hurry, lest he change his mind. Shen Sisi shot him a glare, determined to seek out trouble today, having gone to the trouble of preparing her appearance. When she glared, the corners of her eyes lifted slightly, rendering her all the more bewitching, devoid of any apparent hostility. Xiao Zhuo's gaze darkened momentarily before he pulled her into his embrace and swiftly kissed her lips. Instinctively, Shen Sisi pushed him away. Observing the deepening frown on his face, and realizing she had overreacted. Let him sulk if he wished, she would not be cowed. Rising from his lap, she called for Bai Qiu to prepare for their departure to Changning Palace. Outside Changning Palace, Shen Sisi instructed Xiao Zhuo to leave her at the entrance, allowing Yu Ying to assist her inside. Arriving earlier than usual, she casually surveyed the assembly within the hall, noting that the others had yet to arrive. Previously, she was accustomed to maintaining appearances, but now found it amusing that she was disinclined to do so. It must be admitted that she had come to understand some truths. Observing Shen Sisi basking in her cousin's favor without restraint stirred a mix of indignation and genuine jealousy within her, making her susceptible to mischief. She sought to leverage her current condition and the support of the Empress Dowager, feeling emboldened as the Empress was unlikely to confront her openly. Consequently, she had no desire to offer the Empress the courtesy of an early visit, preferring instead to arrive last, much like Shen Sisi. Why should Shen Sisi have what she could not? Recently, Shen Sisi had grown weary of the constant scheming and had sent word to the Empress that she was unwell and could not pay her respects. Qin Qian, cradling her belly, entered the hall and quickly noticed Shen Sisi seated at the Empress's side. A flicker of darkness passed through her gaze, but she soon regained her composure, greeting Shen Sisi with feigned warmth. Has the favored concubine's health improved? I have not visited you, as I have been unwell myself. Unperturbed, Shen Sisi replied with poise, I recovered long ago, but the Emperor insisted I rest a few more days. Today, I felt it necessary to pay my respects to the Empress, as I have been growing quite lethargic from remaining idle in the palace. Her emphasis on the Emperor's concern was deliberate, underscoring her importance. Qin Qian clenched her teeth in silent resentment. Observing Qin Qian's vexation, Shen Sisi scoffed lightly, adding, the esteemed concubine, with her delicate condition, has been unwell, yet the Emperor has not taken the time to visit you. Laughter erupted among the other concubines, as they recognized the implications of Shen Sisi's words. Though the Emperor had not explicitly shown favoritism, the presence of the Empress Dowager and the uncertainty of the Emperor's attitude toward Qin Qian's pregnancy left her vulnerable. Thus, the palace attendants dared not offend her, especially as she had little control over her own servants, who often bullied those of lesser status within the palace. As the laughter echoed, Qin Qian found the sound intolerable. Before she could voice her anger, Shen Sisi continued, at your age, you should know to seek a physician if unwell. The Emperor is no healer, nor does he possess any miraculous remedies. Remember, we have known each other for many years. Let us avoid any future embarrassment. With this, the laughter grew louder, and Qin Qian trembled with rage. Meanwhile, the Empress, having witnessed enough of Qin Qian's humiliation, finally intervened, feigning concern as she addressed Shen Sisi. How is the favored concubine's health? What did the physician say? There is no need to rush. You may wait until you are fully recovered before re-emerging. Her tone, though gentle, masked a deeper agenda as she feigned concern for Shen Sisi's well-being. Shen Sisi listened to her words with an unruffled demeanor, responding mildly. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. My health has nearly improved, and the imperial physician has advised that a little exercise is beneficial for my recovery. Qin Qian observed Du Yaning's feigned expressions with great disdain, noting the sisterly affection displayed between her and Shen Sisi. In her heart, she scoffed at Shen Sisi, the foolish girl, who likely still regarded Du Yaning as a benevolent figure. Shen Sisi took delight in witnessing Qin Qian's flustered state. Today was also the occasion for paying respects to the Empress Dowager at Yongshou Palace, and as the time approached, the Empress summoned the other concubines to prepare for their audience with the Dowager. None anticipated encountering His Majesty here, as it had been quite some time since they had last seen him. They were aware that Xiao Zhuo was inside, discreetly adjusting his attire and hairstyle. And even the Empress was not an exception, asking her chief maid to check if her makeup had been disturbed during their journey. Only Shen Sisi remained unresponsive to this remark. The concubines bowed to Xiao Zhuo and the Empress Dowager. Before Xiao Zhuo could speak, the Empress Dowager, noticing Qin Qian's prominent belly, couldn't he help but address her. Qianer, standing for so long must be exhausting with such a large belly. Come sit beside your aunt. Upon hearing this, Qin Qian turned her gaze to Xiao Zhuo, her eyes resting on his gentle and refined face. He lowered his brows, intently gazing at the teacup in his hands, his expression inscrutable. Seeing Qin Qian remain still, the wet nurse beside the Empress Dowager discreetly tugged at her sleeve, prompting the Dowager to realize her overstep. She smiled awkwardly and inquired, "Your Majesty?" Xiao Zhuo, as if just hearing the Empress Dowager's words, granted them seats. "Thank you, Your Majesty," the concubines replied as they rose. The Empress Dowager urged Qin Qian to sit beside her, holding her hand as she spoke. "With your belly so large, you must take good care of yourself in the palace. What if something were to happen to the child?" Unaware of the truth, the Dowager genuinely worried for the unborn child. She patted Qin Qian's hand and continued, "The Emperor is nearing his 30s, and now he is only one princess. If this child is a little prince, I would feel at ease, providing a legacy for the Xiao clan." Qin Qian shyly glanced at Xiao Zhuo before lowering her head, tenderly caressing her belly, thinking to herself how wonderful it would be if this truly were the child of her and her cousin. However, she felt no urgency. They would have their time. Shen Sisi could not tolerate Qin Qian's disingenuous demeanor and remarked with a teasing smile, "Your Majesty speaks too soon. Historically, there have been few princes born safely within the palace, and even fewer who grow up without incident. If the Dowager wishes to honor the Xiao clan's ancestors, it may be premature to express such sentiments." The concubines, particularly those newly entered into the palace, were taken aback. They had only heard rumors of the Empress's arrogance and assumed they were exaggerated, given that she typically only dealt with the virtuous consort and ignored the others. But today, they realized the rumors were indeed true. The Empress Dowager felt a surge of indignation, astonished that Shen Sisi would utter such rebellious words. She pointed at Shen Sisi, stammering, You dare to speak such nonsense." Turning to Xiao Zhuo, she implored, "Your Majesty, do you hear what the Empress is saying?" Yet, Xiao Zhuo remained unperturbed, his gaze fixed on Shen Sisi. Shen Sisi shot him a silent glare. "What are you staring at?" In Chapter 106, upon meeting Shen Sisi's glare, Xiao Zhuo showed no signs of anger, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. As he listened to Shen Sisi speak, his gaze was intensely focused on her, conveying a sense of warmth that belied the harshness of his words. "Mother," he began, "I believe the Empress has a point. How many brothers did my father give me? And now they are all accompanying him in the afterlife." The Empress Dowager froze, blurting out, "That cannot be the same." Xiao Zhuo replied, "How is it not the same?" He saw no discrepancy. If he could survive in such an environment, so too could his child. In other words, if one could not endure in such conditions, it would be better to abandon the hope altogether. The atmosphere between the two most esteemed individuals seated at the high table grew tense, and the concubines below made a concerted effort to diminish their presence, afraid to utter a word lest they draw attention to themselves. The bold Empress, however, sat in silence, staring vacantly ahead. Qin Qian was lost in thought over Xiao Zhuo's statement. Despite knowing the child within her was a fabrication, her cousin remained oblivious. How could she be so cruel as to speak such words regarding their child? After hearing Xiao Zhuo's comment, Qiao Yu felt anger on behalf of Qin Qian, thinking, "The heroine is pregnant. How could the hero say such things? Shouldn't he be looking forward to their child?" In her frustration, she momentarily forgot her earlier apprehension after being punished and bravely stepped forward to defend Qin Qian, stating, "The little prince in the virtuous consort's belly is perfectly fine. Why must the Empress utter such impractical words?" She nearly pointed at Shen Sisi, accusing her of ill intent. Mooning, standing behind Shen Sisi, was incensed by this remark. Shen Sisi rested her elbow on the nearby table, her head propped in her hand, seemingly indifferent to their chatter. Once Qiao Yu finished speaking, Shen Sisi smiled slyly. "Mooning, please open your mouth." Mooning had long held a grudge against Qiao Yu. Upon hearing Shen Sisi's words, she summoned all her strength to properly deal with this Qiao Yu. She approached her slowly. Qiao Yu felt a twinge of fear, attempting to retreat, only to find herself unable to. She exclaimed, "How dare you?" But before she could finish, Mooning struck her with a swift blow. Having been trained in martial arts, Mooning, using all her might, turned Qiao Yu's face crimson with her slap. The second and third blows followed, prompting Qiao Yu to scream. As the first sound escaped her lips, Mooning quickly covered her mouth to stifle any further cries. Now, all that filled Xiao Yu's mind was terror. Her eyes welling with tears as she looked pleadingly at Qin Qian. Qin Qian gritted her teeth, commanding, "Stop this at once." Mooning, of course, paid her no heed. The expression on Qin Qian's face darkened. Even Xiao Zhuo could sense the tension. She coldly addressed Shen Sisi, "Even if Xiao Yu has said something to offend the Empress, we are in the presence of the Empress Dowager and His Majesty. Does the Empress not consider this disrespectful to both?" Lowering her head and caressing her belly, she continued in a quieter tone, "Or should I say that the reason for the Empress's displeasure is that Xiao Yu spoke on my behalf, inciting your anger?" Her words were deliberately aimed at Xiao Zhuo and the Empress Dowager, asserting that Shen Sisi's treatment of others in their presence was a sign of disrespect towards them. Shen Sisi, of course, held no regard for them. However, witnessing Qin Qian's predicament lifted her spirits. Teaching a thoughtless concubine a lesson was quite satisfying. The virtuous consort often overthought matters. Shen Sisi had not noticed it before, but now she found it strikingly accurate. Deliberately mocking Qin Qian for not being as pure as she seemed, but rather a person of profound scheming. In the midst of Qin Qian's turmoil, she found herself at a loss for words. Shen Sisi continued, "Moreover, neither His Majesty nor the Empress Dowager has addressed me. Does the virtuous consort's eagerness to intervene not indicate her own disregard for their authority?" Xiao Zhuo remained silent, believing it was trivial. He needed to tread carefully around this little sovereign, not daring to provoke her ire. This Xiao Yu was indeed brazen. Allowing the little sovereign to vent her frustration was preferable to her taking it out on him later. The Empress Dowager Qin remained silent, as she wished to demonstrate to Xiao Zhuo the true nature of the woman he cherished, one whose heart was as venomous as a serpent, incapable of accommodating others. The Empress had always held an unfavorable view of Qin Qian and would naturally not offer her any assistance. Thus, Qin Qian found herself ensnared in a predicament. Listening to Shen Sisi's words, Qin Qian could no longer feign helplessness. She was acutely aware that if word of today's events spread beyond the palace, the officials would surely rain down scorn upon her. Unlike Shen Sisi, she dared not disregard the opinions of the elder statesman, should her reputation be tarnished. Her family would undoubtedly seek to send their clan sister into the palace without a second thought, for even her aunt, despite her affection, would adhere to the family's wishes. Summoning her courage, she stepped forward to clarify, "Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager, Qiner is not at all as the noble consort has portrayed. I have always maintained a cordial relationship with Lady Chao, and it pains me to witness her being punished for a mere slip of the tongue. Now that she has faced her consequences and recognizes her error, I earnestly hope that Your Majesty and the Empress Dowager might show leniency and allow noble consort Shen to pardon her." The Empress Dowager intended for Xiao Zhuo to observe this, and she believed he had, for after hearing Qin Qian's words, he signaled for the matter to be laid to rest. Yet, Yuing did not cease her actions, for she heeded her mistress's commands. The Empress Dowager turned to Shen Sisi, "Noble consort, it appears you are still not satisfied. How dare you treat this place with such disrespect?"
Unfazet, Shen Sisi replied.
Yuing. Upon hearing her name, Yuing immediately halted her motions and returned to stand behind Shen Sisi. The Empress Dowager surveyed this farcical scene and felt a throbbing headache. She found herself powerless against Shen Sisi and turned to admonish the silent Empress seated beside her. "Do you see how chaotic the harem has become? Is this how you govern?" Duo Yanning bowed in apology, adopting a submissive demeanor. "I beg Your Majesty's forgiveness." The Empress Dowager rubbed her temples and said, "Enough, let all the concubines take their leave." As the women rose to depart, she added, "Your Majesty, please stay with Qiner for a moment." Chapter 107. Xiao Zhuo lowered his gaze, a fleeting hint of derision flashing in his eyes, too quick to be perceived. He adjusted his sleeves and turned to the Empress Dowager, speaking gently, "Mother, do you have something to discuss with me?" Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, the Empress Dowager began, "Since Qiner has been pregnant, you have not once visited her in the Fuan Palace. Do you not consider how this reflects on her and how the harem perceives her?" Her voice grew increasingly heated as she continued. Qin Qian wore a look of grievance. Yet sensing the Empress Dowager's ire, she turned to comfort her, grasping her hand and softly calling, "Aunt." She covertly glanced at Xiao Zhuo, who wore an inscrutable smile. His thoughts hidden from view, the Empress Dowager noted Xiao Zhuo's expression and felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. Her son had always been inscrutable, and she could never fathom his thoughts. Regardless of his true feelings, Qiner was still carrying his child. She had long believed that Xiao Zhuo's reluctance to visit Qin Qian stemmed from his considerations for the bewitching Shen Sisi. And she pointedly mentioned the child to remind him. A flicker of mockery crossed his eyes as he replied, "My child? Rest assured, mother, I am well aware." Upon hearing him refer to the child in such a manner, Qin Qian stiffened, a chill creeping up from her feet, uncertain whether the emperor was aware of this matter. However, she quickly reminded herself to remain composed. If he had known, he would not be sitting here at ease. Otherwise, during the commotion with Shen Sisi, he would have taken action against her. She swiftly regained her composure. Xiao Zhuo, growing impatient, addressed the Empress Dowager, "Mother, is there anything else you wish to convey? I have matters to attend to." The Empress Dowager forced a smile, saying, "If I continue to speak, you will only grow displeased. Just remember my words and carry on. You may attend to your business." Xiao Zhuo nodded, promising to visit his mother again in a few days, and rose to leave. Gao Changxi hurried to catch up with him, whispering, "Your Majesty, the lady is currently taking a stroll in the Imperial Garden." Xiao Zhuo cast him a sidelong glance, inwardly cursing him, yet said nothing as he changed direction and departed. Gao Changxi chuckled and promptly followed. In the pavilion, Shen Sisi sat alone, the other concubines keeping their distance, wary of offending her. Some, wishing to curry favor, dared not approach too closely, while others lingered at a safe distance. In the Imperial Garden, the flowers bloomed vibrantly, the rocks and wisteria thrived abundantly, presenting a scene brimming with life. As she gazed upon it, her thoughts began to drift. The concubines in the garden were filled with joy upon seeing the emperor's arrival, rushing forward to pay their respects, some even daring to steal glances at Xiao Zhuo. He acknowledged them with a grunt and made his way directly toward the still distracted Shen Sisi. Seeing him approach, Shen Sisi reluctantly rose, bending to curtsy, only to be halted by Xiao Zhuo, who took her small hand in his. With no need to perform the gesture of respect, she chose to abandon the pretense and stood upright. It was not her wish to bow to this insufferable man. Rather, the presence of so many eyes in the garden, coupled with the precarious position of the northern Ding Marquise, necessitated that she avoid providing him with any further ammunition. Xiao Zhuo tenderly squeezed her delicate fingers, glancing at the courtiers who had bowed in respect. No need for formalities. Despite the resentment boiling within her, she maintained a facade of calm as she looked at Xiao Zhuo and inquired, "What brings your majesty to the Imperial Garden today? I trust it is not merely to observe your dear sister in the harem?" With Xiao Zhuo's arrival, the other ladies dared not wander off, remaining in attendance, some even speculating if the emperor might notice them. Chapter 108. However, any lingering thoughts were quickly dispelled by the sharp tones of a young girl, revealing her displeasure. Xiao Zhuo merely aimed to appease this little sovereign, casting a glance at Gao Changxi, who promptly understood the emperor's intent. He stepped forward, urging the concubines to depart, and signaled for the eunuchs and maidservants to leave as well. Ying, standing behind Shen Sisi, remained unmoved. Gao Changxi clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, his eyes pleading with her, for only one so favored by the noble consort could command such attention. Ying, however, remained indifferent, realizing that now the garden was left with only the emperor and the noble consort, alongside Gao Changxi. As she pondered this, she caught a fleeting glance from the emperor, making her shiver, silently reminding herself that she was now in the service of the noble consort and must heed her wishes. Shen Sisi noticed too. "Ying, why don't you go rest in that pavilion over there for a while?" Upon hearing Shen Sisi's suggestion, Ying slowly withdrew, with Gao Changxi accompanying her. Now only two remained. Shen Sisi huffed softly, "With all your time, why is the emperor not attending to your dear cousin? What brings you here?" Xiao Zhuo lightly flicked her forehead. "Enough of your nonsense." Shen Sisi glared at him fiercely, but to Xiao Zhuo, her supposed ferocity resembled that of a puffed-up kitten, quite endearing. After shooting him a look, she turned her gaze toward the scenic lakeside, choosing to ignore him, for his audacity was boundless. Seeing her disregard, he felt no discomfort and busied himself with preparing tea. As if suddenly reminded of something, she turned and approached Xiao Zhuo from behind, throwing herself against his back and wrapping her arms around his neck, inquiring, "Did the Empress Dowager send you to see Qin Qian? What was her expression when you came out? Was she furious?" Her eyes sparkled with unrestrained curiosity, eager to witness Qin Qian's embarrassment. Xiao Zhuo could only smile helplessly. Seeing him smile yet unwilling to answer her, Shen Sisi shook him vigorously, insisting, "Tell me." "I didn't pay attention," he replied. Shen Sisi, upon hearing this, released him and playfully punched his shoulder, huffing, as she knew he would not divulge anything. "I want to eat wontons." Not understanding how the conversation had shifted so abruptly to food, but accustomed to the whimsical thoughts of his little ancestor, Xiao Zhuo responded, "Shall I have the imperial kitchen prepare some for you?" Shen Sisi frowned. No. I want to eat the ones from outside. Theirs don't taste the way I like. Having tasted them himself, Xiao Zhuo found little distinction among the various wontons, feeling they were all rather similar. He continued, I will send someone to buy them for you. Shen Sisi's face scrunched in disdain. If you buy them from outside, they'll be cold, and the flavor will change. Her tone shifted. Are you trying to starve me? After I'm dead, will you go find your cousin? I won't let you have your way. Xiao Zhuo sighed deeply. Here we go again. He took her hand and pulled her onto his lap, resting his head on her shoulder. Once I finish handling matters in the next couple of days, I will accompany you outside, all right? Shen Sisi replied, I want to go tomorrow. I want to eat tomorrow. Xiao Zhuo's gaze flickered momentarily. It's unsafe outside for the next 2 days. After I resolve these issues, I'll personally take you out, okay? Shen Sisi understood that he would not allow her outside in the coming days, and by the time he took her out, everything would likely have settled. However, she refrained from saying more, as further discussion would surely raise his suspicions. Chapter 109. This isn't allowed, and that isn't allowed. She feigned anger, turning her head aside. Xiao Zhuo gently adjusted her head back. Once this period passes, I will accompany you to do whatever you wish, all right? His gaze was filled with indulgence. I'm tired. I don't want to see any more. Carry me back, she declared, resting her head against his shoulder with an air of righteousness, thinking that if he refused, she could leverage the situation. After all, he was the emperor, the supreme ruler. How would it look for him to be seen carrying a concubine? Even though he usually indulged her, it was only when they were alone. So Shen Sisi doubted he would agree. Unexpectedly, Xiao Zhuo crouched down before her. Shen Sisi stood still, stunned, as he turned to her with a playful smile. Come on. Why are you hesitant? His words ignited her competitive spirit, and like a firecracker, she dashed onto his back, attempting to topple him, only to be securely caught by Xiao Zhuo. Having failed to achieve her goal, Shen Sisi pouted and playfully tapped his shoulder with one hand. Little Zhuozi, let us set off. Impudent, Xiao Zhuo chuckled, bouncing her lightly on his back, thinking that the little girl must not be eating enough. She felt weightless in his arms. His comment held no deterrent power for Shen Sisi. As he carried her out of the imperial garden, Gao Changxi and others observed the emperor emerging with a noble concubine on his back, hastily bowing their heads. A perceptive little eunuch discreetly left to disperse the palace attendants. Shen Sisi continued to swing her legs, and upon passing the lotus pond, she insisted on being carried over to see the flower buds. After Xiao Zhuo obliged, she rested her head on his shoulder, her feet still in motion. I don't want to see any more. Let us go back, little Zhuozi. Without needing to look, he knew she must be wearing a sulky expression, as if having committed a misdeed yet feeling untouchable. A smile crept onto his lips, revealing a tenderness he hadn't even realized he possessed. Shen Sisi reclined on the couch while Han Chun stood nearby, fanning her, and Bai Qiu diligently peeled an orange, feeding her piece by piece with utmost concentration. Yuing entered to report, Your Highness, Hong Ping from the virtuous concubine's side requests an audience.
Shen Sisi Yaned.
Her gaze still hazy from waking up from her nap, and paused momentarily before instructing, Let her in. Upon entering, Hong Ping dared not look around but directly approached Shen Sisi, kneeling to pay her respects. This servant greets the noble concubine. After speaking, noticing that the noble concubine hadn't bid her to rise, she remained kneeling, continuing, My lady has recently received several pots of potted flowers, a gift from the Empress Dowager, and is hosting a flower appreciation banquet in the Imperial Garden. She has specifically sent me to invite you. I want to go. Shen Sisi replied lazily, her voice soft yet unexpectedly cold, startling Hong Ping. Encouraging herself with clenched fists, she added, My lady instructed me to convey that among the new potted flowers is a pot of Yao Huang peony, wishing to make amends for the noble concubine's previous regrets. Hence my visit. She bowed her head, not daring to look up. Shen Sisi tapped the table, causing Hong Ping to flinch. Then, hearing what she wanted, she responded, Tell Qin Qian that I will arrive on time. Hong Ping cautiously glanced at the noble concubine, noticing her smile belied a cold gaze, exuding an unspoken authority that deterred her from looking further. She quickly took her leave to report back. Once Hong Ping departed, Shen Sisi melted back against Han Chun. Today's performance has left me restless. Your Highness, the virtuous concubine's invitation surely harbors ill intentions. Why agree? Yuing questioned directly, unable to comprehend.
Han Chun hukliet.
Covering her mouth, this is a plan the noble concubine devised long ago. Earlier, she refrained from agreeing to reduce the virtuous concubine's suspicions. Chapter 110. Fuan Palace. Your Highness, the noble concubine has accepted your invitation. As expected, she initially rejected me, but upon mentioning your words, she agreed, Hong Ping reported, returning to inform Qin Qian of the developments in Changning Palace. The peony, often heralded as the king of flowers, symbolizes purity, nobility, and national beauty, while the Yao Huang peony is particularly rare and precious, known for its vibrant and elegant blossoms, representing the matriarch of the nation in Dawei. In the past, someone had presented Shen Sisi with a Yao Huang peony, which she cherished dearly, tending to it herself daily. Qin Qian, aware of Shen Sisi's affection for her cousin, would surely not be content with the throne being beyond her reach. The offering of the Yao Huang peony symbolized that, in their hearts, only she was worthy of standing beside her cousin, yet ultimately, Shen Sisi had let it wither. What did this signify? Reflecting on it now, Qin Qian only regretted not witnessing the expression on Shen Sisi's face at that moment. Since then, she had refused to accept any flowers offered to her. She understood that someone as proud as herself would inevitably be provoked to respond. Is everything arranged? Qin Qian inquired. Rest assured, my lady, all is in order, Hong Ping assured her. Shen Sisi had gone to Lianqin's studio to meet Shen Ruxue, and Bai Qiu returned to report that the doctor had been summoned, suggesting that Shen Marin might be ill. Though she was indifferent to Shen Ruxue, she ordered someone to keep an eye on her to ensure she wouldn't meet an untimely end. Upon hearing that Shen Ruxue was unwell and considering the events to come, she decided to pay her a visit. Shen Ruxue lay in bed, looking rather unwell, as if her condition were quite serious. Upon seeing Shen Sisi, she instructed He Xiang to help her sit up to pay her respects. Well then, since you are feeling unwell, it is best for you to rest, Shen Sisi said. Shen Ruxue, however, insisted on having He Xiang assist her to sit up. She contemplated some recent rumors she had heard and gazed at Shen Sisi, her expression betraying her desire to inquire, yet unsure of how to broach the subject. Noticing her cousin's hesitant demeanor, which was a stark contrast to her previous thoughtlessness, Shen Sisi spoke up. Cousin, the way you are looking at me suggests you have something to discuss. Everyone, please leave, Shen Sisi commanded, prompting Bai Qiu and the others to withdraw. The attendants in the palace also respectfully exited upon hearing the words of the imperial concubine Shen. Soon, only the two of them remained in the chamber. Your servant has heard some rumors about the Shen family in recent days and wishes to seek your confirmation on their veracity, Shen Ruxue began, her gaze fixed on Shen Sisi's expression. Observing that Shen Sisi's countenance remained unchanged, she continued. It is said that His Majesty is preparing to take action against the Shen family and that the disappearance of my second uncle is a sign of His Majesty's involvement. Is this true? Shen Sisi did not respond directly, instead posing a question of her own. Where did you hear such things? Shen Ruxue, already anxious, felt compelled to ascertain the truth. She hesitated, contemplating her response before finally admitting, I overheard it from two palace maids. So your illness stems from dwelling on this matter.
Shen Sisi remarked. Ah?
Shen Ruxue was momentarily taken aback. Have you ever heard any concubine in this harem speak of such things?
Shen Sisi inquired. No.
Shen Ruxue shook her head. Has anyone in your presence ever inquired about the Shen family? After a moment's thought, Shen Ruxue again shook her head. No, not at all. Then it appears that during your time in the palace, you have made no progress whatsoever, Shen Sisi remarked, her gaze piercing into her cousin. Shen Ruxue met Shen Sisi's eyes, noting her cousin's elegant attire. A long dress of plum blue, with a delicate gauze belt cinched at her waist, accentuating her slender figure. She reclined lazily in her chair, her complexion resembling that of fine jade, embodying the image of one who is cherished and pampered. This disparity fueled Shen Ruxue's resentment. Why should she, a daughter of the Shen family, grow up under the indulgent care of her parents while her cousin married the most powerful man in the realm, receiving all the affection? Why should all the advantages fall solely to Shen Sisi? Are you a fool? How could the idle chatter of two maidservants be heard solely by you? If something were to happen to the Shen family, those two would certainly receive the news before you, Shen Sisi chastised. Upon hearing Shen Sisi's rebuke, Shen Ruxue found herself at a loss for words. Realizing that this simple inquiry had caused her distress, she lowered her head, grappling with self-doubt and unwilling to challenge Shen Sisi further. Though she had her grandmother's backing in the Marquis's residence, she had never bested Shen Sisi in any encounter. Perhaps she had always been inferior.
Shen Sisi sighed.
Reflecting on how her father insisted on sending Shen Ruxue to her, not as a support, but rather to hinder her progress. After a brief pause, she added, however, your concerns are not unfounded. Shen Ruxue looked at her, puzzled by the meaning behind her words. I will grant you one more opportunity. Would you choose to enter the palace again? Shen Ruxue pondered seriously, then shook her head. No. During my time in the palace, I have indeed recognized the differences between Shen Sisi and myself. I am no match for the intrigues of the women in this harem. Several times I relied on Dongyu to evade trouble. I know I am on Shen Sisi's side. I am no fool, so why return? Shen Sisi stood, preparing to depart. Shen Rushua attempted to rise and see her off. Enough, rest well. I shall take my leave, Shen Sisi stated. Shen Rushua felt perplexed, still pondering the meaning of her words regarding her concerns being not a problem. Yet, her penchant for vexation remained unchanged. Upon hearing that His Majesty had arrived and was in the inner chamber, Shen Sisi entered to find Xiao Zhuo seated at a long table, engrossed in a book. After her conversation with Shen Rushua, her mood was quite pleasant. She approached him, feeling a playful urge to leap into his embrace, contemplating whether to smother him. Shen Sisi had observed that his attention was entirely absorbed in his reading, and as she attempted to startle him, he effortlessly caught her in his arms. Frustrated, she buried her face in his neck and bit down hard. Xiao Zhuo winced, but did not push her away. Feeling bored, she released her bite but remained nestled against his chest. He could not suppress a low chuckle. Has our princess calmed down? Should I offer another bite? Shen Sisi gritted her teeth. Do you take me for a dog? Why would I bite? She scolded, reaching for his waist to pinch him. But his physique was too solid for her to make an impact. Suddenly, her lips formed a pout, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears as she lamented. You only know how to bully me. Everyone bullies me. You claim to treat only one person well. Yet you not only bully me, but allow your good cousin to join in. Her raspy voice, tinged with a whimper, only served to amuse and tug at Xiao Zhuo's heartstrings. Though he recognized her act, he could not help but find her endearing. He gently wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, saying, It is my fault for causing our princess pain. I apologize. Will you forgive me? And your good cousin? Very well, he conceded. The virtuous concubine has been quite troublesome. After finishing my duties this afternoon, I came directly here. I only knew that the Fuan Palace was hosting a flower viewing banquet and sent someone to invite you, but I had not yet learned the details. She was well aware that her attempts at gardening often ended in failure, as she had lost several pots of peonies. Inviting me to view flowers. Does she not mock me for my inability to nurture them? I adore flowers, yet I have never managed to keep them alive. The last time I dared to hope, it ended in failure. Initially, it was merely an act, but I found myself genuinely invested. Previously, when I sent someone to find you, did you not say that I was a thorn in your side and that you did not require my assistance? Then forget it. I am not so petty. I have already promised the virtuous concubine that I would attend the banquet, she declared, lifting her chin in a show of generosity. Her moods shifted swiftly, rising and falling like the tide. Xiao Zhuo pulled her back into his embrace, resting his chin atop her head, speaking in an affectionate tone. Indeed, our princess has always been gentle, kind, beautiful, and generous. In Chapter 111, witnessing the proud demeanor of the young lady in his arms made him long to cherish her further. After holding her for a while, Shen Sisi sensed his intentions and attempted to wriggle free. Suddenly, he swept her up and strode toward the bed. I haven't had dinner yet, you scoundrel.
Put me down,
She protested, struggling in his grasp. Xiao Zhuo coaxed gently. Be good, I will join you for dinner shortly, all right? Was all Shen Sisi could manage to say before he silenced her with a kiss. The warmth of his lips left her feeling weak, her fair skin flushing as she clung to his clothing, her voice a mere whisper, I want. Just as she felt breathless, he released her, resting his forehead against hers. I understand. What do you know, you rogue? She felt as if he might devour her whole, and she still needed to present herself to others. Xiao Zhuo expertly dressed Shen Sisi, and after he had finished, she kicked him in the chest. He caught her foot, and when she attempted to pull away, she found herself unable to escape. Seeing him smile only fueled her frustration further. Xiao Zhuo, sensing her mood, refrained from teasing her, placing her foot against his chest. Here, kick? If you dare to prompt me, then I shall indeed kick, Shen Sisi declared, retracting her foot and striking at his chest. Her expression, which she believed to be fierce, appeared utterly adorable to Xiao Zhuo. He gently lifted Shen Sisi into his arms and retrieved the nightgown that Bai Qiu had prepared, ready to assist the young lady in dressing. At this moment, Shen Sisi was remarkably obedient, readily extending her arms when prompted and lifting her legs upon request. Ever since Shen Sisi discovered his talent for dressing her, he had taken every opportunity to do so himself whenever he had the time. Outside, Gao Changshi called for the meal as the time approached. Just as Xiao Zhuo completed dressing the young lady and carried her out, the timing was impeccable. Yu Ying observed from the side and remarked, No wonder he has become the emperor's trusted confidant. Such perceptiveness is not common among ordinary folk. As the emperor and the imperial concubine emerged, the palace maids within the hall dutifully withdrew, having grown accustomed to the emperor and the concubine dining without the need for service.
Hanshon wondered aloud.
Is Bai Qiu preoccupied with something today? I have not seen her by the concubine's side all day. Lost in thought about the tasks assigned by the virtuous concubine, Xiao Lu contemplated the absence of Bai Qiu, pondering whether the concubine had sent her away without her knowledge. Han Chun recalled that the concubine had previously informed them that Xiao Lu had been swayed by the virtuous concubine and instructed them to keep a watchful eye on her. Initially incredulous, she gradually accepted this reality. However, hearing Xiao Lu's inquiry still stirred her ire. After all, they had grown up alongside the concubine, who had always treated them well. Perhaps some individuals are simply devoid of conscience. Feeling Han Chun's unwavering gaze upon her, Xiao Lu experienced a shiver of unease, fearing that she might have been discovered. Yet, she quickly reassured herself that this was unlikely, as she had not engaged in any actions detrimental to the concubine, merely assisting the virtuous concubine in keeping tabs on her movements. Despite the simmering anger within, she resolved to adhere to the plan and replied in a nonchalant tone, "The concubine has sent Bai Qiu on another errand." Upon hearing this, Xiao Lu inquired further, "What task has she been assigned?" Han Chun's expression sharpened immediately. "Are you prying into the concubine's affairs?" Xiao Lu was taken aback. Reflecting on her recent behaviors and concluding that she had not acted overtly suspiciously, perhaps Han Chun was simply being overly cautious. Relieved, she mustered a bright smile and replied, "What makes you think I've changed? I'm merely concerned for the concubine. We three, Bai Qiu, you and I, have grown up together.
Now,
You too are favored by the concubine, and I fear she might suddenly take a disliking to me after I accidentally misspoke." Her voice trailed off, growing increasingly despondent. "I've realized my mistake. Please help me by speaking a few kind words on my behalf before the concubine," she said, playfully linking her arm with Han Chun's. Xiao Lu had previously relied on her eloquence, believing that the concubine favored her most due to their long-standing bond. However, her recent misfortune stemmed from an ill-timed encounter when the concubine was in poor spirits. This incident had barred her from serving closely, thus diminishing her access to valuable information and reducing her allowances. She had been regretting her actions ever since. Han Chun's scrutiny remained unwavering. Had she not known Xiao Lu's true nature, she might have been persuaded by her words. "I will mention it to the concubine when the opportunity arises. But you must acknowledge your wrongdoing." "I truly recognize my fault." Xiao Lu beamed at Han Chun's willingness to speak favorably for her. Glancing at the items Han Chun held, "Are you heading to the Ministry of Internal Affairs? May I accompany you?" Upon returning to the palace, Bai Qiu promptly presented the letter she had obtained to Shen Sisi. Shen Sisi opened it and examined the contents with a smile. "Pardon my intrusion, but has the concubine truly made her decision?" Bai Qiu asked. Shen Sisi, gazing earnestly at the woman who had been by her side since childhood, replied,
I've contemplated this for quite some time.
Bai Qiu felt a pang of sympathy and replied solemnly, "As long as the concubine is happy, that is all that matters." Soon, the day of the flower appreciation banquet hosted by Qin Qian arrived. At the hour of the rabbit, the emperor rose to attend court, having been urged by Shen Sisi the previous night to start his day slightly earlier than usual. When the time arrived, Bai Qiu and the others roused Shen Sisi from her deep slumber. "Your Highness, it is already the hour of the rabbit. Han Chun has prepared hot water. Allow me to assist you in dressing," Bai Qiu gently coaxed. Leaning against Bai Qiu, Shen Sisi murmured sleepily, "I'm so tired. Let me sleep a little longer." Bai Qiu, unable to resist her master's charm, softly urged, "Your Highness, if you do not rise now, we will run out of time. May I wash your face first?" Despite her heart nearly softening at the thought of letting her rest a bit longer, she steeled herself to rouse Shen Sisi for the sake of her plans. Now dazed, Shen Sisi leaned against Bai Qiu as Yuing dampened a cloth and handed it to Bai Qiu to wipe her face. After some effort, Shen Sisi finally became more alert. Dressed to the nines, she appeared even more captivating. Even those who saw her daily, like Yuing, were still taken aback by her radiant beauty. The palace attire she wore was crafted from exquisite cloud brocade, reputed to be worth its weight in gold, taking 20 embroiderers an entire month to complete. The cuffs were adorned with pearls, and the waist was cinched with a gold-threaded sash, accentuating her elegance and nobility. Shen Sisi was thoroughly pleased with her appearance today, having prepared herself to make a grand entrance. Upon her arrival at Qin Qian's banquet, the gathering was already bustling. with the wives and daughters of noble families mingling with the palace concubines, engaging in lively conversation. As Shen Sisi entered, an immediate hush fell over the garden. Bai Qiu assisted her to the main seat. Leaning back against her chair, she radiated a luminescent beauty, captivating all in attendance. After a brief pause, the guests regained their composure and offered their respects to Shen Sisi. "Have I arrived late?" Shen Sisi inquired of Qin Qian. Qin Qian, observing the meticulously adorned Shen Sisi and the astonished expressions of those in the hall, felt her own disheveled state, worn down by pregnancy, was maddening. Nevertheless, she maintained a gentle smile. "Not at all, Your Highness. Your timing is impeccable. I was just pondering how to commence the banquet. Your presence truly elevates this humble gathering," she remarked, addressing Shen Sisi. Yet, after speaking, Shen Sisi appeared to ignore her, engrossed in conversation with Bai Qiu. The two most esteemed individuals in the garden were conversing, while the others continued their discussions, attentively observing the interactions above. Witnessing Shen Sisi's apparent disregard for the virtuous concubine, the ladies began to murmur amongst themselves, confirming the rumors that Shen Sisi was the emperor's favored, requiring deference even from the empress, let alone the virtuous concubine. However, with the virtuous concubine's pregnancy still a mystery regarding the gender of her child, they pondered the implications of the emperor's current vigor and the future of the court. Some hesitated to attend the banquet, fearing a slight against Shen Sisi, but with news of her presence, their concerns dissipated. Among them was the Minister of Right's wife. Though Madame Meng harbored some worries regarding Ying's matter, feeling a twinge of gratitude towards Shen Sisi for her past assistance. She had overheard her husband mention the emperor's intentions towards the Beiding Marquisate. With each harboring their own thoughts, the atmosphere grew quiet. At last it was Princess Dongyang Xiaoying, who stepped forward to shatter the tranquility, proclaiming, "I have heard that the virtuous empress has acquired several pots of Yao Huang peonies, and my curiosity is piqued. Would the empress not hasten to summon them, to satiate the curiosity of all present?" Having been a companion to the late Empress Dowager Xiao since childhood, she intervened to ease the tension. For a fleeting moment, Qin Qian's expression darkened, but she quickly regained her composure, gesturing to Hongping to bring forth the Yao Huang peonies. As the palace maids carried in the exquisite flowers, the assembly surged forward to admire them, showering praises. The blossoms, resembling crowns, stood tall and vibrant, exhibiting a lively spectacle before the gathering. Conversation and laughter filled the garden, rekindling its spirited atmosphere. Qin Qian, placing a hand on her abdomen, spoke, "Today, I implore you all to feel at ease. I find myself somewhat fatigued, and shall return to rest for a while." Upon hearing her express her weariness, Madame Xianping rose and said, "Since the Empress feels fatigued, she should indeed take a moment to rest. We have the princess and the other ladies to keep watch here, so there is no cause for concern. The child within the Empress's womb is of utmost significance to our Xianping house. Is it not a matter of great urgency?" Li Jiu and the others, previously engaged in the game of tossing pots, invited Shen Sisi to join them. Having not played in quite some time, Shen Sisi eagerly participated in several rounds. After exchanging a few playful remarks, her spirits lifted considerably, and even when a maid accidentally spilled tea on her skirt, she remained unperturbed, accompanying the maid to a side chamber to change. Upon emerging in her new attire, Shen Sisi spotted Qin Qian seated within the hall, seemingly awaiting her arrival. Hearing a sound, Qin Qian lifted her gaze, and their eyes met, an unspoken connection passing between them. Suddenly, Shen Sisi broke into a smile, and Qin Qian's face mirrored her joy. The two maintained a silent, yet palpable standoff. Chapter 113. As Gao Changxi entered the hall, he swiftly approached Shen Sisi. Bowing respectfully before speaking, "Your Highness, His Majesty has instructed me to escort you back." Shen Sisi turned to him, inquiring, "And where is he?" After a moment of contemplation, Gao Changxi cautiously replied, "His Majesty is with the virtuous Empress." He remained attentive to Shen Sisi's expression, apprehensive about how to navigate her potential displeasure. Her eyes dimmed momentarily before returning to normal, a sense of relief washing over her, as if a weight had finally been lifted. Nonchalantly, she rose, preparing to depart. Master. Young Deng, witnessing his mentor in a daze for the first time, promptly tugged at his sleeve to rouse him. Gao Changxi, regaining his focus, hastened to follow her. After taking Qin Qian's pulse, Imperial Physician Chen's forehead glistened with perspiration. Steadying himself, he wiped his face with his sleeve and exited the inner chamber. Kneeling before Xiao Zhuo and Empress Dowager Qin, he lamented, "I am inept. I fear the child within the virtuous empress cannot be preserved," before bowing his head deeply. Startled, Empress Dowager Qin rose abruptly, chastising, "Incompetent fool. Where is Zhou Chong? Has he not yet arrived?" Zhou Chong, renowned in the Imperial Medical Department for his expertise in gynecological ailments, was not on duty that day. Upon hearing of Qin Qian's predicament, Nurse Zhao had swiftly dispatched someone to summon him to the palace, though such matters required time. No sooner had she spoken than a palace maid announced, "Zhou Tai has arrived." As Zhou Chong prepared to greet His Majesty and Empress Dowager Qin, he heard the latter command, "No need for pleasantries. Quickly enter and assess the virtuous Empress." She intended to convey the urgency of examining the child within her womb. Zhou Chong, not daring to delay, entered to examine Qin Qian. This was his first consultation with her since her pregnancy. Feeling her pulse, he noted something peculiar, indicating a potential miscarriage. His brow furrowed as he prepared to investigate further, but Qin Qian withdrew her hand, tears glistening in her eyes as she beseeched, "Zhou Tai, does this mean the child within me cannot be saved?" Seeing her withdraw her hand, Zhou Chong's confusion deepened. However, the pulse indeed suggested a miscarriage. With a heavy sigh, he responded, "Your Highness, your vital energy is weak. I shall prepare a few prescriptions to restore your health." He moved to a nearby table, poised to write, when the chief maid beside the Empress cried out, "Your Highness, your Highness. Zhou Tai, please come quickly and see to my lady." In a rush, he seized his medicine box and hurried to the bedside. Hong Ping, witnessing Shen Sisi's blood staining the bedding, turned pale, suddenly at a loss, and called for help. Those outside naturally heard her cries, and Imperial Physician Chen rushed in, accompanied by Nurse Zhao from the Empress Dowager's side. Zhou Chong was already administering acupuncture. In the outer hall, nearly all the consorts of the harem had gathered, and even the Empress hurried over upon receiving the news. "Sister Empress, how eagerly we anticipated this child. Now, with its loss, does that not threaten her very life? His Majesty must uncover the truth and stand for Sister Empress." After the physicians departed, Chao Yu was the first to break the silence. The others hesitated to speak, acutely aware of His Majesty's favor towards Shun Guifei, fearing to draw his ire and incur her resentment. Yet, Chao Yu understood that Shun Guifei would be relegated to the cold palace, and the Shen family would inevitably fall. With no hope of redemption, "Send someone to fetch Shen Shi to this court," Empress Dowager Qin declared through clenched teeth. The palace attendants covertly glanced at His Majesty. With his silence, none dared to move. Witnessing their inaction only fueled Empress Dowager Qin's fury. Seizing the moment, Nurse Zhao exclaimed, "How outrageous! Do you not heed the words of the Empress Dowager?" With a dark expression, Empress Dowager Qin turned to Xiao Zhuo, stating, "Your Majesty, do you still wish to shield Shen Sisi? The child that Qin Qian has lost is also yours." Xiao Zhuo first cast a glance at Nurse Zhao before addressing the Empress Dowager. "Certainly not. Gao Chengxi, summon the Guifei." That glance instilled a profound fear within Nurse Zhao, causing her legs to tremble and beads of sweat to form upon her brow. Over the years, His Majesty's demeanor had softened to the point where she had forgotten his earlier severity. Upon arriving at Changning Palace, Gao Chengxi found Shen Sisi dining. After returning from Fuan Palace, she had immediately taken a bath, feeling considerably refreshed. Anticipating a restless night ahead, she prepared to have a light meal. Perhaps concerned that today's events might dampen her spirits, Bai Qiu had instructed the kitchen to prepare her favorite dish, braised pork knuckles. Shen Sisi ceased her complaints and, disregarding any notions of avoiding overly greasy fare for the evening meal, seated herself at the dining table. After finishing her meal, Bai Qiu presented her with mouthwash tea. And once she had rinsed her mouth, Gao Chengxi finally disclosed his purpose. She rose and said, "Let us go." Observing her retreating figure, Gao Chengxi opened his mouth, wishing to say something, but found himself at a loss for words. With a sigh, he hurried to catch up. "Your Majesty, Empress Dowager, I pay my respects," Shen Sisi announced as she entered the hall, drawing the collective gaze of the assembly. Unhurriedly, she approached Xiao Zhuo and Empress Dowager Qin to offer her greeting. "Shen Shi, how audacious you are, daring to harm the heir. Why do you not confess your crimes?" The sight of Shen Sisi's seemingly indifferent demeanor only fueled her ire further. Gao Chengxi arranged the Guifei's seat beneath His Majesty, and after Bai Qiu assisted Shen Sisi in taking her place, she replied with measured calm, "What are you saying, Empress Dowager? Such a grave crime as harming the heir, if I did not commit it, why should I confess? Your Highness, at the time, you were the only one present with the virtuous Empress. No sooner had you departed than the people from Fuan Palace rushed to summon a physician. The Empress lost the heir because her abdomen struck the corner of the table. Therefore, can you enlighten us as to how the Empress came to meet such a fate? Xiao Yu could no longer contain herself, stepping forward to point an accusing finger. The virtuous Empress has always been a kind soul. Even if you, Guifei, were envious of her carrying the air, you should not have resorted to such cruelty against an unborn child, Su Yue murmured quietly, yet within the silent hall. Her words were unmistakably clear. Shen Sisi smiled. It seems you have all forgotten the words I once spoke. Shall I repeat them to rekindle your memories? Xiao Yu recalled the excruciating days she endured during her prolonged confinement, shivering involuntarily at the memory and regretting her decision to be the one who stood out.
Su Ziwi.
Contemplating Shen Sisi's ruthless tactics, instinctively shrank her neck, refraining from uttering another word. Observing that no one in the court dared to speak further, Empress Dowager Qin gave a derisive snort, addressing Shen. At this juncture, you remain unrepentant. Previously, emboldened by the Emperor's favor, you wreaked havoc in the harem, oppressing the concubines. And now, audaciously, you dare to lay hands upon the unborn heir. You are no longer fit to remain here. If one must speak of tyranny and oppression of concubines, I concede. However, why should I acknowledge actions I did not commit against the heir? Earlier, while in the company of Qin Qian, I did not even lay a finger upon her, she remarked, leisurely adjusting a stray lock of hair. You're still attempting to defend yourself. The maids of Fuan Palace, along with those by your side, witnessed the incident. You were the one who shoved the pregnant virtuous consort against the corner of the table. Do you not desire proof? Bring her forth. Empress Dowager Qin coldly smiled, asserting without hesitation, the attendants from Fuan Palace may lie, but surely those from Changning Palace will not conspire against you. Chapter 114. Xiameng lowered her head, following the chief maid, Huai Lan, as they entered. They proceeded directly to kneel before Xiao Zhuo and Empress Dowager Qin, with Xia Lu respectfully greeting the Empress Dowager. Please recount to His Majesty what you witnessed today. Yes, Xia Lu replied, glancing furtively at Shen Sisi, stammering. I am from Changning Palace, and came to Fuan Palace alongside the consort today. Empress Dowager Qin frowned, urging her to be succinct. Xia Lu hesitated. After the consort finished dressing, she realized she had forgotten her fragrance pouch and sent me to retrieve it. Upon my return with the pouch, I happened to witness the consort pushing the virtuous consort, who then collided with the table corner. She finished, lowering her head resolutely. Xia Lu's anxious advance to seize her was halted by Bai Qiu, who gestured for her to temper her temper. Empress Dowager Qin fixed her gaze upon Shen Sisi, demanding, Shen, do you still have any defense left to offer? A smile played on her lips, as she reclined against the back of her chair. What need have I for defense? If a mere maid's words can so easily sway the Empress Dowager's belief, I could easily find more individuals to affirm my innocence. Empress Dowager Qin struck her hand forcefully upon the table, causing all the concubines in the hall to jump in shock. Unperturbed, Shen Sisi continued. There is no need for your wrath, Empress Dowager. I have yet to finish my account. Noticing the crowd's attention gravitating towards her, she smiled sweetly, appearing quite docile and charming. Soon, some lowered their heads, even pondering why the Emperor favored Shen Sisi so. Yet, her next words promptly jolted them back to reality, proving that such sentiments were ill-suited for a favored consort. It was indeed I who pushed the virtuous consort. I have long found her displeasing. I attended the flower banquet to admire the delicate blossoms, not to pay her any regard, yet she brazenly paraded before me with her swollen belly. At this proclamation, silence enveloped the room. While they had anticipated the consort's arrogance, they were taken aback by her blatant disregard. Her implication was clear. The virtuous consort had brought misfortune upon herself by colliding with her. Empress Dowager Qin, seeing her audacious demeanor and her apparent disregard for the gravity of the situation, regained her composure, casting her gaze upon the silent Xiao Zhuo. Your Majesty, since Shen has admitted to harming the heir, what shall we do? You must decide. The usual smile that graced his lips had vanished, replaced by an inscrutable expression. Leaving none to discern the thoughts of the young emperor, his gaze remained fixed upon Shen Sisi, and after she concluded her discourse, his lips tightened, betraying no shift in his emotions. Sensing the weight of his gaze, Shen Sisi looked up at Xiao Zhuo, her expression tranquil, as if she had anticipated this confrontation. Ultimately, it was Xiao Zhuo who averted his eyes first, suppressing all emotions as he commanded. The consort is to be confined to Changning Palace, without my express orders. She shall not leave. Your Majesty, Qiao Yu interjected impulsively, questioning the adequacy of this punishment for Shen Sisi, yet the moment she met Xiao Zhuo's gaze, a chill coursed through her, silencing her further. She reminded herself silently that this was a realm governed by imperial authority, where one must choose their words with utmost care. Xiao Zhuo's previous look had been terrifying. Both the Emperor and Empress Dowager Qin deemed this punishment far too lenient for Shen Sisi. And as she attempted to voice her thoughts, Zhao Malma, standing beside her, pulled at her sleeve, signaling her to refrain from continuing. To elaborate further might only deepen the rift between mother and son. The fact that the Emperor was willing to address Shen Sisi was already a concession. No one else dared to speak. Gao Changxi approached Shen Sisi with utmost reverence. "Your Highness, please." Shen Sisi rose and strode towards the hall's exit, exuding an air of unrestrained arrogance. Du Yening sighed inwardly, her face betraying an unspoken envy. Though she loathed Qin Qian, she equally detested Shen Sisi's haughty demeanor. Spoiled by excessive favor. If only she could discover that all Shen Sisi possessed was built on deception, she would be keen to witness the expression of this imperious consort when confronted with the truth. In the Liuyi Palace, Xiao Dingzi lingered outside, holding a freshly brewed pot of tea, hesitant to enter. Upon seeing Gao Changxi emerge, he hurriedly approached. "Godfather, you have finally come out. Here is the hot tea I just brewed. Please take it to His Majesty." Since returning from Fuan Palace, the Emperor's mood had noticeably soured. Though he would not unjustly lash out at the servants, they remained fearful. Xiao Dingzi handed the tray to Gao Changxi, who accepted it with a sigh, lamenting the seemingly endless nature of their current predicament. "Your Majesty, you have been reviewing petitions for quite some time. Perhaps you should take a moment to enjoy a cup of hot tea," Gao Changxi suggested. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhuo set down his brush, pinching the bridge of his nose as he accepted the teacup. Gao Changxi hesitated, pondering whether to inform His Majesty about the events in Changning Palace. Since their last encounter, the Emperor had neither visited Changning Palace nor inquired about the consort's well-being, leaving Gao Changxi uncertain of his thoughts. He decided it best to wait for the Emperor to bring it up first. Chapter 115. As the tea time passed without any sign of activity from the Emperor, Gao Changxi subtly turned his head, noticing that his gaze was fixated on the assortment of books on a nearby desk, left behind by the consort. Reflecting on the past camaraderie between the two, he sighed silently. How had their relationship deteriorated to this point? Little Dingzi entered, announcing, "Your Majesty, Lord Ji is requesting an audience outside. Admit him." Once only the two of them remained in the hall, Ji Ling relayed the news he had received. Xiao Zhuo remained silent for a considerable time before stating, "The plan remains unchanged," dismissing him with a wave of his hand. "In Fuan Palace, Your Highness, do have some more. You need to regain your strength to continue bearing the Emperor's child," Hong Ping urged, offering a spoonful to Qin Qian, who had grown increasingly despondent since the Emperor's last departure. Qin Qian scoffed, "What I am enduring is clear to none but myself." "You are right. I must hasten my recovery." She quickly adjusted her demeanor. "Has the maid from Changning Palace been dealt with?" "Rest assured, it has been resolved. I personally oversaw her demise," Hong Ping assured her. "However, the ease with which it was handled raises suspicions. I fear there may be others scheming behind the scenes. Within this harem, a multitude of malevolent spirits lurk, and it appears that the desire for Shen Sisi's demise extends beyond just us. Given her brazen demeanor, there are undoubtedly many who covet her life. You haven't inadvertently left behind any incriminating evidence, have you?" The maid spoke with an unsettling ease, as if the matter had been meticulously tidied up, even suggesting that it was not we who instigated it. A flicker of contemplation crossed Qin Qian's eyes. If the truth remains elusive, then so be it. If someone else has cleaned up after us, why not embrace the fortune? In Changning Palace, Shen Sisi had been living a rather leisurely life of late, spending her days indulging in feasts and engaging in games of leaf cards with Yu Ying and the others, reveling in her blissful existence. Today, after a few rounds of cards, a hint of fatigue crept onto her face, prompting her to instruct her companions to retire early for rest, declaring that their playtime had come to an end. Bai Qiu began to undo Shen Sisi's hairpin, and within the inner chamber it was just the two of them. Casting a glance around, Bai Qiu leaned in closer and whispered in Shen Sisi's ear that she had received a message from Lieutenant Liu, stating that everything had been arranged as the princess had instructed. Shen Sisi responded with a soft acknowledgement, turning her gaze to the reflection in the bronze mirror before slowly closing her eyes. With everything now in place, all that remained was to wait for the opportune moment. As summer waned and autumn approached, a heavy rain fell during the night, leaving the ground slick and carpeted with fallen leaves. Shen Sisi rested her chin on her hand, observing the palace maid sweeping the leaves. Yu Ying draped a cloak over her, noting the chill in the air, even indoors. The princess ought to dress warmly to avoid catching a chill. Shen Sisi let out a gentle acknowledgement, playfully pinching Yu Ying's cheek, saying, "All right, I know, my little housekeeper. Please do not jest with me, your highness." Yu Ying replied, her nimble fingers quickly tying the cloak with a beautiful knot. "Now go and announce the morning meal." Yu Ying hesitated, remaining in place before speaking again. "Your highness, in just a month's time, it will be the 10,000 longevity festival." She recalled Bai Qiu mentioning that in the past, the princess would spend 2 months in deliberation over what gift to prepare for His Majesty.
Now.
Confined due to the incident with the virtuous consort, she pondered whether a gift from the princess could mend the rift between them. Not receiving a response from Shen Sisi, she sighed silently within, discreetly retreating. Outside the two instruments hall, Eunuch Gao inquired, "Has His Majesty dined yet? This bowl of black-bone chicken soup has been simmering for nearly 2 hours, and I have specially brought it for His Majesty to taste." He requested that his message be conveyed with utmost discretion, and at a subtle signal from him, a palace maid handed a large pouch to Gao Changxi. Gao Changxi stepped back, hastily refusing, "Lady Liang, His Majesty is currently occupied and cannot be seen. Please, do return swiftly." The maid beside Lady Liang quickly interjected, "Eunuch Gao, this soup was painstakingly prepared by our young master for His Majesty." Upon seeing Gao Changxi remain unmoved, she recalled the grievances her master had endured since entering the palace. Realizing that Gao Changxi's dismissal stemmed from her master's lack of favor, gathering her courage, she boldly declared, "Eunuch Gao, how can you determine that His Majesty does not wish to see our young master without even entering?" Hearing the maid's sudden boldness as she dared to raise her voice in the presence of the emperor, Gao Changxi signaled for the guards to subdue her. As Winter Ning was about to be escorted away, Lady Liang was taken aback by the scene before her, unable to comprehend how it had escalated so quickly. However, thinking it was for Winter Ning's own good, she hastily said, "Stop." Yet the guards did not relent, prompting her to plead with Gao Changxi, "Eunuch Gao, this maid has only recently entered the palace and is unfamiliar with the rules. I beseech you to show mercy." Gao Changxi replied, "Lady, it is not my intention to make things difficult. It is simply that this maid has shown an audacity to raise a commotion in the presence of the emperor. I am merely adhering to protocol, and I hope you can understand." Lady Liang felt the sting of indignation, despite Gao Changxi's seemingly amiable words. He still failed to accord her the respect she deserved. She vowed silently to remember this humiliation, promising herself that when the day came she gained favor, she would ensure this eunuch would pay for his insolence. Upon entering the hall, Gao Changxi found that the emperor had finished handling the memorials and was now enjoying tea. He recounted the incident outside the hall verbatim, observing that His Majesty showed no reaction. Understanding that the emperor was indifferent to such matters, he refrained from speculating on His Majesty's thoughts. Yet it was evident from the recent demeanor of the officials leaving the Yongxin Hall, with their heads bowed, and the palace maids serving in the imperial presence, who were all tense, that the atmosphere was charged. With the virtuous consort under house arrest, the ladies of the harem seemed to seize the opportunity. During this time, the two instruments hall was inundated daily with ladies bringing soup, hoping to catch the emperor's attention. Yet the one he truly yearned for remained silent and unmoving. A stillness enveloped the hall. "She has not caused a disturbance?" A voice suddenly broke the silence, causing Gao Changxi to momentarily falter before promptly realizing that the she the emperor referred to could only be that one person. He cautiously responded, "There has been no word from Changning Palace." With a non-committal hum, the emperor sank back into silence. After a day of paperwork, Xiao Zhuo set down his brush and decided to take a stroll. Gao Changxi observed the familiar path, casting a sidelong glance at the emperor ahead of him. Upon reaching the entrance of Changning Palace, Xiao Zhuo halted his steps. After finishing his paperwork, he felt an inexplicable urge to wander, and his feet brought him to a stop outside Changning Palace. Thoughts of the woman within flitted through his mind, imagining her berating him daily. Just the thought of it caused the corners of his lips to curve upward. Contemplating the plans of the day, he turned on his heel, retracing his steps. He feared that upon seeing her, the carefully laid plans would unravel. As the 10,000 longevity festival approached, all the palaces were bustling with preparations. Yet as the date drew near, an unexpected calm settled. Changning Palace, however, remained as tranquil as ever. Shen Sisi perused a travelogue, lost in contemplation. Once, she too had yearned to journey to the frontier to behold the vast deserts and flowing rivers, to witness the sunset reflected upon the shimmering waters as described in the tales, to wander through the vibrant blossoms and verdant willows, celebrated by countless poets and scholars in the southern lands. In her previous life, she had been ensnared in this consuming palace. willingly sacrificing herself for her love of Xiao Zhuo. Yet now, she mused, why is the virtuous consort not in the palace today, recuperating in good health? Surely, given the esteem the emperor and the empress dowager hold for you, even if you do not appear today, you would not be blamed.
Li Fei, sea tao pusita king kian.
Lazily remarked, ever since your child has been lost, His Majesty has only confined Shen Sisi and has never visited you in your palace. She knew the other concubines secretly mocked her, but the audacity of Li Fei to voice it before her was infuriating. Before Qin Qian could respond, the sound of kneeling echoed from the front hall as the emperor strode forward, the empress supporting the dowager empress behind him. The other concubines swiftly adjusted their attire and rose to pay their respects to the three most esteemed figures of the court. After taking his seat, Xiao Zhuo waved his hand, signaling everyone to be at ease. Habitually, he glanced towards Shen Sisi's usual spot, recalling how the young lady detested such gatherings, yet felt obligated to attend. He often found himself the target of her fierce glares during these occasions, causing a smirk to grace his lips as he withdrew his gaze. Hong Ping served Qin Qian and whispered to her, His Majesty is indeed concerned for you. I noticed he looked your way as soon as he entered. His Majesty must have been preoccupied with official matters, which is why he has not visited you in Fuan Palace. Now that the one in Changning Palace has fallen out of favor, once you restore your health, what is there to worry about in your future with His Majesty? Your Majesty has not received anyone during this period. It has been quite some time since we last saw father. Princess Qingning has been thinking of the emperor all day long within the palace. On this occasion, she has specially crafted a sachet for His Majesty. She gestured for the palace, made to bring Princess Qingning forward. Qingning presented her respects to the emperor, wishing him eternal youth and longevity. She stepped forward and handed the sachet to the maid, who then conveyed it to Gao Changxi to deliver it into Xiao Zhuo's hands. Xiao Zhuo reached out to Princess Qingning, who approached him. He affectionately ruffled her hair, saying gently, Qingning is thoughtful. Your father is very fond of it. I recall there is a white jade phoenix hairpin in the storeroom. Gao Changxi, please present it to the princess later. Gao Changxi complied and placed the sachet on the tray behind him. In this palace, it is essential to have a child of one's own. Although Consort Li does not win His Majesty's favor, the presence of an heir ensures her standing remains secure. Su Yue, witnessing the scene, felt compelled to speak her mind. But as her words left her lips, she realized their impropriety. Fortunately, sitting beside her was Liang Guerin, who discreetly tugged at her sleeve, indicating that she should refrain from further commentary while no one else was listening. Su Yue pouted, recognizing the futility of her words, yet she spoke only the truth. It was said that the empress had once coveted this hairpin and requested it from the emperor, who never acquiesced. Consort Li was well aware of this matter, wearing a satisfied smile as she cast a glance at the empress. The empress noted Consort Li's gaze, thinking to herself, what a fool. As her grip on the wine cup turned pale, I thank father for his kindness, Qingning said, bowing to Xiao Zhuo before withdrawing. Although she often exhibited a bold demeanor outside, she never dared to show off in front of her father. Today marks the emperor's birthday, and I have specially learned the long-sleeved dance to celebrate. Luo Changzai stepped forward to pay her respects to Xiao Zhuo, her brows subtly conveying determination. She had entered the palace alongside Shen Rushiue during the selection process, but had only seen the emperor a handful of times. He likely did not even know who she was. With consort Shen now in disfavor, every concubine present would undoubtedly aspire to become the next consort Shen, even if her family background was modest, as she was willing to set aside her pride. Xiao Zhuo waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was merely a performance. And it mattered not who was performing it. While he remained indifferent, the other concubines muttered curses at Luo Changzai, deeming her an unsophisticated newcomer who did not understand the decorum, mingling with lowly dancers. Yet, the emperor had acquiesced, causing them to fret over the possibility that he might actually take a liking to her. Watching Xiao Zhuo's cup remain perpetually full, Gao Changxi grew anxious, wishing to intervene but finding no opportunity. In the past, the favored consort had disliked the scent of alcohol on the emperor, who typically drank sparingly in such settings.
Today,
however, he continued to drink one cup after another. Based on his years of service, Gao Changxi could tell that the emperor was already quite inebriated. Luo Changzai's dance commenced below. Gao Changxi observed Xiao Zhuo suddenly rise, his posture unwavering. Had he not been by the emperor's side for so long, he might have failed to notice that the emperor was already drunk. The concubines below mistook his standing for interest in Luo Changzai, only to realize their error when he strode away decisively. Luo Changzai felt a moment of joy when the emperor stood, but upon witnessing his swift departure, Her enthusiasm for dancing evaporated, and tears nearly spilled from her eyes. As soon as the emperor left, the other concubines cast scornful glances at Luo Changzai. Unable to contain their disdain, once intoxicated, Xiao Zhuo followed his whims, wandering until he found himself outside Changning Palace, where the gates remained tightly shut due to his confinement. He halted, staring at the closed doors, motionless. Gao Changxi approached cautiously, inquiring, "Your Majesty, do you wish to visit Consort?" Xiao Zhuo remained silent, gesturing for them to withdraw. After everyone retreated, Xiao Zhuo leaped over the palace wall, avoiding the palace attendants and making his way directly to Shen Sisi's chambers. This night, it was Yue Ying's turn to keep watch. Hearing a commotion, she almost called for help, but upon seeing Xiao Zhuo, she silently withdrew. Xiao Zhuo approached the bed, gazing at Shen Sisi, her face nestled in a soft pillow, her cheeks flushed. It had been quite some time since he had last seen her, and the moment he laid eyes on her, the restlessness within him quelled. He sat at the bedside, gently tucking her exposed arm beneath the covers. Quietly, he admired her serene countenance until the sky began to brighten. Leaning down, he placed a soft kiss upon her forehead before rising to leave. After Xiao Zhuo departed, Yue Ying returned to the outer chamber as if nothing had transpired. In the Liui Hall, upon seeing Xiao Zhuo's return, Gao Changxi hurried over, asking, "Your Majesty, would you like to rest for a moment?" Xiao Zhuo pinched the bridge of his nose, signaling for Gao Changxi to step back, wishing to be alone for a while. Chapter 116. A light drizzle fell against the windowsill, gradually moistening the stone path in the courtyard, casting a faint glimmer upon it, while the air was rich with the scent of wet earth. Gazing out the window and listening to the rhythmic patter of rain, it seemed to strike deep into the soul, evoking countless thoughts. "Yue Ying, I wish to see His Majesty." A soft voice broke the silence. "I know you can arrange this."
Can't you?
The tone was faint. "Your Highness." The maid Yue Ying immediately knelt, her expression somewhat anxious. Before she could utter a word, Shen Sisi gently pressed her hand down. "Hush, I know you have a way," she reassured her, her tone both meticulous and tender. "Your servant obeys." She was under house arrest, and Yue Ying were in Xiao Zhuo's employ. She had long known this, and kept them close for this very moment. In her previous life, she had been too passive, due to her aversion to anyone other than Xia Lu, and by Qiu serving her, Xiao Zhuo had not arranged for them to be present. Undeniably, they had been attentive and capable during this time, yet she hesitated to gamble on their loyalty after learning of her impending departure. "Master, Yue Ying from Changning Palace requests an audience with His Majesty." For the first time, Gao Changxi found it hard to believe, prompting him to ask again which palace. Yue Ying from Consort's side in Changning Palace. This young eunuch was newly arrived. The Minister of Rites was still inside reporting to the Emperor. Generally, if it was not a matter of great importance, audiences for concubines bringing soup for the Emperor were not immediately granted, especially not for a mere maid. He had previously received a warning from eunuch Xiao Deng to be vigilant regarding matters concerning Changning Palace, so he had inquired further. "Quickly take her to the side hall. I shall report to the Emperor for confirmation." Gao Changxi swiftly commanded, flicking the feather duster in his hand and striding into the inner hall. "Your Majesty." Yue Ying from Consort's side in Changning Palace seeks an audience, Gao Changxi whispered as he approached Xiao Zhuo. Xiao Zhuo nodded, signaling his acknowledgement, and soon dismissed the Minister of Rites with a few words. Gao Changxi then called for Yue Ying to enter. Upon entering, Yue Ying knelt on the ground, greeting, "I pay my respects to Your Majesty." Xiao Zhuo immediately stood, his gaze sharp as he focused on Yue Ying. "Has something happened to the consort?" Before sending them to Changning Palace, he had instructed them to protect her and to refrain from coming unless it was of utmost importance. Yue Ying bowed her head. "It is the consort who wishes to see Your Majesty." Seeing Xiao Zhuo's silence, Yue Ying recounted the scene from earlier when Shen Sisi had called for her today. When Xiao Zhuo arrived, Shen Sisi had been playing leaf cards with Bai Qiu and the others. He had not sent anyone to announce his arrival. It was only Han Chun who noticed him first, quickly lowering her head and putting down her cards to kneel in greeting. This action drew the attention of everyone present. Soon, the courtyard was filled with kneeling figures. Shen Sisi looked up at Xiao Zhuo, her beautiful eyes curving into a smile as she said, "Your servant pays her respects to Your Majesty." As Xiao Zhuo stepped through the threshold, his attention was immediately captivated by Shen Sisi. Her exquisite brows and eyes sparkled with brilliance, and her smile radiated an undeniable luminosity. Noticing Xiao Zhuo's silence as he gazed upon her, Shen Sisi rose unceremoniously. The attendants in the courtyard had discreetly withdrawn at Gao Changxi's signal. Shen Sisi poured herself a cup of tea and presented it before Xiao Zhuo. He accepted the cup with one hand, placing it on the table, while his other hand naturally enveloped hers, tenderly caressing her fingers from knuckles to palm without a single detail overlooked. Shen Sisi observed his lowered brows and, perceiving his silence as he toyed with her hand, let out a soft huff, withdrawing her hand from his grasp. Were it not for my desire to see your majesty, you might have almost forgotten that I exist in this harem, she remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhuo appraised her and replied serenely, might the esteemed concubine enlighten me as to whether your period of reflection has yielded any results? At his words, Shen Sisi inwardly cursed him, thinking, wretched man. I have done no wrong, so why must I reflect? Yet, she replied, it was Qin Qian who provoked me, claiming I could not bear children. In my anger, I merely nudged her gently, not foreseeing her fall. Xiao Zhuo's brow furrowed, concealing a tumult of dark emotions as he gently wiped away the tear at the corner of her eye. Is your majesty displeased with me? You cast me into confinement without a glance, and I had no inkling that a mere touch would lead to a miscarriage. Were it not for my visit today, would your majesty have taken the initiative to see me at all? Her voice grew increasingly plaintive, biting her lip to suppress her tears. Xiao Zhuo's hand lingered at her eyelid. If you feel wronged, why has it taken so long for you to summon me? Wretched creature, hypocrite. Were it not for my compliance, how would you continue your performance? Besides, if I had sought you sooner, would I not lose face if you chose not to meet me? She murmured softly. Xiao Zhuo replied, Noting his lack of response, Shen Sisi quickly discarded her pitiful demeanor, altering her tone. During my confinement, it is my grandfather who has been yearning for your majesty daily. Have you not come to see me, and have you grown fond of someone else in such a short time? I am delighted that you have kept me in your thoughts, he said. However, on the day of the Wan Shou festival, I awaited news from you. You once expressed a desire to celebrate every birthday by my side. Today, she had sent Yu Ying to find him, indicating she was aware of Yu Ying's allegiance to him. Why did she not send someone on the day of the festival? From Qin Qian's pregnancy to the Wan Shou festival, he sensed her growing indifference toward him. As he broached this topic, Shen Sisi felt a fleeting pang of guilt, quickly dismissing it. Your majesty does not come to see me. How could I, a sinner, dare seek you? Xiao Zhuo's expression held a hint of amusement. Then how does the esteemed concubine muster the courage today? Shen Sisi sighed, realizing she had forgotten, but shrugged it off. In the midst of the palace's tribulations, where am I to prepare for your majesty? Xiao Zhuo lifted her onto his lap. So, what brings you to seek me today? Your majesty once promised me that I could leave the palace once a month, she said, propping herself up in his embrace, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Do you not recall that you are still under house arrest? Xiao Zhuo spoke in a low tone, being confined within the palace, devoid of purpose. I yearn for the various delicacies from outside, cakes, wontons, and I've finished reading all the novels. I need to procure more, she enumerated, counting on her fingers. When Xiao Zhuo showed no inclination to respond, Shen Sisi wrapped her arms around his neck and bit him playfully through his clothing.
He sighed,
lifting her chin gently and pressed a finger to her lips. Recently, some officials conspired with the Southern Liang, resulting in several arrests. There are still remnants of their treachery. I cannot allow you to venture out alone. Please wait a while until I resolve these matters, and then I shall accompany you. Having been confined in Changning Palace, she was cut off from the outside world, fully aware that he would not permit her to leave. Even news of her father was being withheld from her. Then simply send more guards with me, Shen Sisi suggested. Not an option, he replied. What of my novels and wontons? She pressed. I shall have someone procure them for you, he assured. But they will be cold and unappetizing by the time they return, she protested. I could invite the vendor into the palace, he offered. No, he is an elderly gentleman. We must not startle him, she retorted. Xiao Zhuo fell silent. Very well. But I absolutely must have my novels. Let Bai Qiu and Han Chun select them for me. They know my preferences, she insisted. He acquiesced with a soft demon, wrapping one arm tightly around her waist while using the other to gently grasp her chin, kissing her tenderly. Once the kiss concluded, Shen Sisi collapsed against him, nearly breathless. Xiao Zhuo chuckled softly, kissing her earlobe again, his gaze filled with tenderness. Noticing his mirth, Shen Sisi huffed lightly, signaling that she had seen enough of him and dared not delay him further in his duties. Your Majesty, you must return now. When it was just the two of them, Xiao Zhuo relished in holding and kissing her. Nearly 3 months had passed, and if he continued this way, she feared she would not rise from bed the next day. In response to her words, Xiao Zhuo lazily remarked, Our esteemed concubine is eager to dismiss me already. He pressed kisses to her forehead and cheek before lifting her effortlessly and carrying her toward the chamber. Xiao Zhuo, it is still broad daylight. You must release me. I have yet to eat, she protested as he set her down on the bed. I will summon the kitchen to prepare more, he replied. Shen Sisi struggled to rise, only to be gently pushed down again. The long night stretched on, and it wasn't until nearly noon the next day that she awoke, her hunger rousing her from slumber. That wretched man, she thought. Even the slightest movement made her feel as though her waist might snap. Hearing commotion from inside, Bai Qiu entered promptly. Upon seeing Shen Sisi awake, she approached cautiously to assist her. Your Majesty has gone to court. Before leaving, he specifically instructed the kitchen to prepare mung bean porridge, which Gao Gonggong has just delivered, she explained, showing Shen Sisi the token that Gao Changxi had given her. Upon seeing the token, Shen Sisi felt a sense of validation for having put so much effort into it, allowing that wretched man to take such liberties. Miss, it seems that only those of us in the palace and the attendants before the throne are aware of the Emperor's visit yesterday. No other news has circulated in the harem. Just now, the little eunuch, Dongzi, conveyed that the Emperor may be quite occupied for the next couple of days, but will come to see you soon. I conversed briefly with him, hoping to glean more information, but he was remarkably tight-lipped, Bai Qiu relayed. Very well. You and Han Chun should prepare. We will depart tomorrow, Shen Sisi instructed. Chapter 117. Dawn broke, the sky tinged with pale light as a carriage slowly approached the palace gates. The palace gates stand tall, the crimson doors firmly shut. Due to recent efforts to apprehend traitors, the guards at the palace entrance are more vigilant than ever. The carriage comes to a halt, and the captain of the guard steps forward, his gaze piercing and his tone icy as he requests, please cooperate with our inspection of the carriage. Bai Qiu engages them in conversation, asserting, we are from Changning Palace, dispatched by His Majesty to procure items for the imperial concubine. The concubine has been placed under house arrest in Changning Palace and is forbidden to leave without a decree, a fact widely known within the palace. The palace made assertion of being from Changning Palace sharpens the captain's scrutiny. Just as he is about to order their detention, Bai Qiu presents a command token. He receives the token, intent on scrutinizing it, and upon noticing the insignia, promptly returns it to Bai Qiu, saying, for the routine inspection, we kindly ask for your cooperation. Mississippi Bai Qiu nods, accepts the token, and gently taps on the carriage. The curtain opens from within, and the captain swiftly scans the interior of the carriage with his naked eye, finding no anomalies, before gesturing for the guards to allow passage. Once outside the palace, the carriage halts in a secluded alley, where another inconspicuous carriage awaits. Bai Qiu is the first to alight, turning to assist the woman behind her. Your Highness, be careful. After Shen Sisi steadies herself after dismounting, she addresses the two before her, saying, now that we are outside, please refrain from calling me your Highness. Bai Qiu exchanges a glance with Han Chun and smiles, yes, my lady. After giving her instructions, Shen Sisi turns her attention to Lu Mingyu, saying, thank you. Young Master Lu. Lu Mingyu replies with a smile, I have prepared clothing for the three of you in the carriage. Please change into them. With that, he steps aside. Shen Sisi nods, and the three women enter the carriage he has prepared. The coachman drives towards the city gate. Shen Sisi gazes at the warm winter sun filtering through the clouds, casting light upon the barren trees and the occasional birds flitting by. She feels an invigorating vitality in the air. I have arranged for 2 additional carriages outside the city. You may take one of them. The 3 carriages will depart from different directions to leave the capital, Lu Mingyu explains meticulously. Lu Mingyu gazes at Shen Sisi with a gentle expression, his eyes betraying a hint of concern. Be cautious on your journey. There are silver notes prepared in the carriage, sufficient for your future expenses. Please write to me upon your arrival to assure me of your safety. Shen Sisi playfully interjects. All right, after such a long time apart, yet you remain so verbose. No wonder you still have not found a wife. Perhaps others find you too talkative. Lu Mingyu chuckles lightly and gently pats her head. You must exercise caution in all matters. After today, who knows when we shall meet again. Enough delay. Take care, Shen Xiaozi. I hope that the next time we meet, you will come with a sister-in-law and children. Shen Sisi steps forward and embraces Lu Mingyu. His body stiffens momentarily before he relaxes, wrapping his arms around her gently. Miss, Aunt Lee next door said she is going to cast nets by the river today and invited you to watch, Bai Qiu announces eagerly as she enters. Hearing this, Shen Sisi's curiosity is piqued. She recalls Aunt Lee mentioning that casting nets in winter is a grand event, with nearly every household participating. Go fetch Han Chun. We shall go together. Shen Sisi stands up promptly and tells Bai Qiu. They stroll along the flagstone path towards the river. The air fragrant with the scent of wet earth, likely due to last night's rain. Sisi, over here. A woman dressed simply waves enthusiastically at them. The riverbank is already bustling with people organizing fishing boats and inspecting nets, with a fire pit nearby. Set the items down here. Once we catch fish, we can directly cook them into soup, Aunt Lee explains, observing the astonished expressions of the three women. Watching the children frolicking and the fishermen smiling joyfully, Shen Sisi feels a wave of happiness wash over her, as if all her troubles have momentarily faded. In the capital, at the Two Rituals Hall, news has reached that the imperial concubine has fainted mooning, fleeing with Han Chun and Bai Qiu. The suddenness of this information leaves him dumbfounded, causing him to drop the Buddhist prayer beads he held in his hand, too stunned to retrieve them, as he rushes into the inner hall to report.
Repeat that.
The Emperor's voice is colder than ever, carrying a foreboding chill. He trembles as he restates the shocking news. The Emperor's expression darkens immediately. I was attacked today. Summon the Imperial Guards to seal off the entire capital. Each word feels like it is being forced through clenched teeth. The Emperor orders the news of the concubine's disappearance to be suppressed and, personally, leads the Jingxian division in pursuit. However, due to the late discovery, the concubine has already left the capital's borders, and they fail to catch up. The Emperor divides the Jingxian division's forces into 5 paths to search for her. For the past month, not only have those serving in the palace been on high alert, but both the court and the inner palace have also been filled with trepidation. A few young ladies, daring to approach the palace to present nourishing soup to the Emperor, find themselves sent to the cold palace without even seeing His Majesty. Ministers reporting important matters to the court leave with furrowed brows, and during this month, the Emperor has decreed the sealing of all households connected to the remnants of the Wang family, confiscating properties from those with disloyal intentions, banishing dissenters, and demoting those who oppose him. As the Imperial Guard sealed off the Marquis of Wugua's residence, Princess Anyang, weeping, attempted to enter the palace to see the Empress Dowager, but was forcibly taken away before she could even cross the threshold. Previously, some in the court would plead on Princess Anyang's behalf, citing her as the late Emperor's daughter and the Emperor's sister, hoping for clemency. However, following Xiao Zhuo's ruthless actions, a chilling atmosphere has enveloped the court, and no one dares to speak up. What of being a sister? Hasn't he, the Emperor, already executed siblings before? Only Jiling knows that the Emperor has only rescinded the order to kill the Northern Ding Marquis. As the time for dinner approaches, the ministers have all departed from the hall. Gao Chengxi enters to find the Emperor alone on the dragon throne, his gaze seemingly piercing through the thick palace walls, lost in distant thoughts. Your Majesty, the Imperial kitchen has delivered dinner. Would your Majesty care to dine first? He inquires softly. Xiao Zhuo nods and casually instructs, summon Jiling. Our men are searching town by town along the route the carriages took. We've even dispatched people to the Changzhou area, but have yet to uncover any trace of the concubine, Gao Chengxi reports. Xiao Zhuo's eyes are fixed intently on the map spread before him, his finger moving slowly across it until it halts at a winding river 20 kilometers from the capital. You will personally lead a team to meticulously search the towns along this river, he commands. Jiling kneels on one knee, pledging, I shall not fail in this duty. Chapter 118. Snowflakes dance through the air, blanketing the streets in a delicate layer of white. Children frolic in the snow, leaving behind a trail of joyful footprints.
Shen Sisi?
With a gentle gaze, sits by the window watching Bai Qiu and Han Chun, each wielding scissors and red paper to cut window flowers. Suddenly, sounds from the courtyard draw closer. Sister Jiang, this is the date paste pastry my mother made. A girl from next door approaches, holding a small plate with several golden, tempting date pastries. Thank you, Lan, Shen Sisi says softly as she accepts the pastry. Lan shyly smiles in return. Shen Sisi hands a delicate rose-flavored 8 Immortals cake to the little girl, who lights up at the sight of the flower petals adorning the cake, taking small bites eagerly. She presents a red envelope she had prepared earlier, saying, Lan, this is your New Year's gift from the sisters. May you be healthy and safe. Lan carefully accepts the envelope, her eyes wide with delight, exclaiming, Thank you, sister, before skipping out the door to find her friends. Before laying down his pen, His Majesty had already resolved to deploy troops against the southern Liang. Even after ceasing his writing, he remained preoccupied with military training. Today, amidst a rare moment of leisure, he received a letter from Lord Ji. Since the receipt of the correspondence, His Majesty had remained within the palace, with none daring to disturb him. The letter from Jiling conveyed that they had located the beloved imperial concubine, and now inquired how His Majesty wished to proceed. The response from Xiao Zhuo had already been dispatched, yet he found himself lost in thought, staring at the letter. Initially, upon hearing the news of Shen Sisi's escape from the palace, he had been filled with fury, unable to comprehend her motives for leaving. He resolved that upon her return, he would surely chastise the little rascal. As the days turned into a month without any trace of her, he found himself worrying each night about her well-being, whether she was sleeping soundly, eating well, and whether her two maidservants were caring for her properly, fearing she might encounter danger. In recent days, he had repeatedly dreamt the same dream, wherein he personally led the charge against the Southern Liang. In their subsequent encounters, he recognized Shen Hongbao's great ambition and understood that Shen Hongbao could not tolerate his presence. Under the pretext of returning home to honor his ancestors, he vanished with his wife, leaving no trace. During the battle against the Southern Liang, he unexpectedly spotted Shen Hongbao on the battlefield. Initially, due to Shen Hongbao's influence, the entire campaign had become exceedingly arduous. In the Battle of Yongzhou, they found themselves besieged, with reinforcements delayed. He infiltrated the enemy camp alone and captured Shen Hongbao. Following Shen Hongbao's capture, with the morale of his troops soaring, they swiftly overcame the cities of Southern Liang. Once Southern Liang became a vassal state of the Great Wei, he returned to the capital with a portion of his army, intending to deliberate on how to deal with Shen Hongbao. However, upon his departure, Shen Hongbao took his own life, leading to rumors that His Majesty had personally ordered his execution. Ji Ling had once inquired if he wished to address these rumors, but he had dismissed the matter at the time. Upon returning to the palace and just removing his armor, he was met with the grim news from Gao Changxi that the imperial concubine had passed away. He rushed into the cold palace, finding her lying on the bed, eyes closed as if in slumber. He hurriedly embraced her, pressing her face against his, feeling the lingering warmth of her skin. Gao Changxi, hurry and summon the imperial physician, he commanded. Your Majesty, the imperial concubine has already departed, Gao Changxi replied, trembling as he knelt before the emperor, his head bowed to the ground. Your Majesty, please accept my condolences, the concubine. The physicians behind him knelt in silence, none daring to speak further. Get out of my sight, he roared, feeling a wave of metallic sweetness rise in his throat, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Each time he experienced that dream, he awoke in a cold sweat, his robes soaked. In the darkness, he raised his hand. The sensation of Sisi growing cold in his embrace felt as real as if it had truly occurred. He instructed Ji Ling in the letter not to disturb her, to send someone to protect the imperial concubine at all costs, and urged Gao Changxi to dispatch the letter immediately. After conveying his instructions, he sat alone on the dragon throne, his hand over his heart, unwilling to endure the excruciating pain of that dream a second time. In March, in Yangzhou, the chill gradually dissipated as sunlight filtered through the mist, casting a golden sheen over this bustling locale. Amidst the crowd, a woman stood out remarkably, clad in exquisite garments embroidered with golden patterns, shimmering gently in the sunlight. Her features were delicate, her brows resembling distant mountains shrouded in mist, as if she were a celestial being who had inadvertently wandered into the mortal realm. She slowly entered a tea-house, bustling with animated chatter. Upon her arrival, the waitstaff promptly guided her to a prearranged private room as her mistress enjoyed tales. Since coming here, Bai Qiu had secured a long-term room at this tea-house. The air was infused with a subtle fragrance of tea as Bai Qiu prepared the flower tea they had brought, settling in to await the storyteller's narratives. Ladies and gentlemen, today we shall not recount tales, but rather speak of our esteemed emperor's valiant feats in repelling the Southern Liang. The storyteller's voice brimmed with excitement. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the tea-house ignited, patrons animatedly discussing the latest rumors they had encountered. Clearing his throat, the storyteller began. It is said that the barbarians of Southern Liang conspired with traitors to assassinate our emperor. However, our emperor, wise and martial, led the charge against Southern Liang himself. Our forces surged forward like a tidal wave, defeating the southern barbarians within 3 months, leaving them to flee and ultimately becoming subjects of the Great Wei. The storyteller vividly painted the tension of the battlefield, immersing his audience in the experience as if they were present. Since arriving in this small town, apart from news of her parents, Shen Sisi had refrained from inquiring about the outside world. She relished listening to stories, hence her daily visits. But today she was taken aback to hear of Xiao Zhuo personally leading the charge against Southern Liang. Yet, the speed of repelling the Southern Liang far surpassed her previous life. She recalled that in her past life, the conflict with Southern Liang had dragged on for nearly half a year. Since her return, she had been more observant, Realizing that Xiao Zhuo had long intended to take action against Southern Liang, she understood that, in many respects, he was a commendable emperor, governing effectively, ensuring the well-being of his people, and strengthening the Great Way. As the audience in the tea-house continued to extol the emperor's valor, Shen Sisi rose to leave. Upon exiting the courtyard, she noticed a throng of strangers surrounding the area. Bai Qiu immediately turned to her and whispered, "Mistress." Shen Sisi sensed that her good mood had likely evaporated. She gently patted Bai Qiu's hand and whispered, "Let us go." The guards at the entrance did not impede their passage. Upon entering, they found Xiao Zhuo leisurely seated in her usual rattan chair, engrossed in a book she had recently favored. Upon hearing their entrance, Xiao Zhuo set the book aside, rose, and approached Shen Sisi, taking her hand in his. "Your hands are cold. Why did you not wear more?" Although he said this, he accepted the cloak Gao Changxi offered and draped it around her shoulders. Seeing Shen Sisi gaze at him intently, Xiao Zhuo embraced her tightly, as if trying to merge her essence with his own. Shen Sisi struggled to break free. The onlookers immediately lowered their heads at the sight. "When did you find out?" she asked, her voice calm, having eventually surrendered her resistance. "A month after your departure," he replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Shen Sisi felt as though a weight had been lifted from her heart. "So, during this time, you had someone watching over me." "Not watching, but protecting," he corrected. Shen Sisi scoffed. "What difference is there between watching and protecting?" Xiao Zhuo buried his head in her neck, inhaling deeply, holding her tightly. It had been nearly 4 months since they had last seen each other, and he missed her dearly. Shen Sisi pushed him away, finding it futile, pinching her nose in distaste. "Release me, you smell awful." Having largely resolved matters at the front, Xiao Zhuo left the subsequent affairs to Shuemingzhi and hurriedly made his way back, dusty from the journey, realizing she had not been properly attended to in days. He nuzzled against her shoulder, inhaling deeply before letting her go, ordering hot water prepared. After Xiao Zhuo finished his bath, he found Shen Sisi seated in the courtyard, gazing into the distance, lost in thought, the remnants of the setting sun casting a golden halo around her. He approached her softly, asking, "What are you pondering?" Startled from her reverie, Shen Sisi turned to him and directly inquired, "Where are my parents?" He reached out to smooth her disheveled hair, replying, "In the capital." Hearing his answer, Shen Sisi finally focused on him, continuing, "What of a Ning? Before I departed with the troops, I heard no news of Miss Jiang encountering any troubles." Xiao Zhuo informed her, "You did not cause trouble for anyone else, did you?"
Shen Sisi Praset.
Xiao Zhuo chuckled, "Why would I trouble anyone else? Are you suggesting I took my frustrations out on Lu Mingyu?" Seeing her silence, he forcefully pulled her into his embrace, settling her upon his lap. "If I were to say that I would kill Lu Mingyu, would Sisi be enraged?" Shen Sisi remained unresponsive, as if discerning the veracity of his words. Xiao Zhuo grasped her chin, lifting her gaze. "I was unaware that my esteemed concubine had a childhood friend with whom she shares a profound bond outside the palace." Compelled to look up, Shen Sisi was not surprised that Xiao Zhuo was privy to such knowledge, after discovering her escape from the palace. Their relationship was likely already thoroughly investigated by him. "Since our last meeting, you have shown no concern for me, only inquiring about outsiders. Am I truly so insignificant in your heart?" Upon speaking, he noted her resolute expression and realized she would not relent without a response. He leaned in and kissed her, releasing her only when she was nearly breathless. Shen Sisi rested her head on his shoulder, enveloped tightly in his arms. "Why did you leave?" Knowing she would not answer, Xiao Zhuo continued, "In the first month after your departure, I repeatedly dreamt a singular dream. Initially, it unfolded as I anticipated. I was aware of the ambitions of the Northern Duke. She knew I could not tolerate him. After I resolved to take matters into my own hands, the Northern Duke betrayed us, leaving you alone in the palace. I feared that the court and the harem would make things difficult for you due to the incident with the virtuous consort's miscarriage, so I exiled you to the cold palace. I foolishly believed I had arranged everything meticulously, yet upon my return, I was met with the image of you trembling at the mere thought of him." He tightened his embrace around Shen Sisi. Initially, when he spoke of dreams, Shen Sisi paid little heed. However, upon hearing that he dreamt of her demise in the cold palace, she lifted her head, puzzled. As this incident belonged to a past life, she could not comprehend. Her eyes mirrored her confusion. Xiao Zhuo's hand gently caressed her head as he spoke tenderly. "I have come to realize that everything in my dream was akin to a prophecy, meticulously plotting each step of my plan. Had it not been for certain alterations in reality that you instigated, I might have truly followed the path foretold in my dreams. Upon reflection, all these changes stem from you, Sisi. From the moment you began to store away the gifts I bestowed upon you, your affection waned. He suppressed the tumult within, his voice tinged with resignation and bitterness. You became increasingly indifferent towards me. You, too, must have dreamt similar dreams, so you had long been planning your departure.
Had you not?
Her pupils constricted suddenly, fingers clenched tightly as she murmured, "What if I said it wasn't a dream? Xiao Zhuo. The occurrences you witnessed in your dreams were the very essence of my lived experience." After your departure, Qin Qian arrived at the cold palace, speaking of your shared childhood, recounting the moments you two had experienced together, asserting that my favored treatment upon entering the royal residence was due to her. You were pained by her being schemed against by the women of the harem, thus you resolved to establish a target, informing me that my father had retired to the countryside, while in truth, the entire palace was aware he had been slain by you. She recounted her past experiences to Xiao Zhuo. Hearing her narrative, his eyes reddened as he enveloped her in his embrace, his voice hoarse and filled with remorse. "It was my fault, I am sorry, Sisi. My arrogance led to this. How heartbroken my little girl must have been before her demise. I did not kill your father. I merely detained him and sent someone to guard him, intending to bring him back." However, he had more to say, but was interrupted by Shen Sisi. "So you were aware that Qin Qian's pregnancy was a ruse? I wasted my efforts scheming to assist her in feigning an early pregnancy. In my past life, her false pregnancy was one matter, but how did you know this time it was a facade?" Xiao Zhuo's sorrowful mood was abruptly disrupted, his temples throbbing. "After drinking, I became aware of my own body's reactions. Shen Sisi, if I had truly been intimate with her, would you have been indifferent?" Hearing his tone, Shen Sisi instinctively recoiled. Yet, upon realizing his accusatory demeanor, she retorted, "I have become someone else's shield. What do I have to care about?" Chapter 119. Xiao Zhuo laughed in exasperation, gently flicking her forehead. "You are never anyone's shield." Before collaborating with Shen Hongba, he had already discerned they were of the same ilk. Initially, his partnership with Shen Hongba did not hinge upon her marriage, but one day, while visiting the Northern Duke's residence for a discussion, he encountered the radiant young girl amidst a flower-viewing banquet hosted by the Northern Duke's wife. He witnessed the girl embroiled in a verbal dispute with another lady. Lacking the latter's eloquence and wits, in a fit of anger, she pushed her into the pond. Amidst the chaos, he quietly departed with Gao Changxi. Upon returning to the royal residence, his aides awaited him in the study. "My lord, the Northern Duke is an ambitious and cunning man. We must remain ever vigilant. It is said that the Northern Duke and his wife share a deep affection, with only a single daughter. To solidify our ties with the Northern Duke's estate, I suggest a marriage alliance." The aides, fearing the Northern Duke's betrayal, proposed a union to secure the relationship, suggesting he seek to wed the Northern Duke's daughter. He did not believe that he needed a marriage to maintain his rapport with Shen Hongba. No matter how robust the relationship, it was insufficient to sway him without substantial benefits. However, upon reflecting on the girl he had briefly encountered that afternoon, he fell into silence. His aides assumed he had been swayed and began to make arrangements. Recognizing their misunderstanding, he inexplicably refrained from clarifying that he had already wed the princess, and that the Northern Duke had only a single daughter, making it impossible for such a union to occur. Yet, he was taken aback when Shen Hongba did not refuse. Eventually, he personally sought the girl's hand as a concubine. On their wedding night, he saw her for the second time, lifting the veil to reveal a delicate and exquisite face, with cherry lips and a petite nose, radiant and alluring, her eyes brimming with shyness and curiosity. A stark contrast to their first encounter. However, this state did not last long before she reverted to her initially petulant demeanor. Subsequently, there were whispers in the residence regarding the concubine's arrogance and disrespect towards the princess. He dealt decisively with those spreading rumors. Aware of the girl's proud nature even before their marriage, he felt a sense of injustice that she had to marry him as a concubine, and since he had a close alliance with the Northern Duke at that time, he indulged her further. Thus, he continued to pamper her, which gradually became a habit. When he resolved to take action against the Northern Duke, thoughts of the girl caused him hesitation. Their intricate game was played with utmost secrecy, avoiding her at every turn. Even later, when everything unfolded according to his plan, even after capturing Shen Hongba, he refrained from delivering the fatal blow, knowing that once he killed Shen Hongba, his little girl would never forgive him. Due to his arrogance, his little girl died on the day of his return. Holding her in his arms, he suddenly felt that nothing he did bore any significance. There would be no one to get upset with him, no one to cheer or scold him by name, no one to praise his prowess, ensuring the peace and prosperity of the people. Being part of the royal family, he had always known what he desired. Even though he felt he had fallen in love with the girl, it did not waver his decision to take action against the Northern Duke's estate. Unlike his father, who was swayed by court matters, he gradually consolidated power after ascending the throne. Shen Hongba was unwilling to relinquish his grip, and he would show no mercy. Thus, the events of the previous life unfolded. In his dreams, after resolving matters concerning Sisi, he commanded that everything be recounted. He deposed the empress, relegating her to the cold palace, administering poison, and ignoring the Empress Dowager's objections. Qin Xian and all those involved in the harem faced execution, their clans obliterated. Once all matters were resolved, he could attend to affairs during the day, yet each night he found himself unable to sleep. He knew he was the architect of his little girl's departure, succumbing to despair before reaching 40. He felt fortunate to have dreamt. It granted him time to devise his plans, ensuring he would protect her in this lifetime. After supper, Xiao Zhuo insisted on holding Shen Sisi close as they slept, disregarding her objections. Although they had clarified their past misunderstandings, Shen Sisi remained reluctant to return to the capital, finding the tranquility and comfort of this place far more appealing. The matter of returning to the capital had led to a standoff between them. In bed, with her back turned to him, Xiao Zhuo drew near and embraced her gently, murmuring, "Shall we return to the capital? My mother often speaks of you, expressing her concern for your well-being here, worrying whether you are accustomed to the food, and if you are in any danger." Xiao Zhuo, a man of cunning, had since his arrival received a letter from her mother, which merely reassured her that they were safe and urged her not to worry. Yet, the longing for her mother, Jiang Xiaoning, was palpable. She missed her dearly. After a moment's contemplation, she turned to face him, wrapping her arms around him and burying her head against his chest. Asking softly, "Can you bring my mother here?" Xiao Zhuo allowed her the moment, but was unyielding in his response, stating firmly no. "If I were to bring the lady of the marquis here, upon my return, my ancestors would surely forget me." Hearing his refusal, Shen Sisi pushed him away, turning her back to him and wrapping herself in the quilt. Xiao Zhuo chuckled softly, pulling her back into his embrace, gently patting her shoulder as he reassured her. "Your family and friends are in the capital, including Yu Ying and Yu Ying, who miss you dearly. They were heartbroken when you left without a word." Seemingly attuned to her thoughts, he continued, "Though they were once my covert guardians, since their arrival at Changning Palace, you are the sole master they serve. Except in times of life-threatening emergencies." He paused, gauging her reaction. "You dealt with the virtuous consort and left. Do you not wish to see her ultimate fate?" Receiving no response, Xiao Zhuo planted tender kisses on the top of her head. "After you departed the palace, I had the harem thoroughly investigated. It turns out my clever Sisi managed to incite a rebellion among the most trusted maids of the virtuous consort, poisoning her and ruining her most cherished beauty, leaving her in a state of constant suffering and self-doubt." Shen Sisi froze at his words. Her meticulous actions had been discovered. Yet, reflecting on the vastness of his dominion, it was not entirely unexpected. Xiao Zhuo proceeded, "When the imperial physician identified her poisoning, he dared not make it public and reported it to me first. I suppressed the matter, instructing him to treat her as though she were afflicted with smallpox, for in the harem, no one dares to speak up, fearing entanglement in the disputes of the consorts. They are acutely aware that there can only be one master within the palace." He then inquired, "Do you remember a certain Chowdaring?" During the investigation, some palace maids mentioned that since her unexpected awakening last year, she occasionally speaks in incomprehensible phrases. I had her scrutinized, discovering her temperament had drastically changed. It seems she, like me, has been granted prophetic dreams. Yet, I wonder why she remains so devoted to the virtuous consort after dreaming. After hearing so much, Shen Sisi felt a flicker of intrigue. She yearned for her mother, Jiang Xiaoning, and her friends, and was eager to witness the unfolding drama of Qin Qian, especially since she had crafted the stage herself. Xiao Zhuo's mention of Chao Ying's transformation resonated with her. She had no recollection of that person in her previous life, implying a significant change indeed. Noticing her wavering resolve, Xiao Zhuo pressed on, "When we return, let us revisit this place a little while later. What say you?" Shen Sisi shifted her neck, and Xiao Zhuo chuckled, sensing her interest. "It is getting late, let us rest. Tomorrow morning, I will have Bai Qiu prepare our luggage. We shall depart the day after. Will you take me for a stroll nearby tomorrow?" He had much to attend to upon his return, including the need to clear out certain individuals. Hence the urgency of this trip. Though he had gleaned much about her life over the past few months, he longed to see it for himself. Upon arriving in the capital, Shen Sisi did not return to the palace but hurried to the Beiding Marquis's residence to see her mother. Knowing they were due to arrive that day, the Marquis and his wife had been waiting at the door. As Shen Sisi stepped out of the carriage and spotted Madame Shen, she lifted her skirt and rushed toward her, exclaiming, "Mother, I've missed you so much." Madame Shen embraced her, gently patting her back and soothingly replying, "I have missed you too. Let me see, why do you seem thinner?" Her voice was filled with concern. Recognizing that her daughter, who had always been pampered, must have endured hardships while sneaking away. The Marquis observed the tender reunion between mother and daughter and exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Zhuo before clearing his throat. Hearing the cough, Madame Shen released Shen Sisi and shot a disapproving glance at her husband. Releasing Shen Sisi, she greeted Xiao Zhuo with a bow, saying, "Your humble servant pays her respects." Before she could finish, Xiao Zhuo assisted her, stating, "We are all family. There is no need for such formalities." Shen Sisi tugged at her mother's hand, urging, "Mother, come inside and rest with me. I am exhausted from the journey." Before Madame Shen could respond, Shen Sisi led her inside. Upon seeing Xiao Zhuo again, Shen Hongba had many thoughts swirling in his mind. From being pulled out of the South Liang debacle by Xiao Zhuo to now standing calmly beside him, he was uncertain whether to harbor resentment or gratitude for being spared. However, upon meeting, words failed them, and it was he who finally broke the silence, saying, "Your Majesty, might I request a moment in your study?" Xiao Zhuo nodded, gesturing for him to lead the way as he strode ahead. Shen Hongba's capabilities were undeniable. While he had sensed his ambition before, he now recognized his astuteness in understanding the current situation. While Shen Sisi rested, Xiao Zhuo and Shen Hongba conversed for the afternoon in the study. When Shen Sisi had sufficiently recuperated, the four gathered for dinner, the atmosphere imbued with an inexplicable harmony. As none of the four enjoyed being attended to by servants during meals, the scene unfolded with Xiao Zhuo serving dishes for Shen Sisi, while Shen Hongba did the same for his wife. At the table, Shen Hongba initiated, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness in sparing the Shen family and saving my wife and me." Xiao Zhuo replied, "There is no need for such formality, father-in-law." The Shen family was not involved in the matter of South Liang. Adhering to protocol naturally spared your family. As he spoke, he placed a portion of vegetables into Shen Sisi's bowl. During their conversation, Shen Sisi discreetly discarded the vegetables Xiao Zhuo had served her, thinking he would not notice. Glancing sideways at him, he merely remarked nonchalantly, "Do not be picky. You have consumed far too much meat these past few days. Once we return to the palace, I shall have the imperial physician check your pulse." Shen Sisi pouted, "But I cannot eat anymore." The imperial physician had often cautioned her against her selective eating habits, warning that over time it would be detrimental to her health. Having spent over 4 months away, he was certain she had not adhered to a proper diet, and her maids were likely unable to manage her whims. While Xiao Zhuo was usually easygoing, he was unyielding when it came to monitoring her health. Refusing to entertain any objections, his tone softened as he gently coaxed, "Just finish what is in your bowl. I shall not serve you more, all right?" Though she did not respond, her face displayed her displeasure, yet she complied and ate. It was the first time Shen Hongba and Madame Shen witnessed such a dynamic between the two, although they knew their daughter was favored. Rumors abounded of the noble consort's preeminence, yet they were surprised to see her openly display dissatisfaction towards the emperor. Shen Hongba stroked his chin, contemplating, and thought to himself, "Truly, my daughter brings honor to the Shen family." After dinner, Shen Sisi wished to stay home for the night, refusing to return to the palace, while Xiao Zhuo also desired to remain with her. However, Shen Sisi countered, "I want to share secrets with mother. It is inconvenient to talk with you here." Unable to argue with her, Xiao Zhuo relented, promising to return the next afternoon to escort her. After Xiao Zhuo departed, the 3 members of the family dismissed their servants and settled down for a heartfelt conversation.
Shen Hongbo spoke earnestly, "Sisi,
Seeing His Majesty treat you well brings comfort to both your mother and me. I have come to understand many things after these events. Before marrying your mother, I promised her that we would travel together when time allowed. However, I have been embroiled in a struggle for power all these years. Even in failure,
y Arbo no regrets."
your mother and I intend to fulfill our youthful aspirations moving forward. Today, I also spoke with His Majesty. Though my actions have brought disgrace upon our family, he has chosen to spare me and the Shen family for your sake. He refrained from mentioning retirement or returning home, nor did His Majesty allude to revoking his title. The relationship between a woman and her family is inherently intertwined. He had often pondered how a man as cold and unfeeling as their sovereign could dote upon a woman, especially one who was his own. He had thought it merely a tactic to beguile him, yet his foolish daughter seemed to be falling deeper into that enchantment. Nevertheless, Now it was uncertain who was truly ensnared. Madame Shen gently caressed her daughter's hair, saying, "You should return now. Tonight, I shall sleep with Sisi." Shen Hongbao wished to say more but was interrupted by Madame Shen's firm words. He fell silent, feeling vexed that his daughter had claimed his wife as soon as they returned home. As the mother and daughter lay in bed, Shen Sisi nestled her arm around Madame Shen, who softly patted her back. "Although His Majesty treats you well, I know you must have endured hardships escaping the palace alone. You need not share your troubles with me, nor will I press you, but I trust that you have your reasons for returning with him." She refrained from divulging past grievances, aware that it would only distress her mother. Yet, she felt compelled to share some thoughts. "As your mother, I wish for your safety and happiness. I know His Majesty loves you, and you have feelings for him, but I implore you to live for yourself in the days to come. No matter how much you love others, you must always prioritize your own heart. I hope you never lose yourself for the sake of another." Shen Sisi nodded in agreement. In her previous life, she had become so consumed by her feelings for Xiao Zhuo that she nearly lost her own identity, believing every word she heard without discernment.
Now,
She recognized that her return to the capital had many reasons, but the most significant was her inability to let go of him. If that were the case, why should she suffer? At the very least, he cherished her now, and if he were to change his heart and treat her poorly in the future, she would not hesitate to handle the situation herself, armed with her remaining assortment of potions. Madame Shen gently stroked her daughter's hair, her gaze softening further. Chapter 121. Due to Xiao Zhuo's suppression of the news regarding Shen Sisi's escape from the palace, apart from those in the Changning Palace, no one else was aware that she had left during her confinement. The attendants of Changning Palace had been carefully selected by Shen Sisi, most of whom had accompanied her from the Shen family estate. Upon her return, they were overjoyed and rushed to greet her. Yueying and Yueying had been waiting anxiously on the side, hesitant to approach, but when Shen Sisi waved them over, they exchanged excited glances and hurried to her side. "You have worked hard during my absence," she said, pulling them close. "It is our duty as servants. It has not been burdensome," they replied, not mentioning the circumstances surrounding her confinement. Before they could speak again, Xiao Zhuo's voice rang out, "You may all withdraw."
with that,
Only the two of them remained in the chamber. Xiao Zhuo swept Shen Sisi into his arms and carried her toward the inner chamber. She struggled, but when he laid her on the bed, she was still in a daze when he kissed her. Fragmented words escaped her lips. "It is still daytime, you beast." Xiao Zhuo coaxed her patiently. "Sisi, my dear, it has been so long since we were close. I have missed you dearly." Since her confinement, he had restrained himself for over half a year. Although the misunderstanding in the small courtyard of Yangzhou had been resolved, she still harbored resentment. On their journey back to the capital, he felt her exhaustion from the carriage ride and resolved not to let this day pass without expressing his affection. It was not until the following afternoon that Shen Sisi awoke, roused by hunger. As she moved, she felt as though her waist might break. "Xiao Zhuo, that scoundrel." Her voice was hoarse as she called out, "Someone." Upon hearing her stir, Yueying entered, exclaiming, "Your Highness is awake." She brought a bowl of warm water to her lips, and Shen Sisi drank gratefully. "You must be hungry, Your Highness." Before His Majesty left, he instructed us to prepare a meal, knowing you would surely be famished. "Let me assist you in dressing and washing up," Yueying said while helping her put on her clothes. As Shen Sisi enjoyed her meal, she listened to Yueying recount the happenings in the palace during her absence. The virtuous consort had fallen ill and was confined to Fuan Palace by the emperor. Initially, those close to her would visit, but she had refused to see anyone after falling ill, with rumors circulating that she had contracted smallpox. Only the imperial physician dared to attend her, and Fuan Palace had become akin to a cold palace. Those serving in Fuan Palace claimed that the virtuous consort did not suffer from smallpox but rather from an illness that even the physicians could not diagnose. Her face had become disfigured, and her temper had grown increasingly volatile, shattering her carefully cultivated image of gentleness and kindness in a matter of days. Initially, Empress Dowager Qin had personally visited the virtuous consort, but upon hearing the rumors of her illness, she merely instructed the physicians to take good care of her without making another visit. Shen Sisi casually remarked while sipping her porridge, "In that case, we should pay a visit to our virtuous consort." Yesterday, Xiao Zhuo had already lifted her confinement. In Fuan Palace, Qin Qian inquired, "Where is His Majesty?" Humping, standing nearby, respectfully replied, "His Majesty is currently in the Liangyi Hall attending to state affairs. I have fallen ill, yet he has not come to see me since his return. Instead, he has gone to that wretched Shen Sisi. How can he be so heartless?" She fumed, with her beauty marred and the physicians unable to determine the cause. She feared facing Xiao Zhuo, dreading the prospect of appearing before him in her disfigured state. Yet his absence incited her rage further. She gazed into the bronze mirror, still unable to accept her reflection. In a fit of anger, she swept her hand across the table, sending the mirror crashing to the floor. Hong Ping stood by silently, watching her unravel. Such scenes had become a daily occurrence during this time. As Shen Sisi entered, she was greeted by this chaotic scene. "What has transpired to provoke our virtuous consort so?" she asked curiously, as Yuang helped her to a nearby round stool. Seeing her arrive, Qin Xian immediately turned her head away, seething internally. She had lost her child and her health, while Shen Sisi had merely faced confinement, and now the emperor had released her in such a short time. The sight of Shen Sisi only stoked her resentment further. Hearing her scornful remarks, Qin Xian retorted, "What? After months of confinement, the noble consort has yet to learn reflection?" Unfazed by her frantic tone, Shen Sisi commanded, "Everyone, please leave." Her entourage withdrew, and even Hong Ping, who had glanced at Shen Sisi, quietly followed suit. Qin Xian noticed Hong Ping's look and regarded her coldly as she exited, scoffing without uttering a word. The consort, with a sharp tongue, inquired why she spoke so pointedly, asserting that she had come solely to express her concern. "Otherwise, why would His Majesty have released me from confinement just to visit you? Look around, aside from me. Who else has returned to see you?" Shen Sisi's expression was one of grievance, as if she were lamenting that she was ungrateful. She was intentionally trying to provoke Qin Xian. Indeed, Qin Xian was thoroughly disgusted. Her face contorted with loathing as she retorted, "I do not require your feigned kindness." With a gaze filled with contempt, Shen Sisi remained unfazed, responding, "I came with good intentions, yet I never anticipated you would think so poorly of me." Then, shifting her tone, she continued, "Since that is the case, I shall speak plainly. I have heard that your health has been poor lately. Have you discovered the cause?" Qin Xian was taken aback. She rose and approached Qin Xian, lifting her chin with a hand, revealing her entire visage to Shen Sisi. She clicked her tongue. "I had no idea the effects of this medicine would be so profound." With that remark, Qin Xian could no longer remain seated. She wrenched her hand free and stood up, attempting to seize Shen Sisi. But due to her weakened state from months of illness, she stumbled and fell to the ground.
What do you mean by that? Shen Sisi replied nonchalantly.
Do you not understand my meaning? The reason you have endured such torment from illness these past months is entirely due to the poison I administered. Rage surged within Qin Xian, almost bursting from her chest as she spat, "You wretched woman." These past months, aside from her disfigured face, she had suffered sleepless nights. Her head pounding as if it would explode, and her chest felt as though thousands of ants were gnawing at her. The sleepless nights had made her increasingly irritable, lashing out at the palace maids. "I will inform His Majesty and reveal what a vile person you truly are." Chapter 122. She desired the position of Empress. Shen Sisi lowered her gaze to adjust her skirt before sitting back on the round stool, a smile gracing her lips. "I only just learned today how incredibly naive you are. Do you think the entire Imperial Medical Bureau was unable to determine your poisoning? Initially, they treated it as smallpox. Are they all truly incompetent?" Qin Xian's face twisted in anger as she pointed at Shen Sisi. "It was you?"
Shen Sisi smirked.
"I have made my intentions abundantly clear. How can the esteemed consort still not comprehend? I do not possess the authority to command the entire Imperial Medical Bureau." Qin Xian's complexion turned pale as she trembled. "It was you? You vile creature. If it were not for you, how could His Majesty treat me this way?" She leaned against the wall, staggering towards the door, muttering incessantly, "I shall tell my aunt and ensure you are punished for your treachery." "Yes, I will inform my aunt and let her decide." Upon reaching the palace doors, she was abruptly halted by Yuang, who had been waiting outside. "I must go out." "How dare you, you insolent maid, impede me?" Her voice grew increasingly shrill with fury. Yuang remained silent, steadfast in her refusal to allow Qin Xian to pass. Weakened from months of illness, Qin Xian could not shake off the martial prowess of Yuang, who stood resolutely beside Hong Ping. Qin Xian unleashed a torrent of insults. "You insolent maid, why are you still standing there? Do not hesitate to remove this wretched creature from my path." Unfazed by her vitriol, Hong Ping remained immobile. Witnessing the scene, Qin Xian realized she had completely lost her strength and slid down the doorframe to the ground. "So, it was you who betrayed me? Administering poison to me? Why would you betray me? You wretched maid, despite my trust in you, how could you harm me? I will tell my aunt and have your entire family executed." Upon hearing that she wished to harm her family, Hong Ping could no longer contain herself. "Your kindness was merely a facade, masking your cruelty." You frequently beat and scolded me, taking out your frustrations on me because you dared not unleash your anger on others. Having grown up together, I understood your circumstances and never complained. When that wastrel Qin Lei sought to force himself upon my sister, I came to you for help, needing only a single word from you. Yet, out of fear of offending the wife of the Marquis of Xianping, you refused to utter a simple sentence, leading my sister to take her own life. When I begged you for her sake, you dismissed her as a bad omen, ordering me not to mention her again. Regretfully, I recall that time when the consort sent someone to rescue my sister. Otherwise, she would have long since perished. An insignificant person is dead, so what? You dared to betray me for her? Even now, Qin Xian did not recognize her own faults, believing that Hong Ping should have remained unwaveringly loyal to her, betraying her for a sister of little consequence. She now comprehended that her aunt had abandoned her. Even Hong Ping had turned against her, leaving her utterly isolated. With a pitiful smile, she addressed Shen Sisi. Look at my current state. Are you satisfied now? Shen Sisi approached her side, crouching down to lift her chin with her finger, speaking calmly and gently. What if I were to say, I am not satisfied? Your good days are still ahead, dear consort. Oh, but perhaps soon I shall not be able to address you as such. An imperial edict will be delivered shortly, and I shall not linger to witness your misfortune any longer. With that, she chuckled softly, rising to accept the handkerchief handed to her by Yuing, wiping her fingers before handing it back and taking her leave. Upon Shen Sisi's departure, the servants of Fuan Palace scurried about seeking connections. Those who could run had come. For now that the Empress Dowager was indifferent, they had also provoked the wrath of His Majesty and the consort, losing their favor. If they did not act swiftly, what future could they expect? Hong Ping busily packed her belongings, preparing to leave, as the consort had promised to let her exit the palace. In the hall, only Qin Qian remained, kneeling on the ground, muttering curses. When Shen Sisi returned to Changning Palace, Xiao Zhuo was already there, still enjoying flipping through the idle books left carelessly by Shen Sisi. Before she could approach, he set down his book, standing to take her hand in his. Shen Sisi leaned against him, placing his hand on her waist. Quickly, rub my back. It is so sore. Xiao Zhuo, with his free hand, instinctively touched his nose. Knowing he had been a bit excessive the previous day, he lifted Shen Sisi, seated her on the soft couch, and allowed her to lay on his lap, gently beginning to massage her. As he worked, he chided, "Why not rest properly? Why are you running around when your back is sore?" The pressure he applied was just right, providing her immense comfort. Hearing her words, she teased, "What? Are you worried because I am troubling your dear cousin?" He cared for her well-being, but she was so sarcastic. In a fit of anger, Xiao Zhuo increased the pressure of his massage, causing her to gasp in pain. Angered, she bit his leg through the fabric of his clothing, mumbling incoherently, "Did I hit a nerve? Are you seeking revenge on me?" Through the thick fabric, Xiao Zhuo felt no pain, sighing as he pulled her up to face him, lifting her chin. "Let me see, did I hurt your mouth?" Shen Sisi pushed his hand away. "Is it that I am causing you trouble with Qin Qian that you are upset?" Xiao Zhuo cupped her face, their foreheads touching, lightly brushing his lips against hers. "Do you not understand my intentions? You are aware of everything that transpired today in Fuan Palace, correct?" Though it was phrased as a question, her tone was assertive. "Today, the consort claimed that I harbor malicious thoughts. What does His Majesty think?" Truthfully, she was curious about Xiao Zhuo's perspective. Xiao Zhuo gazed at her flushed cheeks from their earlier exchange, his expression softening as he earnestly replied, "I love you. Every facet of you, regardless of how you appear. Furthermore, the fate of Qin Qian is a consequence of her own actions. My Sisi took her revenge, and I can only admire her strength." His gaze was filled with tenderness, causing Shen Sisi to avert her eyes, feeling uneasy. When one loves another, they tend to believe that everything about them is wonderful. Do not speak such insubstantial words to placate me. Words cost nothing. What if you speak to others in the same manner in the future? No one can guarantee what the future holds, unless tangible evidence is presented. What does Sisi believe to be visible? Hearing Xiao Zhuo's inquiry, Shen Sisi raised her gaze, colliding with his eyes. Beneath his sharp brows lay a pair of star-like black orbs, brimming with tenderness, easily ensnaring one's heart. Shen Sisi shook her head. Not that she could blame herself for falling for Xiao Zhuo. His visage undoubtedly scored him significant points. Setting aside her drifting thoughts, she spoke calmly. "I desire the position of Empress." Chapter 123. The Deposition of the Empress. His response was straightforward. Shen Sisi was still contemplating what she would say if he were to refuse, never anticipating such an answer. She froze momentarily, blinking as she gazed at him. Xiao Zhuo pinched her cheek, questioning her silence. Shen Sisi hesitated, for the Empress was his youthful bride, a union bestowed by the late emperor. To declare her deposed without substantial cause would not only stir upheaval in the harem, but would also meet with disapproval from the ministers of the former court. With this reasoning in mind, she voiced her concerns. On the surface, the Empress had indeed not committed any grave error, aside from her habitual targeting of Qin Qian, managing the entire harem with remarkable order. However, she had crossed an unforgivable line by harboring ill thoughts toward Sisi. If he was not mistaken, the Empress had been plotting against Sisi for quite some time, merely waiting for the right opportunity. Before he departed in his dreams, he had dispatched soldiers to surround the cold palace, forbidding anyone from entering. The only reason Qin Qian managed to gain access was due to the Empress's influence. He pondered for a moment, then spoke earnestly. Sisi, perhaps from the very beginning, our relationship was driven by ulterior motives. I have long been timid in confronting my feelings for you, and have failed to express my heart sincerely. We have squandered too much time. I love you, and I am grateful you are willing to grant me another chance. I understand that you may doubt my words now, but I will spend the rest of my life proving their truth to you. Furthermore, my marriage to the Empress, conferred by the late emperor, was devoid of any emotional bond, especially considering her past transgressions against you. My efforts over the years to consolidate imperial power and expand our territory were not intended for those old fogies from the previous court to meddle in the affairs of my harem. At that moment, Shen Sisi found herself reflecting that her former self would have been moved to tears by his words. While her heart stirred now, it was not with the same intensity as before. She once again threw herself into Xiao Zhuo's embrace, encircling his neck and burying her head against him, concealing her eyes from his gaze. The following day, Xiao Zhuo prepared to attend court. He rose gently, careful not to awaken the person beside him, and refrained from summoning anyone to assist him. Dressing himself, once attired, he returned to the bed, bending down to place a soft kiss on her forehead and adjusting the bedding before departing. After the court session, Xiao Zhuo proceeded to Changning Palace. Upon hearing of his arrival, the Empress felt a surge of joy. Yet her heart was riddled with curiosity as to why His Majesty had come to Changning Palace at this hour. Despite her thoughts, she rushed to greet him upon his arrival. This humble servant pays her respects to your Majesty, she said, bowing deeply. Xiao Zhuo strode directly to the elevated seat, taking his place with a commanding presence, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon the Empress below. How do you view the matter of the virtuous consort's feigned pregnancy, an attempt to muddle the royal bloodline, which the noble consort discovered and subsequently staged a miscarriage to ensnare her? His voice was low and powerful, each word striking the Empress like a hammer. Her body tensed. Since learning of the Emperor's decision to lift the noble consort's confinement and the deposition of the virtuous consort, her head had been throbbing with pain. And she could not find peace at night, continually ruminating over the matter. Taking a deep breath, she recognized the need for caution. As the Empress, this was not a situation she had directly instigated. She had merely facilitated Qin Qian, cleaning up her mess. The Emperor's anger could result in no more than a loss of palace power, and even in that event, she had her ways to reclaim it. The act of muddling the royal bloodline, as well as being privy to it and remaining silent, were both grave offenses. She understood that no matter how audacious Qin Qian might be, she would not dare to tamper with the royal bloodline. Her feigned pregnancy was merely a scheme to sow discord between the Emperor and Shen Sisi, and she was aware that she had planned to use a miscarriage to entrap Shen Sisi, seeking the Emperor's concern. However, the Emperor awaited her response. Clearing her mind of chaotic thoughts, she deliberated on how to extricate herself from this predicament. The severity of the situation was contingent upon the Emperor's disposition. Gradually lifting her gaze to meet his, she stated, regarding the virtuous consort's attempt to muddle the royal bloodline, this humble servant was entirely unaware. However, the harem is rife with disputes. As the mistress of the harem, I strive to maintain order, yet I acknowledge there may be oversights. The virtuous consort's treachery against the noble consort reflects my inadequacy in managing the harem, and I humbly request your Majesty to impose punishment upon me. Once she finished speaking, she quickly lowered her head. After a prolonged silence, the Emperor's icy voice broke through. I intend to impose punishment. Are you truly unaware? The Empress's complexion drained of color. She knew he would not easily overlook this matter. Despite her inner trepidation, she made an effort to uphold her dignity and composure. Your Majesty, how do you wish to punish this humble servant? The Empress has lost her virtue, and it is inappropriate for you to remain in the central palace. His words were simple and direct, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. The Empress's body trembled, yet she quickly steadied herself, forcing a bitter smile. This humble servant has married your majesty, diligently fulfilling my duties, devoted entirely to your majesty and the royal family. Is it fair that I am to be punished and deposed due to an accusation from a mere concubine? Xiao Zhuo's brow furrowed, his eyes betraying evident impatience. His marriage to the Empress, bestowed by the late Emperor, had never been rooted in affection. Her father was merely a fifth-rank official, lacking any remarkable talents. He had still afforded her the respect due to a primary wife. Within the palace, she had engaged in rivalry with Qin Qian, and aside from life-threatening situations, he had refrained from intervening. After ascending the throne, he had granted her father a title of nobility. As Empress, save for matters concerning Sisi, he had accorded her the respect she deserved. Yet, she dared to direct her ambitions towards Sisi. She had never been one to act overtly, but her underhanded maneuvers behind the scenes were far more detestable to him. Gazing at the disdainful expression directed at her from above, the Empress's suppressed feelings erupted. Your Majesty seeks to depose me because of the virtuous consort or the noble consort. Seeing Xiao Zhuo remain silent, she continued, before I ever married you, I had secretly held feelings for you for quite some time. Each day, I pondered how blissful it would be to marry the Emperor. I never anticipated that such happiness would one day befall me, a mere daughter of a fifth-rank official, to receive a marriage decree from the late Emperor. I learned that your Majesty favored gentle, gracious women who were well-educated and cultured, and I have always strived to embody that ideal. Yet, after entering the palace, we maintained a respectful distance, while you favored Qin Sifei the most during that time, which fostered my resentment towards her. When she faced misfortune, your Majesty spoke harshly to me for the first time, and shortly after, Shen Sisi entered the palace. For all these years, I believed your Majesty loved the virtuous consort, and your affection for the noble consort was merely a result of the fierce competition among the women of the palace. At that time, due to the struggle for succession, you often remained outside, and Qin Sifei could not compete with the other women. I thought that was the reason for her father's title as Duke of the North, but I never imagined I could be so mistaken. It was only after the virtuous consort was deposed that I came to this realization. At this point, she let out a bitter laugh. Is it because you sensed my growing feelings for the noble consort that you hastily sought to depose me, to make way for her? The Empress's heart ached. Why is it that after loving you for so many years, you still cannot see me? She murmured. Xiao Zhuo's gaze was frigid, his voice devoid of warmth. Take care of yourself. With that, he rose and departed. Once he left, the Empress swayed and collapsed to the ground. Your Majesty, she cried out, her heart wrenching in despair. Xiao Zhuo did not halt his steps, his resolute figure piercing her heart like a dagger. Chapter 124. Upon returning to the two instruments hall, Xiao Zhuo began drafting an edict. He ordered the silk from the treasury to be delivered to the noble consort, simultaneously instructing that he would dine with her that evening. Soon after, he was summoned again to deliver items to Shen Guifei. Gao Changxi remarked that the current favor the emperor bestows upon the imperial concubine would scarcely raise an eyebrow. This exquisite ice silkworm satin was procured by His Majesty during his campaign against the southern Liang. It is said that this fabric boasts a delicate texture and a cool touch, capable of self-regulating temperature, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer. However, its scarcity renders it exorbitantly priced. The emperor had specifically commanded its purchase, and Gao Changxi had speculated it was intended for the imperial concubine, a conjecture that proved correct. Sunlight streamed through the intricately carved window grilles, illuminating every corner of Changning Palace, where the palace maids busily flitted about amidst the play of light and shadow. Within the chambers, Shen Sisi sat before a bronze mirror, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, while Bai Qiu meticulously arranged it. Turning around to gaze at the fabric delivered by Gao Changxi, she marveled at its subtle sheen under the sun and found its texture delightful. The colors were all to her liking. When Gao Changxi reported back to the Liangyi Hall, he recounted the scene verbatim to the emperor. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhuo's lips curled into a faint smile, affirming, "The imperial concubine is exceedingly pleased." Gao Changxi replied, "Indeed. The imperial concubine is very happy and has instructed that the yellow fabric be used for the emperor's inner lining." At this, Xiao Zhuo could no longer suppress his smile. When the emperor was in good spirits, those serving him felt joy as well. Yet, such buoyant emotions were soon shattered. Several ministers knelt upon the ground, fervently advising the emperor, who remained composed upon the dragon throne, dismissing their counsel. "Your Majesty, the matter of deposing the empress concerns the very foundation of the state. It must not be taken lightly," urged the Grand Censor, Master Su. This prompted a chorus of agreement from the others. Though those with daughters in the inner palace instantly became restless, fearing their offspring would lose the opportunity to vie for the position. However, they were unprepared for the Emperor's next proclamation, which shattered their hopes. Not only would he depose the Empress, but he also intended to elevate Shen Guifei to Empress. The ministers exchanged bewildered glances, and before they could react, Xiao Zhuo stated, "I am not consulting with you." Indeed, the Emperor was not seeking their counsel. This was a mere notification. With the Emperor's words resonating in the air, coupled with his recent display of iron-fisted authority, silence enveloped the room. They understood that their sovereign was not the late Emperor, no matter how much they argued. Once the Emperor had made a decision, it was immutable. Xiao Zhuo's unassailable voice shattered the stillness. "My mind is made up. You may all withdraw. I wish to return early to dine with Sisi." Upon arriving at Changning Palace, Shen Sisi was still engaged in a game of leaf cards with Bai Qiu and the others, where the loser would have a mark drawn on their face with a brush. Xiao Zhuo immediately spotted Shen Sisi, her face adorned with markings resembling that of a little calico cat. He coughed discreetly into his hand, and upon hearing the sound, the others hastily knelt to pay their respects, while Shen Sisi quickly covered her face. At Gao Changshi's signal, the palace attendants gracefully withdrew, leaving only the two of them within the chamber. Shen Sisi attempted to flee, but Xiao Zhuo grasped her arm and pulled her into his embrace. She nestled her head against his chest, rubbing her face against him, inadvertently smudging her markings onto his clothing, her cheeks becoming increasingly adorned. When she finally lifted her head, Xiao Zhuo could no longer contain his laughter at her cat-like visage. Offended by his amusement, Shen Sisi pushed him away and hurried to the bronze mirror. Outside, Xiao Zhuo instructed Gao Changshi to bring in hot water before withdrawing, then gently seated Shen Sisi on a soft stool and meticulously wiped her face. Shen Sisi, now pacified, obediently sat still, tilting her head for him to clean her. Witnessing her docility melted Xiao Zhuo's heart. After ensuring her face was spotless, he drew her into his embrace, planting kisses on her forehead and both cheeks, one after another, before bestowing a kiss upon her lips. When released, Shen Sisi felt lightheaded from his affections, leaning against him. Xiao Zhuo softly inquired, "Are you hungry? Shall I summon a meal?" Shen Sisi nodded, reluctant to speak. He lifted her gently and carried her to the dining table, which was lavishly set with her favorite dishes. Having indulged in numerous snacks that afternoon, she wasn't particularly hungry. After a couple of bites he offered, she shook her head, declining further. Observing her inability to eat, Xiao Zhuo began to dine himself. After their meal, he noticed Shen Sisi's gaze, which seemed to dance between restraint and expression, as if she were on the verge of speaking. Xiao Zhuo lowered his head, a smile gracing his lips. Shen Sisi realized he had perceived her thoughts and was teasing her, prompting her to clench her fists and playfully strike him. Unable to hold back any longer, Xiao Zhuo chuckled, and she could feel the gentle tremors of laughter emanating from his chest. He understood that since Gao Changshi had delivered the edict to Changning Palace, the news had swept through the inner palace, and her delay in seeking him out was a testament to her restraint. Noticing her pouting expression, he suppressed his mirth and gently pinched her cheek. Then in earnest he asked, "Sisi, would you consent to marry me and become my empress?" His gaze was unwavering, filled with tenderness. Upon hearing the proposal she had longed for, Shen Sisi joyfully leaped into his arms, repeatedly exclaiming her agreement. Surprised by the swiftness of it all, Xiao Zhuo embraced her tightly, his hands around her waist tightening in excitement. Once the exhilaration subsided, however, Shen Sisi felt a twinge of regret for not inquiring about Gao Changshi or Du Yanning's reactions. She harbored a desire to witness the spectacle of those who had wished her harm. Yet she reminded herself that regardless of Qin Qian or Du Yanning, Xiao Zhuo was the root of it all, and her gaze fell upon him with a hint of displeasure. Xiao Zhuo, ever attuned to Shen Sisi's emotions, sensed the subtle shift and inquired cautiously, "What troubles you?" Shen Sisi huffed, "How can you even ask? It's all because of you." Perplexed, Xiao Zhuo found her thoughts to be mercurial, her emotions plainly displayed on her face. Regardless, he continued to carry her toward the sleeping quarters. "Beast! I am still angry." Shen Sisi kicked her legs in protest. "I apologize. I am in the wrong. May I beg for your forgiveness, my lady?" He comforted her. "Go away," she retorted, her voice quickly dissipating as they entered the chamber. Chapter 125. This morning, Xiao Zhuo rose early for court, while Shen Sisi slumbered soundly until nearly noon. Upon awakening, she was still in a state of drowsiness. Han Chun attended to her dressing, and each time she saw the marks on the lady's body, her heart ached. The lady's delicate physique would bear the slightest pressure, leaving traces that spoke of the emperor's strength. Once she was ready, Ying had prepared a meal. Just as Shen Sisi sat down to eat, she heard voices from outside as Gao Changxi entered, first bowing to Shen Sisi before gradually unfurling the yellow scroll. Clearing his throat, his slender voice rang out in the chamber. By the decree of the emperor, the imperial concubine, Shen, is distinguished by her grace and virtue, possessing both talent and moral integrity. I am enamored by her. Thus, I hereby confer upon her the title of Empress, the mother of the nation. So decreed. As Shen Sisi listened, her thoughts wandered. Was the person mentioned truly her? Congratulations, Your Majesty. She finally returned to herself only when Gao Changxi finished reading and smiled while offering his congratulations. Accepting the edict, the hall erupted in joyful exclamations. At her signal, Bai Qiu presented Gao Changxi with a small pouch of golden beans, a token of celebration which he accepted with delight. Bai Qiu then announced to the assembled palace maids and eunuchs, "The Empress has decreed that each of you shall receive an additional 3 months' worth of rewards." The atmosphere within the palace instantly brightened, with everyone sharing in the joy. Regardless of her wandering thoughts, it was undeniable that she felt immense happiness upon receiving the edict. "Prepare yourselves. I shall visit the Liangyi Hall to dine with His Majesty," she instructed, eager to share her good spirits with Xiao Zhuo over lunch. Xiao Zhuo had given instructions to the Empress Dowager. Oh, no, now she was the Empress, indicating that there was no need for formal announcements. Thus, Shen Sisi entered Xiao Zhuo's office without hindrance. As she crossed the threshold, Xiao Zhuo rose to take her hand, inquiring about the time she had awakened and whether she had dined. Her unwavering gaze fixed upon him, her eyes radiated a beauty enhanced by the mirth within them. Just as they were preparing to enjoy their meal, Gao Changxi arrived, exclaiming joyfully that he had brought her along to share the repast. Xiao Zhuo affectionately patted her head and led her to the dining table, expressing his delight that Sisi could join him for lunch. Calculating the time, he realized it had been nearly a year since she last visited the Lu Yi Hall. She glanced around, noting that little had changed since a year ago. Xiao Zhuo responded with a gentle hum. After Gao Changxi had arranged the dishes, he departed. Xiao Zhuo served her a bowl of sour soup, and as she sipped it delicately, he offered her a pair of chopsticks bearing her favorite dish. She accepted it from his chopsticks and, as she neared the end of her meal, he continued to serve her more of her cherished foods, though he occasionally presented her with dishes she was less fond of, which she consumed with a frown. Observing her obediently eating, Xiao Zhuo felt his heart soften immeasurably. Only after she had finished did he begin to eat himself. Once the meal concluded, Shen Sisi attempted to leave, but Xiao Zhuo embraced her, burying his head in the crook of her neck, pleading, "Will you stay with me a while?" Without a moment's thought, she replied, "No. It's so dull here." Xiao Zhuo coaxed softly. Gao Changxi mentioned that the kitchen has developed several new pastries. "I'll have them brought to us shortly, along with the latest novels from the market." When she used to cling to him, he had arranged a soft couch and a desk for her in his office, allowing her to read leisurely and stave off boredom. She had not been there in over a year, yet the space remained untouched, as he had not ordered its removal. Initially, she had intended to depart, feeling little desire for pastries after just dining, but the thought of new novels swayed her resolve. After finishing a memorial, Xiao Zhuo glanced at Shen Sisi, who lay on the couch, engrossed in her readings, and smiled knowingly. The grand wedding ceremony was scheduled for a month hence. Following the demotion of the former empress to the cold palace, the affairs of the palace had been entrusted to Shen Sisi. Before her marriage, her mother had placed the management of the Ho residence in her hands, and although she initially felt overwhelmed, the assistance of Yu Ying and others had alleviated much of the burden. Gradually, she had replaced many of Du Yanning's appointees in the inner palace with her own trusted individuals. Shen Ruxue had come to understand that during her time in the palace, her compliance and absence of mischief had brought her a remarkable sense of peace, with her cousin becoming her greatest support. Thus, whenever Shen Sisi had spare time, Ruxue sought her out to play cards. Since Shen Sisi's confinement had ended, the entire harem had become remarkably tranquil. Many concubines had relinquished their ambitions, for during the time the empress had been confined, none had succeeded in winning the emperor's favor. Some had even faced severe punishment for their attempts, realizing that the emperor's affections were solely for the empress. Reflecting on Xiao Zhuo's words and observing Shen Ruxue joyfully engaging with Yu Ying and others, Shen Sisi called her over. "My lady, what is it?" she inquired, increasingly finding her cousin more agreeable than she had previously believed. "How do you find life in the palace now?" Shen Sisi asked. "Ruxue, unsure of the purpose of the question, replied, I feel quite comfortable, with no worries, simply enjoying myself. You have so many delightful pastimes here. Shen Sisi inquired again. Do you prefer life in the palace or outside? Without hesitation, Rushue answered, certainly outside the palace. Shen Sisi, intrigued, asked why. Rushue explained, I initially entered the palace with the intent to vie for favor and power, wanting to prove myself, yet from the outset, the emperor did not favor us new concubines. I soon realized my naivety, often being manipulated, and it was only with my cousin S protection that I managed. Now, as my days grow more pleasant, I find myself increasingly nostalgic for life outside. Her expression grew wistful as she spoke. Shen Sisi gently patted her head, noticing the hint of tears in her eyes, and remarked, enough of that, I understand. Go enjoy your games. Chapter 126, The Wedding. After another lunch, Xiao Zhuo broached a topic he had mentioned before, stating that in this lifetime, she would have only him. The concubines in the harem, depending on their own wishes, could be granted permission to return home. Most women entering the harem hailed from noble families, and some parents would feel sympathy for their daughters. Thus, those who wished to leave the palace could do so with a sum of money provided by her, as well as a decree allowing them the freedom to marry. She planned to renovate the western gardens for those unwilling to leave, maintaining the same regulations as currently. As she spoke, a particular individual came to mind. Xiao Zhuo held her hand in his, sensing her preoccupation and the furrow in her brow. He gently smoothed her forehead, asking, What troubles you, my lady? Shen Sisi pushed his hand away, exclaiming, What about the princess? Taken aback, Xiao Zhuo had not anticipated her concern over this minor issue, and chuckled softly. Noticing his amusement, Shen Sisi rose from his embrace, indignantly demanding, What do you propose we do? Xiao Zhuo guided her back to her seat, stating, If Li Fei wishes to leave the palace, she may do so. If not, she can relocate to the western gardens. Shen Sisi remained troubled, asking, And what about the princess? Xiao Zhuo replied, Changning is nearly 7. I intend to reopen the study to find her peers for her education. The study has traditionally been where royal members are educated. Since the reign of the late emperor, the princes ceased their studies upon reaching adulthood. Now, with only one daughter, it has remained unutilized. Changning is his daughter, a royal princess, and he wishes for her to rise beyond the confines of the inner palace. For following Li Fei would only teach her envy and arrogance. With the issue resolved, a smile returned to her face as she embraced his neck, teasing, With only one princess under your care, I must dismiss the concubines. What will the ministers of the previous dynasty say, branding me a calamity to the nation? At this, she chuckled, recalling how they once called her a bewitching concubine, and now they would label her a bewitching empress. She wondered if the nature of their insults would change. If I do not bear children in the future, or if I only have a daughter, will you then take in more concubines? As she spoke, her gaze met his, filled with suspicion. Xiao Zhuo recalled her previous statement about not wanting children and replied earnestly, If you do not wish to bear children, we could adopt from the clan. However, if you desire to have children, I would be overjoyed, whether a son or a daughter. I will ensure they become a worthy ruler. The presence of a child makes no difference, but if it is our child, I would present them with the finest of everything. In his dreams, he had no other children besides Changning before his demise. Upon hearing this, Shen Sisi held him tightly, her pride shining through. It depends on my mood, she declared, feeling elated by his words. Her previous reluctance to bear children had stemmed from a misunderstanding, and now that the misunderstanding had been resolved, she yearned for a child that belonged to them, regardless of gender. However, she did not intend to divulge this to him just yet. She would seek out the imperial physician and Gao Changxi to have the medications he was currently taking changed, for previously, when she had been unwilling to bear children, and he discovered her surreptitiously consuming contraceptive herbs, he had been quite displeased with her for an extended period. The imperial physician subsequently prescribed her a form of contraceptive. As the morning light began to illuminate the world, the entire palace was enveloped in an atmosphere of festivity. Dressed in her resplendent attire, Shen Sisi stood before the mirror, adorned in a magnificent phoenix crown and a flowing red gown befitting an empress, intricately embroidered with golden threads and embellished with pearls. With a delicate touch of makeup enhancing her features, her brows resembled distant mountains veiled in mist, and her lips were like the lightest brush of vermilion, captivating beyond compare. Your Majesty, you look truly radiant today, Han Chun remarked, utterly mesmerized. Despite witnessing her beauty daily, each glance still left them entranced. Is it only today that our Empress is beautiful? Yuing teased her playfully. All right, I misspoke. Our Empress is beautiful every day. But today she is particularly breathtaking, Han Chun conceded with a laugh. As the sounds of the court echoed from outside, an inexplicable wave of anxiety surged within Shen Sisi. Lost in thought, she was startled when Xiao Zhuo suddenly appeared before her. It was only when he took her hand that she realized he had approached. Lifting her gaze to meet his, she was enveloped by the awe reflected in his eyes, and her nervousness dissipated instantly. As her hand slipped into his grasp, he held it tightly. In front of the Golden Lawn Hall, ministers of both civil and military ranks had already lined up in anticipation. With Xiao Zhuo by her side, exuding poise and grace, she stepped forward with resolute strides. He personally bestowed upon her the jade tablet and golden treasure, symbols of her authority and status as empress, and tied the 5-colored silk ribbon around her waist, signifying their united governance. The ministers knelt in reverence, chanting "Long live the Empress." Their voices resonated powerfully, and as their fingers intertwined, Xiao Zhuo turned to her, his eyes brimming with affection. In that moment, she spotted her parents among the crowd, and a profound sense of happiness enveloped her. As night fell, vibrant fireworks illuminated the sky, casting a joyful and harmonious ambience over the entire imperial city. Within the confines of Changning Palace, only the two of them remained. Xiao Zhuo gazed at Shen Sisi, adorned in her phoenix crown and flowing robes, his eyes nearly overflowing with tenderness. He recalled the first time she entered the palace, dressed in a radiant rose-red gown, and thought how stunning she would have appeared in a crimson dress, now a distant possibility, since she was married to him as a concubine. At that moment, a pang of guilt and sorrow took root in his heart. The striking red of her gown accentuated her snow-white skin, and her bright, enchanting eyes resembled a beguiling little fox. Unbeknownst to her, the danger lurked nearby as she innocently leaned against him. "Xiao Zhuo, I am so happy today." Hearing her words, his heart softened. Indeed, today was the happiest day for him, second only to his ascension to the throne. The ancient saying echoed in his mind, the 3 great joys in life, the first being the wedding night, and today he truly understood its significance. Shen Sisi brushed her hair, feeling the weight of her ornate hairpiece, which felt as if it weighed a pound. Had it not been for her desire to showcase her beauty to him, she would have let Bai Qiu dismantle it long before the celebration concluded. Now that he had seen her, and with the admiration in his gaze, she felt her efforts were worthwhile, albeit just for this moment. She called for Bai Qiu and the others to assist her, but he insisted on removing it himself, recalling how he had once helped her with her hair. As Xiao Zhuo delicately untangled her locks, a hint of regret crept in for denying the maids their duty. Today's hairstyle was more intricate than any previous occasion, and he feared that in his eagerness, he might inadvertently hurt her or damage her hair. Despite his carefulness, he inadvertently caused her discomfort, prompting her to exclaim, "Your Majesty, are you planning to cause me such pain today that you seek another empress?" Realizing his mistake, Xiao Zhuo froze, adjusting his movements to focus entirely on her hair. Finally, he managed to complete the task, releasing a quiet sigh of relief, feeling more exhausted than after a morning spent reviewing memorials. Noticing the curious glimmer in her eyes, he sensed an ominous premonition. In the next moment, she gazed at him with a pitiful expression. "Brother, I still haven't removed my makeup." Hearing her sweetly call him brother caused his heart to darken, and he pulled her into his embrace, kissing her until she could scarcely catch her breath.
Sisi, dear.
"Call me brother once more, and I shall assist you, all right?" He whispered against her ear, his voice crisp yet laced with a husky timbre, akin to feathers brushing against skin, sending shivers down her spine. She felt herself losing control, sensing his playful allure. Not one to concede easily, she leaned closer, whispering brother repeatedly until he gently pressed her onto the bed. Outside, the crimson lanterns swayed in the gentle breeze, while the flickering red candles within cast shadows of their entwined figures, gradually blurring into obscurity. Chapter 127, The Conclusion. 2 years later. Upon hearing Gao Changxi relay the joyous news of the Empress's pregnancy, Xiao Zhuo abruptly abandoned the assembly of ministers in the Hall of Two Instruments and strode purposefully towards Changning Palace. Upon his arrival, he found Shen Sisi still in the throes of her pregnancy, seated with her hands resting upon her belly. Upon seeing him, she beamed, aware that he had received the news. "Xiao Zhuo, we are expecting a child," she said, her eyes sparkling with joy. Without hesitation, he swept her into his arms. For the past 2 years, he had been consuming medicine as she had never mentioned wanting a child. Upon hearing her news, his immediate thought was to comfort her if she were to cry, followed by concerns about Fang Liangji's age and his inability to concoct the right medicine. However, upon seeing her, his heart settled. She embraced the idea of motherhood, her eyes alight with delight. A wave of overwhelming joy washed over him. Noticing his silence, Shen Sisi's expression faltered, for he had been cautious not to harm her and had easily slipped from his embrace. She fixed her gaze on him, her lips pressed tightly together, visibly displeased. "I'm pregnant, and you are not happy?" Confused by her inquiry, Xiao Zhuo quickly clarified, "Sisi, I am overjoyed," recounting the journey of his emotions leading to this moment. He had even resigned himself to the idea that they might not have children in the future. Though he knew she would not be unhappy, her sudden mood shift puzzled him. Upon hearing his explanation, Shen Sisi revealed her decision to switch her medication. While other emperors might have assumed that their wives manipulated them, Xiao Zhuo, whose very life was in her hands, cared not for such trivialities. Instead, he realized that she had long been willing to bear their child, a testament to her growing affection for him. After lulling the little lady to sleep, Xiao Zhuo summoned Zhou Chong to inquire about the precautions for women during pregnancy, diligently noting all the physician's advice. Bai Qiu supported Shen Sisi as they strolled through the imperial garden. The past 3 months had felt stifling for her, and Xiao Zhuo, plagued by worry, had kept her close, fearing any harm might befall her. He even had the memorials moved to Changning Palace, staying by her side throughout the day. During that time, her annoyance with his constant presence grew, but after much persuasion, he finally agreed to relocate the memorials back. Feeling fatigued, she decided to rest in the pavilion at the lake center. Just as she settled down, Yuing approached and whispered in her ear, "Your Majesty, Qiao Shuren from the cold palace has passed away." Shen Sisi acknowledged her with a simple offering no further comment. Upon returning from Yangzhou, she had been intrigued by the news of Qiao Yu, contemplating whether her drastic transformation was akin to her own. Yet, Qiao Yu's demeanor and actions differed greatly from her past, as she had completely forgotten many aspects of her previous life. Later, upon Xiao Zhuo's orders, she was apprehended by the Xuanjin division, and within a day, unable to withstand the brutal interrogation, she confessed that they were characters from a tale she had once read. Xiao Zhuo and Qin Qian serve as the protagonists within this narrative, while Shun Guifei emerges as a malevolent antagonist. Her motivations for assisting Qin Qian stem from her foreknowledge of the outcome. She is aware that Qin Qian is the one truly cherished by the emperor. It is only upon discovering Shun Guifei's true nature that the emperor realizes his genuine affection lies with the virtuous concubine. Following Shun Guifei's demise, the virtuous concubine ascends to the position of empress. The actions Shun Guifei undertakes are fueled by her admiration for the role of the virtuous concubine, for the emperor's heart unequivocally belongs to her. Shun Guifei aids the virtuous concubine to hasten the unfolding of the narrative. After she declares that Shun Guifei is destined to perish, Xiao Zhuo violently expels her, leaving her with but a breath of life. Shen Sisi cannot fathom that they exist merely as characters within a tale. They possess self-awareness, and their current developments do not adhere to the scripted path she delineates. Furthermore, the particulars she recounts starkly contrast with their lived experiences. Xiao Zhuo dismisses her claim that they are but figments of a story. Is he not capable of discerning whom he loves? He is acutely aware that each decision he makes is the result of careful contemplation, unyielding to any coercion or manipulation. His violent reaction towards Qiao Yuxi arises from her assertion that Shun Guifei will die in the script. In that moment, he genuinely harbored murderous intent. Unable to tolerate any insinuation that his beloved girl might depart, even if it were mere fiction. Approaching her, Shen Sisi crouches down and lifts her chin, noting the terror reflected in her eyes. Abruptly disinterested, she rises and commands that a physician attend to her. "Since you are so fond of Qin Qian, may you dwell in the cold palace alongside her henceforth." Initially, Qiao Yu had a falling out with Qin Qian shortly after arriving at the cold palace. Engaging in mutual complaints and often disregarding their status to brawl, she persistently sought to see Qin Qian, lamenting her decision to remain in the cold palace and expressing a desire to escape. Eventually, her messages ceased entirely, and Shen Sisi was taken aback when she later learned of Qiao Yu's passing. "Let her be properly laid to rest," she instructed calmly. "I made a special trip to procure this early in the morning. It has grown somewhat cold, so have someone warm it up again. You must take care of yourself." "Jiang Xiaoning, it has only been a few days since we last met, yet you have become so verbose," Shen Sisi remarked, eagerly reaching into the food box to retrieve a dumpling. In truth, she did not consume much, but she had a particular fondness for this flavor. Since her pregnancy, her cravings had become rather peculiar. She refused to eat the dumplings prepared by the palace chefs, insisting instead on the ones from her preferred establishment outside the palace. Xiao Zhuo had arranged for the chef to come to the palace, yet she still preferred dining outside. In her earlier months, Xiao Zhuo would take her out to eat. But as her belly grew, He refrained from doing so, leaving only Jiang Xiaoning to occasionally bring her meals during her visits to the palace. Enough, enough. You must cease eating. If anything were to happen to you, the emperor would surely have me executed, and I could not bear to part with my dear Zirwei. Jiang Ning handed the food box to Bai Qiu, instructing her to reheat it. I have brought this for you today, and must take my leave shortly. My Zirwei has a day off today, and I promise to accompany him, she stated, rising from her seat. Shen Sisi, clinging to her arm, whined. But I want Ning Ning to stay with me. Jiang Ning shivered at her touch, withdrawing her arm. She gazed at the slender, enchanting woman, who, save for her burgeoning belly, remained graceful and alluring. This month, my Zirwei only has today free. You should seek the emperor's company. Shen Sisi was deliberately teasing. Aware that Jiang Ning often extolled her Zirwei's virtues in her presence, a classic case of favoring appearances over friendship. However, if Jiang Xiaoning could finally let go of Zhong Qi and embrace love anew, it would be thanks to the capable Zirwei. Shen Sisi harbored concerns that Jiang Xiaoning might suffer again, yet as long as she was around, she would not allow anyone to harm her. In the later stages of her pregnancy, Shen Sisi struggled with sleep, often awakened by painful leg cramps. The first time this occurred, she inadvertently kicked Xiao Zhuo, who awoke immediately. Seeing her drenched in sweat from the pain, he recalled the physician's warning that such discomfort could arise in the latter stages of pregnancy. He placed his hands on her calves, applying the pressure he had learned, and soon after, the pain subsided. His touch was soothing, and she drifted back to sleep. Xiao Zhuo, genuinely distressed and unable to find rest, ordered warm water to be brought and withdrew, carefully removing her nightgown and wiping her down with a handkerchief before dressing her in fresh garments. On the day of Shen Sisi's delivery, Xiao Zhuo first massaged her legs for a time before attending court. Suddenly, he was met with a panicked report from Changning Palace, announcing that the empress was in labor. For the first time, he abandoned the assembly of ministers and hurried to Changning Palace. The ministers had been particularly attentive to the empress's condition, aware that this child would be the next heir to the Wei dynasty. They had observed the emperor's temperament and his affection for the empress over the past 2 years. It was clear that no one else would hold such a position in his heart. Before labor commenced, Shen Sisi had informed Xiao Zhuo that he was not to enter the delivery room. She understood that without her explicit instruction, he would disregard such conventions. Aware of the excruciating pain and the gruesome sight of childbirth, she wished to shield him from witnessing her vulnerable side. Having instructed Bai Qiu and the others after her water broke, as Xiao Zhuo stood outside the door, listening to Shen Sisi's anguished cries and witnessing the buckets of blood being carried out, he felt as though he might collapse. He had never experienced such trepidation. Even on the battlefield, he was terrified. Childbirth is inherently perilous, and as time passed, he regretted the decision to have a child. Fearing for the safety of his beloved girl, Shun Hongba and Madame Shen received the news and rushed over. Having returned during Shen Sisi's later pregnancy, and not having left since. At last, when the door opened, the midwife emerged, congratulating the emperor on the birth of a son. Without pausing to glimpse the child in the midwife's arms, Xiao Zhuo rushed inside, unimpeded by anyone. Please, hand me the prince, Madame Shen said with a smile. Xiao Zhuo gazed at the exhausted Shen Sisi, who had succumbed to slumber, his eyes betraying an uncontainable tenderness. He approached, kissing her forehead and resting his head against hers. The palace attendants, witnessing the scene, immediately lowered their heads. Wrapping Shen Sisi in a blanket, he carried her from the delivery room. Upon awakening, the first thing Shen Sisi saw was Xiao Zhuo dozing at the bedside. She raised her hand, and he seemed to sense her movement, instantly opening his eyes and taking her hand to place it against his cheek. The baby? She croaked, her voice hoarse. It's a son. The physician has examined him, and he is quite healthy. The wet nurse has fed him, and he is currently asleep, he replied, gently helping her sit up and offering her small sips of water. Reassured by his words, Shen Sisi's mind drifted back to the agony of childbirth, her eyes welling with tears as she playfully complained. I thought I was going to die from the pain. I've never experienced anything so excruciating. Xiao Zhuo embraced her tenderly, saying, I know. My dear Sisi has endured so much. You are truly remarkable and incredibly brave. Let us refrain from having any more children, shall we? Yes, Shen Sisi acquiesced, contemplating that had it not been for the necessity of an heir, she would not have wished to endure such suffering. Then, recalling something, she added, You should have the physician prescribe some medicine for you. Otherwise, I will worry for you every day. If we must, let us ensure we do not have any more complications. I certainly do not wish to grow old and suddenly have a child appear to claim my son's inheritance. She joked. Xiao Zhuo chuckled, amused by the whimsical thoughts that occupied her mind. Yet, he felt a deep sense of gratitude that she cared so much for their future. I have already instructed Fang Liangji to prepare the medicine. In my lifetime, I shall only have 2 children. That sounds much more agreeable, she replied, gazing at Xiao Zhuo with eager anticipation. Xiao Zhuo was acutely aware of her thoughts. He rose and made his way to the side chamber, where their little Chuan and had already awakened. Following the method taught by the nursemaid, Xiao Zhuo carefully lifted the child from the cradle, and to his surprise, the baby did not cry or fuss. Though not particularly fond of children, the sight of the infant in his arms filled him with an overwhelming sense of affection. For this child was born of his beloved, a testament to her arduous journey to bring forth their offspring. Upon seeing Xiao Zhuo with the child, Shen Sisi's eyes sparkled with delight. He gently placed the baby beside her, and as she glanced from Xiao Zhuo to the wrinkled little one, a hint of disdain crossed her face. We are not unattractive. Why is he so plain? She mused. Xiao Zhuo chuckled softly, reassuring her that all newborns appeared thus, and in a month's time, the child would gradually reveal his charm. Shen Sisi was taken aback by the prospect of waiting nearly a month. Yet she reminded herself that this was the fruit of her labor, and if the child was a bit less than perfect, she could accept that. However, while she could voice her opinions about the child's appearance, should Xiao Zhuo dare to utter anything disparaging about the offspring she had borne with such effort, she would not hesitate to confront him. Little Chuanan lay peacefully by his mother, and Shen Sisi, now thoroughly intrigued by him, reached out to poke his tiny face and pinch his delicate fingers. When she placed her finger in his palm, he grasped it tightly, and her heart swelled with joy. She immediately turned to share this delightful moment with Xiao Zhuo. Look, he is holding my hand, she exclaimed. Xiao Zhuo affectionately ruffled her hair, preparing to speak, when suddenly, little Chuan erupted into loud cries. Shen Sisi was at a loss, unable to comprehend why he'd begun to wail so abruptly. Since her pregnancy, Xiao Zhuo had sought knowledge from the court physicians regarding such matters. He reassured her, he may be hungry. I shall summon the wet nurse to take him for feeding. With that, he called for the wet nurse to come in and take Chuanan away for nourishment. As anticipated, the child was indeed hungry. Once satiated, he dozed off once more, and Shen Sisi requested the wet nurse to place him beside her. Gazing at the sleeping Chuanan, she felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her after their earlier playfulness. Xiao Zhuo gently laid her down, covering her with a blanket and softly patting her shoulder. With each gentle stroke, she soon succumbed to slumber. Xiao Zhuo watched the slumbering mother and child, his gaze filled with tenderness. This was the child born of his beloved, a being connected to them by blood, and he vowed to present them with the finest of everything. The end. Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed this tale, please consider subscribing and liking to support us. Until we meet again in our next story.